Finally umerudi after kula cover.
Exactly.
Okay. My attention was drawn to the committee that was vetting the CSS. Yani, hao watu, they show some kind of unprofessionalism to intervene someone when it was like a conversation of yes or no question. What is your net worth? Anasema figure. Then there is no more question that arises like how did you get this? Look at CS Kindiki's net worth. 2 years down the line, amege 2 years 100 million, lakini wamuulizi how did you get this money? There is no breakdown how he get that wealth. Now it applies across all of them. Education, after they are not interested in finding out the background of someone to where he has reached. Yani, I don't think kuna some sense of vetting that is going on there. It's like tuulize tu ile maswali yenye watu wanafurahia and then we move on. Let's ask for the sake of it. Sijui kama unanipata vizuri, niko na kahoma hivi. And there is our to our LD. I think there is some question that we should ask them. Is making Eldoret a city going to improve the infrastructure in the region or in Kenya at large? Is making Eldoret a city going to lower the education fees? Is making Eldoret a city going to improve our medical system in Kenya? So watu wengine, I think we need to do a lot of civil education. Let's educate our brothers. They are just cheering mtu wetu, and when you look at Bomet County is one of the poorest counties in this country. Despite yes, mtu wenu ako hapo. He is in fact the head of state from the region. Lakini barabara mbaya from the region. Ukiangalia ma classes how they look like. Na bado wanaendelea kusherekea ati mtu wetu. I think we need to do a lot in educating our brothers and sisters. And again, ukiangalia hawa watu, they took our advantage when we were fighting for the finance bill to be dropped. They were behind us. Now it has been dropped. Unaona wameenda kando. I think we should unfollow them. That is the only thing. We should unfollow them and even tweet negative things about them so that they also realize they should not just take us for granted. Tuangalie vitu kama the business permit. Sasa Eldoret ikishakuwa city, will it lower the cost of getting a business permit? Yani inaonyesha tu watu bado wako down. Tunafaa tuelimishe kabisa. Tunafaa tuelimishe ndio wajue why are we on streets. Tunafaa tuelimishe wajue why are we on streets. Look at the education qualification ya the appointed CS like Hassan Joho. Vetting is coming, lakini kama watakuwa wanauliza tu the way they have done yesterday, wanakuuliza your education qualification na anasema niko na hii, they don't interrogate deep further. Hata akuwe na mtu mwenye atoe the credentials that shows really this person is qualified for the job. Guys, tusitulie, let's not lose morale. Let's fight the best fight that we can do. And also Nanenane movement inahitaji let's follow one another so that when mtu akipost an update wherever atakuwa inafikia watu wengi. When someone is on attack, information itakuwa inafikia watu mob, so we retweet widely. Ndio responsible team itokee hata at least wasaidie kurescue someone. That is all I've heard. Thank you guys.
Thank you, greatness. Yes, as you're improving your network, even there on the comment section, hashtag is Nanenane March. Ruto must go. Please utilize that, guys. Tweet the space, quote, tweet the space, guys. We are over 100 people in this space. We can double that. We can get many people in there if you share this on your timeline. This is how the digital activism works, how we get more people involved in the conversation to see the space. By the way, do you know X is so sensitive? If you don't follow the host, this space doesn't exist to you as a user. Or if you don't follow one of the speakers and you don't see, hey, that chick is speaking in that space, this space is non-existent. The government wants to muzzle us. They want to keep us quiet. They don't want this word spreading. They're already beginning misinformation. I call it logic bombs. If that thought ingekuwa akili unasema hao ni watoto hawapendi kazi, they are anarchists, unaanza kuogopa siwezi retweet Ruto must go, I might be an activist. No, you can't kill and lead us. We have made that fact. You have to stand for one thing in your life. For some things you have to stand on matters in principle. Now usimame hapo kutuse no, you are killing us. You have failed to uphold the constitution you swore to protect us citizens. Now we are being hunted, we're being abducted. Hata huwezi unalala na macho moja. Haiwezi. Ruto must go. And I'll say that until
Actually,
yes, that's it.
Afro, I wanted to just say something. When I was just looking at the people who are listening, I've just seen the mightiest prophet is here. Prophet Or, I think that's his account. And I feel like he should also tell us what his perspective is on everything. I don't know. What do you feel about that?
That chick. I think this is not the right. This is an impersonation. I also wanted to maybe just take on and tell him not to call himself like that. He's not. Please. I wanted to kindly tell the guy to just call yourself another name, not that way. Because Nivibaya, don't call yourself the mightiest prophet. Nivibaya, sana. Yeah. Anyway.
Actually. I just wanted to say that just the fact that this is okay in retrospect that this will be an account that is of I'll say quote in quote prominent leader of a certain church or worship. It'll be an interesting perspective to hear why he's on the space or why or what his thoughts are, just because of the fact that actually he's guarded by he's given presidential escort for some reason. You know what I mean? So I'm always very curious about what are his relationships with the state. Yeah, anywho, moving on. Sorry, guys. I'm leaving now. Thank you.
Ruto must go. Karibu kwenye mic.
Can I talk?
Wait, Ruto must go is going, then you talk.
Okay.
Ruto must Don Bougie. Can you hear us? I can't hear you if you're talking. Don Bougie, please drop and come back. I'll give the microphone to Sky. Sky Mice, go ahead. Sky.
Yeah, thank you.
Sky,
yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you getting me?
Yes, I'm getting you.
Thank you so much, Afrocentric. Just a few things to put across. I wanted also to maybe just echo what that chick, is it that chick? Ameshaenda. I wanted to echo something. I don't know who is Mama. Sijui ni Martin ama ni nani. Maybe you can mute nimalize, then you catch up. I wanted to maybe put across some things. I've been in some spaces, and this thing has always been discussed with so many people who raise questions. Stories about business. People are saying when you go to the streets, we destroy businesses, we do this to the businesses, I don't know what. And maybe I'm sure some of you have answered this, but I also wanted to maybe say something about businesses. Guys know very well that currently we are actually on our own, just like I started the conversation. Currently, we are actually on our own. The government is not protecting the businesses. The government is not. Let me talk about the police. The police is not protecting the businesses. The police is not protecting Mwananchi. The police is literally protecting Ruto alone. You know, so businesses can only be protected because this guy. I had somebody who was a very serious business person in Nairobi. Who is that? Can you mute kidogo? Nani? Oh, Chris. So, hata umeni-confuse. There's this guy, I think he was alikuwa muhindi.
The police are protecting only Ruto. You are there.
Yeah. So I was saying, I was in a space where there's some Muhindi who came. He's a very prominent business person who was really claiming and, making a lot of noise saying, you guys, you are so many. You can also protect businesses. You cannot leave 50 people trying to loot and you are just seeing. You also have to protect the businesses, you, the protesters. And, we also went on. We carried on with that guy and we were telling him, we cannot protect your businesses. People, we always try because businesses can only be protected by the police. Sisi hatuna guns, we don't have guns, we don't have anything, we're not armed. There's no way we can, because we can try to protect the business, but again, the people who are looting, they have been they are people from the government, and some of them even have guns. So it's very hard for us to protect the business. And then we told them, we will try our best. If we can protect your business, we will. And if we cannot, we will not. But just know it is not an assurance that we shall protect your business because we are unarmed. This story of business protection has always been a very big problem when it comes to maandamano, because the government is always using this thing to say, we are going to shoot you protesters because you are goons and you are looting businesses. So ukiambiwa hivyo unaogopa, you are worried because they're saying they're going to shoot you because you are looting. They're saying they're protecting businesses so that you guys cannot go to the streets. We are not going to use businesses. Hello, kindly mute kidogo. Is that Chikama? Oh, sorry. Lawrence. So we are not going to use businesses. Yeah, nani anaongea aki?
Hey, Lawrence, please stop unmuting. Now mute and unmute. Mute. Lawrence, please mute your mic. Continue, Sky Minds.
So we are not going to use businesses because people are using business to protect businesses, and you are forgetting that we are fighting for the rights of everybody. You're not going to tell us that don't go to the streets because you're going to destroy businesses. Actually, we are going to go to the streets. And what I said is that because Ruto is not willing to protect Mwananchi, Ruto does not care about lives. This guy doesn't care about, he doesn't totally care about lives. This guy can come on a live television and tell you that we have lost 50 billion, and he's not telling us that we have lost 50 lives. He doesn't. So I once said that we can decide to ban the whole country. We can ban all the businesses, ban all the, we can ban everything. We can even ban the State House, ban the Parliament, ban everything. But you guys, you know what? We can still rebuild that, We can still rebuild Kenya. But tell me one life, just one life, one blood that has been lost. Tell me if we can reclaim that stuff back. We cannot. So anybody who does not care about lives of people, he doesn't. And he doesn't care about the country. So you guys, we are going to the streets. Me personally, I'll be in the streets by 6. Mi sijui itakuwa aje. I live around Nairobi, so I'll be in the street very, very early in the morning. I'm going to be against the government. Always, we've been against the government. And currently, you know very well that people are also working against Genz. Watu wengi sana, because even the politicians have now started taking shape. Naona Ndidi Nyoro ameanza kuongea, alikuwa amepotea. Akina Ishungu alikuwa amepotea, wameanza kuongea. It is because of Raila. Raila is a very terrible guy. Very confused guy. So, as I finalize, we are not going to get the result of what we started fighting for if we relent on this. We are not going to do that because we know very well people have died. We have forgetting about people who have died, because maybe people who have died maybe 200, maybe 100, maybe 50. But you guys, in the villages, we have a lot of people who have been maimed. Sijui kama mnajua hivyo. So many people have been maimed. Watu wanatembea na crutches bana. Watu wengi sana. It's just that media is not displaying to us. Kuna watu wengi, actually thousands of them are maimed in the villages. And these guys need to get a what? They need to get a payback. And they cannot get a payback when this government is in position. They cannot. Talking about justice, they cannot. The people who died, they will not get justice, guys. If we allow this, they're not going to get justice. And by the way, if we don't look at this guy called Ruto, this guy is going to lead us. Is going not to lead us. Is going to rule us for a very long time. So, guys, let's take shape. Nanenane is our day. It's actually a time to define Kenya. Thank you.
Big day. Some are calling it Independence Day, and I agree with them. Definition point, crossroads, Kenya at crossroads, democracy or at gunpoint. Guys, Nanenane, please empty your schedule, empty your calendar, kila mtu CBD. And then we will go wherever we think Ruto is. Akiwa bado kwa State House, tunaenda huko. Nasikia kuna kitu LD wanajaribu. No, that is another PR stunt. It's another one of the low-hanging fruits amerushia the populace to distract them, to create a spectacle on the side. Ndo watu wanze kusema sijui 8 before saa 8 Eldoret. Unatuambia nini? We are fighting here for good governance, transparency, accountability, maisha bora, a Kenya which works for all of us. Not a few individuals who are earning over 150 million in the last 2 years. Hiyo haiwezekani. Ruto must go. Shika mic. Are you there?
Yeah, unanisikia saizi?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Perfect. So, mi hata sitaki kuongelelea Nanenane. Jukasa hizi by the way haujui mbona tunatokea Nanenane. Unafaa ujichunguze sana. Mi nataka kuongelea the spectacle that we saw yesterday. So yesterday, Kindiki, ule side chiki ya Ruto, Migosi, na the CS nominee wa health, walikuwa wanakuwa vetted. Na hiyo kitu ilikuwa mockery of the constitution. Nitaanza na Kindiki. Omsei, tangu wa CS, alikuwa anashinda kitembea Kenya mzima, amevaa kamo, amevaa hizi ma-uniform zao za operations. Temia banditry ni alikuwa anatoa amri. Anasema okay, nyinyi bandits nimewaonya na kale kasauti kake. Temia Shakahola ni alikuwa anatoa amri. Lakini saa hizi jana alikuwa anatuambia hapana, kazi yangu mimi ni policy. Mi si operations, story na kuua waandamaji, story ya kuua protesters. Ati that is a personal decision of a police officer. Mbwa yeye. Mbona unatucheza utoto? And those MPs there were just listening. Nobody had the balls to stand up and tell him, but that is not what you do. The police get orders from you. It is unconstitutional, but that is what happens. You give them orders. And then you're telling us that you'll give us a corner for us to picket, for us to protest. Munataka kutufinyilia kwa corner ka smokers. Ati sasa kutakuwa na protest zone. And they let him speak. Even though Hitler alianza kufikiria kitengeneza concentration camps. Daktari, sijui Debra, huyu hata hakuna kitu alikuwa anajua. Madam alikuwa coach. Every single thing alikuwa anasema, jibu ilikuwa inaanza na consultations. Kwani tunataka CS mwenye ni consultant. Ni nini hizo unatuambia? Umesema umefanya WHO, lakini haujui ratio ya population na madaktari. Unasema unafaa uende uchunguze. Hata sitaongelea Migosi, juone hali ni botu yangu yote. So yan, madam Networth yake imechapa mita 100M on top of what she was akianza 2022. Mini HR. Mimi najua watu majobs zenye zimekuwa under redundancy. Watu wamepoteza job. Juzi Standard Media, 300 people lost their jobs. These are 300 families. Some few months before, kampuni inajiita Kopia, 1,060 people lost their jobs. And yet watu wenye wanatengeneza policy wanaongezea networth yao na 100 juu. Nani watu wafai kwa akifanya kazi nyingine? Ukiwa CS, that is your sole business. Kindiki alituambia hata hananga time off, hananga time kazi ni kuwa tu CS. How then do you explain venye network yako imeongezeka? Nani Wetangula ako tu hapo akisikia watu wakisema hii increase na kazi tu ni what is your net worth? 350 million. No questions asked. How is that? People, we really need to wake up and see what the government is doing. Kwa sababu wanatubeba utoto sana. Wanafanya tukainika hatuna akili. Kitu ingine na nilimention space nilikuwa jana, and I think that Chika alikuwa kwa hiyo space pia. Kuna kitu inaendelea na Oparanya na EACC na UDPP, Director of Public Prosecutions. Oparanya alikuwa na graft case iliachiliwa na EACC the beginning of this year kwa report yao. Graft case ya Oparanya, jamaa anasemekana aliiba 2.2 billion. 2.2 billion. For context, kupeleka medical interns kwa hospitali na walipo inahitajika tu just 1.8 billion. Oparanya aliiba 2.2 billion. On top of that, Oparanya bado akahusika na 56.7 million kuiba kwa akaunti yake. Hiyo 56.7 akanunua nyumba. Hiyo nyumba akalease kwa county government yake for 9.2 million. These are things that are there kwa website ya EACC. ODPP hiyo match akasema ni ukweli Oparanya ni mwizi, tumpeleke koti. Jana ODPP anatokea anasema hapana, nime withdraw consent ya hiyo kesi. Let us not shtaki him. EACC inamuuliza kwa nini to withdraw. ODPP anasema hakuna evidence. Do you see the games being played? Hiyo kitu kwanza, ofisi ya ODPP kwanza ni moja tunafaa kuisalimia vibaya sana ikifika Nanenane. We should not leave that office alone. Jamaa anaitwa Resonga tunafaa kwa tumepata namba yake tukamsalimia vibaya sana. Because these are the people sabotaging our nation. Na Oparanya anataka kuwa CS wa cooperatives. Jamaa ataenda kutuiba dry. Yani the group of CSs zenye tunapata sahizi wataiba 3 times chenye Murkomen alikuwa anafanya, Mr. 700 million. And we are just sleeping. Atutokei. Bado mnatuambia tunataka kuchoma inchi. Ni inchi gani hiyo iko? Watu wakiendelea kuiba venye wanaiba. Bedwe saizi mwenye haelewi mbona tunatokea Nanenane match. Unafaa upigwe mabare nyingi sana. And that is just one group ya vetting. Kuna ingine leo all the way to Sunday. Hadi kidogo naona itabidi nimezima TV. Sasa wanapatia kijana mdogo pressure bana. Miaka 26 naenda kufa na pressure juu ya serikali. So currently we need people to be watching what is happening kwa TV. Tafuta time. Angalia ni nini hawa watu wanasema kwa vetting. Because I can assure you they are mocking us. They are mocking us vibaya sana. Ni hayo.
Thank you. Ruto must go. Yes, your office ya DPP is literally counterproductive to what we are trying to achieve as a country, manze. Also, I'm really shocked by his actions, manze. Now, if you have his number, manze, able to post hapo, tumsalimie kidogo. The doctor, uko hapo, can you hear us?
I can't hear anyone, lakini kama labda hakuna mwenye anaongea, tutapea mic kwa Martin Njoroge.
Lawrence J.
Okay, thank you guys. Mi nitakuja hiyo story ya hiyo vetting kama ya jana. Venye Ruto must go anajaribu kusema na kuna msemaji mwingine alikuwa amesema hapo awali. Ukiangalia wasee, they were concentrating, wale watu wanafanya hiyo vetting, wanauliza tu maswali ya kupoteza. For sure, msee ameuliza whether msee ni gani. Lakini hataki kufikia mbele. Hii wealth imemfikia, ndio afikishe hii wealth imefika aje. Then unapata ukiangalia kama huyu msee wa mashamba, huyu mama alienda akaulizwa, ulikuwa unataka kuongeza inaitwa freeholding duty wakuwe wanatoa tax. Kwa nini? Aliulizwa hiyo swali but hawakuinsist kuendelea kwa nini na venye kunaendelea. Cause hawa say ni kutupumbasa. Yani wanataka kushow wana vet but they were not doing anything. Ni ile tu tufurahie tu. Kama wasee hawaoni mbali tutakuwa tu pale tunasema wase wamefanya kazi yao. but they were not, cause wanazingilia wase, cause wanajua ni wao na wanakulanga na wao, ni ile tu kutushow ya kwamba ati ya kwamba tunafanya job poa, lakini hakuna job hapo wanafanya, ni ile tu kutuonyesha yenyewe waliuliza hizo maswali. Ukiangalia kama venye kuna mse alitaja mse kama Joho, background aulizwe, yenyewe unasema umesoma, ulisoma aje na aje na aje, they were not qualified for that job, but kwa sababu wanataka kuzingira interest zao, ndio manake wanauliza tu maswali. Wale wase hawatakangi kuchiba zaidi, waona yenyewe watu wameulizwa maswali. The another one is like Kindiki, anaulizwa kuhusu hizo vifo zilikuwa aje, yeye anajitoa anasema hiyo ni kazi ya polisi, but the same, nitarudia kama wewe msee amesema, yeye ndiye ana command, but behind the scene nyinyi hamjesikia akisema, mnaona ati masanse ni wabaya, even though pia masanse, mkumbuke kitu ingine, ndio unapatanga grade ya sanse kuchukuliwa, haiwezi chukuliwa grade poa. Kwa nini? Ule msee anaanga second thought, ameambiwa ameenda kushuti msee ako tu na simu na maji. Kusema tu kweli, simu na maji shaiwa mtu mwingine, wewe hukuwa na mawe au kuwa na nini, but msee amekushoot ama amekurushia hiyo tear gas. Kwa nini amekurushia na wewe ukuwa armed? Cause unafaa kukua, hata kama unashoot msee haufai kumshoot mbele, unafaa unamshoot kama alikuwa anatoroka. Ushaipata hata hiyo nini, unapatanga msee ameshutwa kwa kifua, kwa hiyo alikuwa ameangaliana na ule sunset. Those people, kuko hapa tuko na kazi kubwa sana ya kufanya, tufikirie sana, cause hata masanse hata grade zao at least zikuange ziko juu kidogo. Msee akiingia pale anaweza kufikiria, hata kama amewekwa pale na boss, he can argue with boss, si ati yes sir, you see, because huyo msee tu ni yes sir, yeye hataki kujua alizon. Kwa nini? Thinking capacity yake bado iko low. Unaona hapa sasa tuko na kibarua kikubwa venye tunasema, tukisema ati wase ati tunaangalia Kenya, tuiangalie Kenya in deep white, kwa sababu tutakuwa na wase wengine tutakuwa tunaishi kurudi nyuma badala ya kwenda mbele, alafu tuna benefit wase wachache wanaendelea mbele, sisi gap yetu tunaendelea nyuma. So hapa tujiorganize, tukue tunajua with this nation inafaa ikue aje, si ati tuangaliange tu wase wanatulete pale wana tu enjoy, then we cannot do that. Kwa wase kumbafa na wanafanya tukue kumbafa zaidi, lakini ni juu yao, si juu sisi hatuoni. So at least tuendelee kupatiana mafunzo, tunaelewa ya kwamba hii Kenya tunafai, tuko wengi wazee, tuko wengi, na ile hiyo maandamano tujaribu na kura zote mpaka wase tuwatoe, hata kama hiyo bunge tuweze kuitoa yote, tukuwe na watu safi wote. Afadhali wakuwe naulizana kijiko inatolewa wapi, tunakunywanga chai wapi, because ni wageni wote, lakini wase
Guys, can you hear?
Nope, we can't.
Day.
Another thing we need to think about is going to court and stopping the whole process of mining in our country, so that we get clear elaboration and understanding, so that we are all at par to know that why are we being taught we have some debts, what we have to go and borrow, and what after our minerals have been instructed, what do our minerals do to us as a country? How do we benefit from our minerals? Because we cannot be having such a higher debt as a country, yet we have minerals which are actually instructed day in, day out, 24/7. We need to be put in par to understand this. Another thing, remember we have some oil in Turkana. Nobody is telling us about what is happening to this oil in Turkana. Nobody is telling us what has happened, and we are just there continuing to let our resources disappear unknowingly. Guys, it's the high time we open our eyes quite broad. We cannot rely on LSK peke yake to do these things. We can move to court, we can join hands. You give what you can give, we contribute what you can contribute, also can contribute their knowledge and their power to appear on our behalf, those who can stand in the court on our behalf and they challenge these things. We do them in collective bargaining. So that once we file a case in the court, the signatures, we have over 2 million people who are saying we are stopping our minings. We don't need our minerals to go anywhere until we get clear cut what is happening to our country, what's happening to our minerals. Why are they not able to service our debts? Then that's the only time we shall be achieving what we are looking for. Guys, let's stand firm. We are in the right direction. We are in the right focus. Nanenane to talk it afadhali. Those who are in Nairobi, kindly host as many people as you can. Just identify people whom you think you can trust. Kindly, if you can host them, so that we cut down the costs and we manage to have as big numbers as possible. Let's encourage even the civil servants. Let's encourage the police officers. Let's encourage everybody, the teachers, to join us in this issue. Let's call our comrades, all the students. Let them come. Let's be out there. Let's see all the unions there, all the unions, all the civil society there together with us on Nanenane, so that we can drive our points and the Ruto must go. Thank you so much, and may God bless us. May God bless our country. May God go ahead of us and bring into levels the high places and break in pieces the gates of brass and the gates of bronze and show us the way and guide us and govern us. May God protect us in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Josephine. Powerful points there. I hope we're all noting down the points being shared. I want to give the microphone. Gitonga, are you back?
Afro, I'm back.
Yes. Go ahead.
I hope I'm audible now. Maybe
Yes.
restart machine. So thank you for this opportunity. Mimi hata hapo hivyo kuna ile point Tracy alikuwa anauliza ya whether we can tusingoje EACC ama venye Josephine amesema tusingoje LSK. The constitution, katiba inatupea hiyo ruhusa. In fact article 22 just background, I'm in Nairobi. Huko ndio I'm agitating for change and I am mini wakili. So article 22 just bear with me, nataka tukuisoma verbatim ndio isisemekane tunajiekea maneno. It says article 22, and every person has the right to institute court proceedings claiming that a right or a fundamental freedom in the Bill of Rights has been denied. So hizo ni mambo na rights. Yani si lazima ati LSK iende ikutete. Na hizi vitu ni free, as in it's maybe challenge inakuanga tu hapo pa drafting, and I think we have a volunteer lawyers wanaweza kusaidia kudraft, but unaweza jirepresent. In fact, unaweza enda court ujitete bila LSK, bila anything. Hiyo ni Bill of Rights. And then generally on any other part of the constitution, so Bill of Rights ni iza maybe uko na rights nini, but kama mmesoma constitution kuna parts as si za rights, maybe kitu kama government ama parliament ama devolution, those are not like human rights, they are like governance issues. So pia hizo unaweza enda bia kuchallenge on the basis of article 258. Let me just scroll there. It says Article 258(1), it's titled Enforcement of this Constitution. Every person has the right to institute court proceedings claiming that this constitution has been contravened or is threatened with contravention. So, si ati hakuna makosa tunafanya, it's in fact we have a duty. Mali yuko kama unasikia if you feel like the streets are not enough for you, we have the opportunity, we have the doors of court. Now to my contribution, umeona hizi ufala zinaendelea hapo wabunge, hii vetting, it's a real shit show. As in, nani hapa hajaienda job interview? Nani ajui maswali naulizangwa na inafaa kuulizwa? As in, what history asijui, I made small money, wealthy, I'm saying I shoot in 2 years. It doesn't make sense. Article 10, mi napenda kutumia katiba juu ndio isisemekane nini. Hizi vitu si jaba tunaongea. Tunajua kitu tunasema. Article 10 of the Constitution on national values. Article 10(2)(c). It says, national values and principles of governance include good governance, integrity, alafu msikize hapa, transparency. Transparency ni kama kioo. This is a public office. Au mafala akina Kindiki nani, it's a public office. They are supposed to be open. Kama wanataka hawataki tujua venye wamemekdo wasi apply hiyo kazi. So that's why it's public. It's not private and then MPs wanawabembeleza. Na hii ujinga ndio ilifanya wase waende bunge 25th, because MPs were being told live reject this thing. We are telling you it's an order. Reject it. Si tafadhali, you work for us. But hata sahi tunawaambia wache hiyo ujinga wanafanya. Na unaona wanaendelea tu. Now, historia what do we call it? Ya ukora inaendelea. Wacha juu maines pia kwa hapa na polisi na kila kitu. Mjango anaitwa Ruto, baba Shalin. Hao watu wote ni wezi. And let me demonstrate. NIS, and let me camp at NIS for a moment. These fellas get 46 billion every year. As in tangu uhuru, ukiangalia, they've been given a lot of money. As in, wanapeyo kazi, and kazi ya NIS tunaijua, ni securing the country from internal and external security threats. We all agree corruption is a security threat, because ini wizi. Any form of stealing is a security threat. So what are they doing with 46 billion? Adani JKIA inaenda, magovernors huku unaona all round, yani ukienda county zote, ukienda maparastatals, ukienda Wajir, ukienda Turkana, ukakuja hapa Nairobi. So what are they doing with 46 billion? Alafu wako hapa wanatusikiza ati wanaanza kusema sijui a lot of nonsense. They want peace. Now it means the only logical explanation, juu hapa kila mtu tunafikiria, ni this Django called Ruto has captured everything. Because how do you explain parliament unaona ufala, hata sahi unaona ufala wanafanya. Umeona huu mjango mwingine anaitwa Sudi jana, akikuja anashika kwa watch ya 17 million. NIS should know these things. And sitaki kuongea sana because sitaki ku-attack Sudi sana like personally, niseme hiyo do ameiba juu maybe sina actual proof. But if there are very many forms of corruption, and it's likely possible that inika ile corruption ya maju, ile umeenda Dubai, alafu kama wase interact na Wahindi na wase wa Asia, hata wazungu, upe wase gifts. Na unaweza enda uone tu mse ameingia tu, alikuwa amevaa watch, anakuambia shika hii watch. Wewe unakaweni mse mpoa, wewe gava nini, tutakuja Kenya tutasaidiana, unapewa gift kingine major. And that's why we have a gift policy. If at all maybe akutumia do kununua, maybe alipewa na mse. Hizo vitu zote na wase wa gava tunajua. Wanaenda huko anapewa mafavor. Anaambia usitakupea do, nitakupea maybe nyumba Dubai. There's a requirement to disclose that gift. Because it happens. Hata wewe kama unataka msia kufanyia favor, utamtreat vizuri. So wase wakienda hizo diplomacy akina Moses Kuria nini wanaendanga huko wanajengwa. Na maybe si wao wameenda kuitisha, lakini wanatubeba ujinga because they must disclose, na hiyo do lazima iende consolidated fund. Kwa hivyo hiyo pia ni corruption. Na gava ijue, as in hizi vitu ni obvious. I don't know why we need to, and that's why I'll be matching, as in we have to come out, because wanatubeba ufala. Finally, let me just go back to the Constitution on Article 73. Ndio jue, we need to be respected by they are not respecting us. Mimi, I will end by saying I will be going on the streets to demand respect. my constitutional right. They must respect us. I'm toggling to Article 73 because it uses the word respect. This is a message to the people in Bunge and to everyone. Ata Baba Shalin ikufikie. Authority assigned to a state officer, Article 73(1), is a public trust to be exercised in a manner, 73(1)(2), in a manner that demonstrates respect for the people. Now, ask yourself, is what is going, the shit show going right now in Parliament, you're vetting, is it demonstrating respect ama wanatubeba ufala? As in, it's right there in the Constitution. They are required to show us respect. Wasitubebe ufala maze. Na NIS maze, fanyeni kazi yenyu. Historia, what background check mnafanya ni ya nini? Why are you given 46? You know what 46 billion per year is? Let me just demonstrate. EKU referral. I'm a bit anecdotal. I don't have exact figures, but bila kiwanja, building the whole thing, the structure and equipping it. Your time Uhuru, apparently it cost 10 billion. It's a level 6 KU teaching. Hiyo simpi kwa hapa KU najua mnaijua. Now, that's 10 billion. It means hata tuseme tu hata tukate hiyo NIS juu nikawa wafanyi kazi yao. Tuwatoe hiyo 20 billion. Ni kumaanisha every year tunaweza kuwa tunajenga level 6 mbili. So in like 10 years, half our counties can have level 6. Anyway, the point I'm making is it though hata huko NIS niko sure pia hiyo do inakuliwa. And I'm not like attacking anyone, but it just doesn't make sense. We all know the value of money. So I'd like to end by saying these fellas are to respect, tutoke, we demand our respect. It's not a favor, it's in the Constitution. You know, they want to use the law against us. But wao wenyewe ifuati. Kwa hivyo tutoke mjango waende. As in, literally, if you can't implement the Constitution, straight up, wacha kizungu mingi na corners na nini, go. That's all we are asking for. If these MPs can't do the thing, pia wao waende. If they can't vet, because this is serious business. It's running a country. Easy ati una employ mtu wa M-Pesa hapa, hautaki kujua, tunataka kujua. Na wache hiyo ujinga wanatubeba. Kwa hivyo tutokee wase, msaidiane, by kusaidiana say, if you can host someone, if you can, let us show up. As in, we must, who will speak for us if we don't speak for ourselves? Thank you, Afro, and have a good day.
Thank you so much. Very, very precise and to the point. You really clearly articulated everything. I'm aligned with everything you've said. Natutoke was say we have to come out. These are the reasons why we're coming out. For those who are not aligned and those who think
may I add one small thing, just to give us hopes or give us encouragement. Nimeona saimu wa pili. Kama mnakumbuka ule jamaa wa Occupy Churches, ile time Ruto alienda Nyahururu, alafu wakafuatwa wase walikuwa churches umse amesema amerudi na atamobilize hiyo design ya Occupy Churches this Sunday, because kama mmenotice au majango wameanza kurudi kwa church, wanaongea tu hizi week, the last 3 weeks kiburi wameanza kuleta kichwa juu. So hapo pa Occupy Churches imerudi wase. So spread the word, let us occupy churches as well, because these people have not listened. Between finance bill na sahi wamerudi the same old ways. Na juu sasa wako kwa church, tuwapate huko kwanza tuanze kuaibisha mapema. Thank you.
Thank you so much. They are regrouping, strategizing, and they are politicking when we have real issues on the ground that need to be fixed. Anthony, welcome to the space.
Thank you for Centric. Thank you everyone who's on the space. No, nilikuwa nasikiza Getonga, and you can tell Getonga is frustrated, he's angry, and he's demanding what is rightfully his right to ask for. Better governance, better use of resources, better vetting by our National Assembly. And Getonga amemaliza na point moja tu ime-crystallize kwangu. But hawa wase wanatumia law, hawataki kutumia law, yet wanataka tutumie law. And you know, unaangalia kitu unaona, when you say go to court, like, even if the court rules on your favor, what the court has ruled, na niende tu example, wali rule 2023 finance bill was wrong. hakuna msatarifandiwa do. In short, tuko place tunaambiwa hii country ni kampuni, na kama upendi vile na run hii kampuni, boss, form kampuni yako. We run kampuni yako vile unasikia. But as of now, mimi ndio CEO, now ndio CFO, now ndio unaget. As in tumefika place guys, ni kama tunashuiwa ni hawa sasa tunashindwa nini ya mshiki. Like sisi ndio gava. Na kama mko na issue na sisi, mform gava yenu. Hiyo ndio kutoa wase wanatushow. Like wanatushow, hakuna kitu mnatushow. Wacha niulize. And I respectfully nitasema hivi. Speaker is a credible lawyer. Mtu amekuwa lawyer from 80s. Sasa kuja kushow in 20 months niliweza kumake, mimi hata sasa tumia Kenya shillings, niliweza kumake 120 million or a million, between 110 million dollars. Boss, hata msa ameandikwa na US, the most powerful country on the planet. Cabinet secretary wa hiyo country hawezi accumulate hiyo do. So unafaulizo mse, so clearly in this economy, make us understand how did you accumulate over $1 million in this span? Omsa tuambia, you know, I paid my debt. I worked for like 15 years. Last time, Omsa kivetua last time alikuwa worth 258 million. Yet in 20 months, Omsa accumulate over 150 million. So if it took you and your husband, or you and your wife, it took you 20 years to accumulate ile networth mulikuwa nayo tukikuvet last time. But imekutake, when hazi yako imewatake 20 months to accumulate half of what it took you 20 years to accumulate. Like, msiana faulize tu swali very simple. Nini imechange because economy yetu imecontract. So, nini ili change? Like, how did you do it? Tell us this miracle because you should be the CS of finance. What we are being told, in very simple terms, is that we hear you, we see you, but we simply do not, I don't want to give a fuck about what you guys are saying. And again, that's what we are being told to our faces in broad daylight. You get, if George, if Kanye, if Josephine, everyone in this place cannot comprehend what is happening in Parliament, then the government and the head of state surely can also say, boss, misunderstand, like, wizi inanga jina ingine. Bale wacha niachane na hiyo, wacha tuende kwa Nanenane. Nanenane, tunafaa tutoke in such an organized manner. Yeli tunafaa tukue tumeform formation kama ya wildebeest, ama buffaloes, ama ants. We should organize ourselves in such a way that to penetrate would be impossible. The Constitution says that you have a right to picket. So on that day, wacha wase washowe tuna picket na tutakuwa kwa hii road. Venye tu mnafunganga barabara siku ya marathon. Tutakuwa kwa hii barabara. Na tuta move in one formation until we get to where we are saying. That should be the message. And we should be so loud. And I'll give you the example of Venezuela. Venezuela came out in such huge numbers that today the United States of America has officially recognized the opposition leader as the official leader of Venezuela. Meaning the Electoral Commission announced Maduro, but the world has recognized someone else. That is what organization and a show of might shows. Kenyans on the 8th, your target should not be talking to Kenyans. Your target should not be talking to William Ruto. Your target should be talking to the globe. We should tell the world that we are here to tell you that this government no longer enjoys the goodwill of the people who put it in office. And any transaction transacted by this government on behalf of us is an illegality in itself. If you feel you want to give them a loan, know you are giving that loan to a personal person. When mnapeana loan kama ni personal, it is not for the people of Kenya. Tell the world, tell IMF, any deal you do with this person is between you and him. Tell KRA, going forward, we will not remit taxes because we do not trust the person you are trusting this remittance with. Going forward, we are talking to the citizens of the world that enough is enough. We have tried to be civil. We have tried to be calm, but we cannot continue in this way. You know, as I finish, I'll say this. At some point, I was like, you know, these people need some space. But when you look at what is happening in Parliament, it's pure mockery. It's pure mockery of what vetting should look like. It doesn't make sense to people that when the people you are being vetted to serve are saying that the SME sector in this country is collapsing, the manufacturing sector in this country is on its knees. Banks are saying real estate was one of the biggest defaulters. Yet someone can come and tell you they made money. How did they make it? Kenyans are asking that simple question. So now, on the 8th, let us come out in numbers not seen in this country. Because we are not coming out for us. We are coming out for our children, who we can no longer pay school fees for. We are coming out for the pregnant mothers who are about to give birth and bring more children to the suffering that we are undergoing. We are coming out to tell this government, you cannot hear us, you are not seeing us, and we do not trust you anymore. And we are coming out to tell them that we entrusted you with the sole responsibility to serve Kenyans and to give us a dignified form of life. A government must serve its people, not a few people. And if this government wants to serve a few people, then let them dare us. Because you've pushed us to the wall. And just like, let me tell you guys, when the slaves of Mississippi recognized that the only way to free themselves from the yoke of their masters was to go and be part of the people who write the laws in the corridors of the Senate, in the aisles of Congress, that is when those slaves became free. So, if we have to agitate and become the government, then we have had you and we shall go there. But time has come for this country to be served. And the president should ask himself one simple question. Why are Kenyans so angry with me? If he sits down and asks himself that question, then he will not appoint that cabinet. Because Kenyans have said it, just like they said with the finance bill, we do not want it. I rest my case because Kenyans wake up every day pissed off, frustrated, and it doesn't make sense. Very soon people will go mad in this country. What is so difficult for government to understand? But it does not make sense for a person to say they made a ludicrous amount of money. Guys, anyway, let me rest my case. I want to tell people, it is your right to demand good governance. It is your right to make your voice heard for good governance. And no one should tell us that our way of agitating for good governance is bad. Because we are saying what they are doing is wrong, and they continue doing it. Then if they say what we are doing is wrong, we shall equally continue doing it. And sometimes, when you're facing a mad general, you don't send a sober general to him. You send him a mad general also. Because wazimu yao ndio itaelewana. That's why you will never win a fight with a madman. So, Nanenane, let's come out, let's talk to the world, and the world will listen. And Kenyans will listen. Thank you, and let the spirit of liberating this country not die today, not die tomorrow. We shall achieve what we are fighting for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony. Very encouraging. powerful points there. They let the spirit of the revolution live on, guys. If you're not fired up, if you're not ready for Nanenane, I don't know what else can make you get ready. We host these spaces so we can sink our minds and know you're not alone, that everyone is feeling the pain of this government, the bad governance of this government. Everyone is feeling the pain of corruption. Everyone is feeling the pain when Oscar Sudi goes and removes his watch worth 16 million and he just puts it there on a country where people are living on less than $1 a day. People have slept hungry. People can't pay rent. But this government continues to display their opulence and their wealth and rub it in our faces and spit in our faces. And I know there are many people who want to go back to the status quo, want to go back to normalcy. We can't have journeyed this far just to get this far. Wacha tumalize. Nanenane March, all roads lead to Nairobi. I hope everyone is coming down. We'll be there uwanjani. I'll give the microphone to whose hand is up? Dr. Charlie. Dr. Charlie, how you doing?
I'm good. Nanisikia?
Yes, go ahead.
Manze in the recent past imekuwa hard kuingia space naingia sijui ni nini inanitoa sijui nini. Anyway, right now tuko in a state of Louis the 16 na Maria Antonietta. Nobody cares. Wanakula breads wakisema tukuje tukule. Zile vitu zinamwagika. It is outright. Kila msi amebonga na kila msi anasema everything being said resonates with what we are looking for. One thing tumeona ukiobserve the international world what is happening. Amero ndio imekuwa ikiput sycophants na puppets kwa presidency and revolutions are happening and zina change vitu kutoka time ya Burkina Faso French ilirushwa nje. Juzi Bangladesh na Venezuela actually ukiangalia Kamala Harris alikuwa recognize Maduro. Right now today Anthony Blinken recognize the leader of opposition. What does that say? That says America pia iko confused na that makes us have a leeway kufanya ile kitu tunataka. Tunafaa to change. It is time to change. Na tuko na right, na tuko na backup, na tuko na momentum, na tuko na power to do that. Jia nini? Ile kitu happen kutoka ile time ya finance bill. Right now there has been so much exposed that this country could have been in a very good place were it not for this government. Nimekuwa nikifollow hiyo story ya JKA kutoka Richard Onyonka and this guy has yani ile kitu anasema wanajaribu kucounter but he's consistent. Everything being said right now inatufanya tukue tumewaka zaidi. Mtu mwenye hajawaka kwa hii nchi ni wazimu. In the recent past nimekuwa nikiengage na wasei kwa magari. Every time I'm traveling I'm invoking and I'm provoking this conversation and nimerealize hadi Gen X sai ni venye tu hawawezi tokea. These guys pia wameona penye tuko in a very deep shit that someone need to pull us out and they only pray. They're only praying that this generation, millennial and Gen Zs, will be able to get everybody out of this shithole. Nanenane, we do not have an option. Manzejo, tutoke in our numbers. Venezuela, waliwin na namba zao. Bangladesh, namba zao pia ndio ziliwasaidia. Manzejo, naomba tu kila mtu. We tokea tu. And revolutions, majority of times, ladies have a role to play all over the world. Naomba tu ladies wa charge pia. Wakam tu to change these things to make sure vitu zimerudi tu sawa kwa inchi. It doesn't matter who takes over. When you're in a hole, ukiweza kufunga hiyo shimo, it doesn't matter ilikuwa ina kubenefit nini. Hiyo shit ya ati kutakuwa na ana kiyama nini. That is bullshit. As long as we are peaceful in the demonstrations, as long as tutaweza keep out guns. Kuna mse alisuggest tukue na kamba yenye inakata cross inatuweka tukue in a way that we are impenetrable. That is hiyo ni suggestion fiti sana. Sijui nani atakuja na hiyo kamba sijui itatoka wapi, but it can help to keep us na to charge manze jo. All the best to all of us. I think hii ni kama mtihani tunaenda kufanya manze. We need to succeed in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Charlie. Yes, this is our final test. In my view, guys, we have to pass this test, guys. We have to come through. And just hearing everyone echo the same thing that Nanenane tunatokea, tunamobilize kwa ground, tunatokelezea manze watajua hawajui, because the government is literally playing politics with our demands. And every day there'll be a sideshow trying to steal our attention. There'll always be a sideshow. But I ask everyone, discipline and focus. Ruto must go. Nanenane match is on. Champe, they are the ones who are causing the anarchy. But they kama gava police ingefanya tu kazi yao watulinde, there would be no anarchy. But Ruto knows his time is up. His goose is cooked. No, they are paying goons to infiltrate, to break into businesses, to rob people. They have done that strategy. I like what happened in Kakamega. They took away those weapons from the goons and wakawasalimia and handed them over to the police. Nanenane will be major. Champagne.
Woza Afrosenti.
Sema.
Nilikuwa nimepanda hapa juu sana ya huo jamaa anajiita Anthony, lakini ona ameshuka. We are not going to allow any double speak. Mzee akienda space fulani anaongea hivi, akikuja space fulani anaongea hivi. Huyo jamaa nimekuwa nikimsikiza for a long time kwa zile space za kina Kibe huko. And he's championing to join the table. Like we should bring people and join the table and cut a deal. You have to cut deal ya nini? Of which we are not going to allow that. Ukikuja space fulani, unatoesha tuko pamoja. Ukienda space fulani, watoesha ati ni kama tuna blanda kwenda kwa street. Hakuna vile tutakubali hiyo kitu. So, Nanenane tuna mark register tutakuwa ndani vibaya sana. Personally niko Qatar lakini nimechukua emergency nitakuwa huko vibaya sana. Na tutakuwa tuna represent. So jamaa anaitwa Anthony ambiwe double speak ndio hatutaki hiyo maneno hata kidogo. Nanenane tuko ndani.
Thank you, Champagne. Next time I'll hold him to account because he has spoken on this space severally. I didn't know that's what he stands for. Because, by the way, there are some people who space hope, to show their presence and to kujifanya, tuko pamoja, when they have selfish agendas. By the way, hiyo ni kitu imekuwa kinisumbua sana, because the movement we have been infiltrated tangu tuanze, si kila mtu has Kenya at their heart. Everyone has a motive. Some are doing this for clout, some are doing this for money, some are doing it to position themselves for positions. It's just so. Even the propaganda we were seeing from the government and seeing now ODM is in government, it just gives us a bad taste, because all the people in the front line, kila mtu ametoka kwa streets, amekula tear gas. Unaona kina Joho sahi they are reaping from all those days we took to the streets. It's really demoralizing. Na hiyo ndo game governor tuchezea. So I think that's why sometimes you can feel like hii movement wase wanakosa moral, because we're not getting what we want. But literally, the reason the government has given us all these concessions, and the reason Ruto is deploying all the tricks in his political book, is because we have him cornered. Kama macho kila mtu ngifunguka na ajue Nanenane tukitokelezea and we demand him to resign, he will have no option. And that's why he's campaigning, he's trying to show he's popular. Kwa TV waonyesha ako huku ako juu ya gari. He's promising, he's even relaunching all projects. Manze, we have him. Guys, tumalize kitu. Mr. whose hand is up. David, welcome to the space.
Thanks Afrocentric, and good morning to all comrades. I'll beg for time. Kidogo tu sitaenda sana, but just at least, so that I can share some pertinent points that, we've been cascading across different platforms and spaces. If I could just go and touch on, I think one of our colleagues up with your comrade, Tracy was mentioning about why do we get people hired when they're already wealthy. I mean, we are all citizens of the country, and I'll beg for that understanding. We're all citizens of this country. What we need to be praying for, or at least asking each and every one of us, is servant leadership. Servant leadership. You could have one of the richest guys coming up and saying, I want to lead agriculture, I want to lead finance, I want to lead whatever. And as long as we know there's integrity in that person, their wealth should not exclude them. Because we've tried. I think, Kenya, we've become such a basket case in the sense that we've tried the old and we've tried the new. I remember when Uhuru with the red ties was the fashion of the day, and everybody said, these young ones will, take this country forward, they'll have our best interest at heart. And God, we know what has happened. We from SGR to all the Eurobonds. So that we shouldn't really be excluding people based on that. None of us who are agitating here, I'd probably say are wealthy, unless kuna watu wa NIS hapa ndani wameshaficha pesa, but we all agitating for good governance across the country. We are agitating for equality. We are agitating for transparency, So Tracy, if you just, allow, that thought at least, to prevail, ili to exclude, there are some people who are wealthy, but wamenyamaza because they're looking at how diabolic the scene is. They don't even want to get involved, yet they have leadership, probably even from the private sector where they're doing so well. They'd want to bring that in. But because of how diabolic things are and because of how retrogressive we are with our thought, they're even scared to come and engage. We are citizens of the country, and I believe everybody has a right, to at least come forward, put themselves forward, as long as they are promising or as long as they're committing to be leaders full of integrity and practicing good governance in whatever role we give them. If I go to, again, just, supporting my comrade, Josephine Nganga, Josephine spoke, on a tangent on quite a lot of things, from minerals, and from citizens bringing cases and, us standing up. The mineral thing, I think, we have an active engagement on that at the moment. I think tumekuwa tukilala sana. But I believe there's a lot of minerals that are within the country that nobody is highlighting. But with what we are doing now, we are on the right course, so we shouldn't back down. About bringing cases, I personally have funded, private cases, private citizen cases, that have been brought against, or brought against some of our leaders, and I've seen some of them work, I've seen some of them fail, but it's not dissuaded me. I'm still insistent, and I'm still, insisting that we as private citizens, we should take that lead, because kuna zingine, if we engage, then even the ODPP and EACC, wao pia wataogopa, wanaona, why is this person teaching us our job? But your right as a citizen is to call out poor governance, is to call out corruption, is to call out tribalism, is to call out nepotism in whatever capacity that you can, whether it's engaging in civic education, whether it's funding it, whether it's you yourself, like Okia Mtata did. We as private citizens are not excluded from holding to account, those that we have, let me say, elected, as much as some of them got there through rigging and corruption, but we have that right. So we shouldn't lose that, and we shouldn't be worried about asking, is this something that can be done? I'm proud that Josephine has actually highlighted that, yes, this is something that has been done. And if I'm not wrong, she mentioned that she's done 6. I've funded about 11 of them, and 3 of them succeeded, zile zingine tulichezwa, but I'm not deterred, and I'm not defeated. I'm still very keen. If I see a worthy cause, if I see mismanagement, if I see corruption in a sector that I know I can influence, I still engage on that. She mentioned turning up. Turning up, again, I think we are singing about this, and, it's about unity in numbers, strength in numbers, unity in numbers. There's no way we can fail, and if I come back to Afrocentric, I know we are kind of saying about, Nanenane is it, Nanenane is it. Let's look at, the growth of these movements. We started, and people, I feel they feel dejected that, okay, we didn't achieve our goals. But what people are missing is, from June till now, the civic education that has been spreading across the country is already a win. The civic education is already a win. So we shouldn't feel demoralized. We shouldn't feel dejected. And Nanenane is not the end. I'm afraid to say Nanenane is not the end. We will do whatever we do Nanenane, and we will succeed, and we will get some faith, and we will celebrate. However, this is not something that we do it at tunasema August tumemaliza Kenya iko laini. Hapana. This is something constant. You know, some of us have been in this space privately and, doing it privately and in secret, trying to support and doing these changes for the last 7 years, but now we've reached a stage where we can't hide anymore. I'm coming out and I'm saying, no, yes, I've funded 11. Yes, I've won 3. I'm now not hiding behind people. I'm saying, no, it's time now, so this, whatever we're doing, Nanenane, whatever we did in June, whatever it is, we need to be very, very persistent and call out anybody, as long as whether I were immigration, whether we ID, whether with the passport, we energy, we roads, we shouldn't be focusing on just saying, okay, we are just targeting one person, because the whole system is rotten. My take at the moment is drain the whole swamp. There's nobody there that unaweza kusema ni msafi. Hata kama kuna mtu msafi, but we know that one rotten apple inafanya hiyo basket yote inaenda. So hata huyo mtu msafi, wacha tumtoe tu saa hizi, tutaona hiyo safi yake, tutamrudisha at a later date. But for now, we need to be looking at draining the swamp. Comrade Gitonga also mentioned about, I like the fact that, verbatim, he was going through the Constitution. And, just to dwell on chapter 6, if we look at chapter 6, and aspects of leadership, trust me, nobody in the nominees list survives. If we were to look at it, and if the institutions that were responsible were to look at things, with Makini, nobody on that list survives. From responsibilities of a leader, we know how many of them are failing. Conduct of state officers, we know. And then there's this part, Article 76, Chapter 6. I'm still trying to find, and we are working with some colleagues. We are still trying to find out how to establish this. Article 76 is talking about bank accounts held in foreign countries, because Article 76 prohibits that. You and I know, minus the evidence at the moment, there's a lot of these people that have bank accounts in foreign countries. These are secret accounts or offshore accounts or shell accounts. Tuliona ingine hapo hivyo kwa ule msee Uhuru ilimulikiwa. But this is something that's already been articulated in our constitution. They shouldn't be having that. And if they do, they need to declare, yes, I so-and-so, I have a bank account in UK, and my account is funded this way, and my balance at this moment is this way, and even provide evidence to that effect. So Article 76, Chapter 6 is quite, it's quite focused on leadership, but naona saa zingine we need to look at approaching these people in one area. And I'm not saying all of us, myself and, a few of my comrades, we are looking at that and we are trying, we are praying that, we'll get a breakthrough so that to mulika some of these bank accounts. We have identified some bank accounts in Dubai tayari. We are on the last run. Kama tunaweza kusucceed, we should be mulikaring at least 6 people that are on this nominees list. And tumejua hizi accounts iko secret na tumejua pesa zenye ziko ndani, but we're just looking for legal ways kuzimulika. So we pray for that. EACC naona saizi EACC, that's now on Article 79, again on Chapter 6. It defines how we form EACC and the duties and responsibilities of EACC. EACC saizi nakuja nasema they are not going to clear Oparanya, and I think they're not going to clear Joho. I have no issues with that, but I want EACC ikuje iseme we are not clearing any of them, because we know if you look at that Chapter 6 itself, Murkomen, just by bringing disrepute to his office and to the public and to the state or the office that he was serving, shouldn't be cleared. So why is it being cleared? Why are they picking on Oparanya? I say EACC should be forefront. I would support them. I would support them to the end. If they said, we are not clearing anybody on that list, because majority of us here, we know that all these people shouldn't be cleared. But EACC is sitting on those files, and they are using it to service, the highest bidders. And then Article 80. This is another one that the MPs, or at least let me call them the MPs, kind of like played as here. it prescribes the penalties on anybody who contravenes any article of chapter 6. But ukiona vitu zenye wanafanya hapo hivyo, the penalties, unasikia mtu ameshikwa sijali alibambuzi, anawekewa beli ya 1M. Na mtu amepotea na 176 million, anawekewa beli ya 5M. How is that rational? So they've played us there. And you are saying, even as we are agitating for this change, one of the things we need to be looking at is revisiting chapter 6 and making sure, article 80 hapa hivi, prescribing penalties. I think corruption should be declared, as, it's cancerous. Corruption should be death penalty. Tusicheze na watu, tusicheze na watu. There's no reason why EACC nakuja natuambia ati wameshika polisi watatu wanachukua hongo kwa barabara. They're collecting 100 bob. I'm not justifying that. But at the same time, why guru waliepa hapo hivyo na magunia za pesa, nobody touched them. So if they are doing their job, let them do their job universally across board. Hata mimi wakikuja wapate, hey David, umekuwa ukifanya hivi na hivi na hivi, and it's against this. I will defend myself, which is a right, but at the same time, I will acknowledge that at least there's no biasness in it. They're doing it because that is what the law prescribes. So that's what, at least I wanted to share on that. So for Gitonga, Josephine, and Tracy, it's great. It's great that we're having these spaces, and to Afrocentric and, everybody else who is holding these spaces. We are doing a lot and we're achieving a lot. We should not be disheartened. Now, let me just direct you elsewhere, just as I finish. Education. Did you know that education gets 30% of our budget? The 2024-2025 budget yenye tunaona tulikataza, it's getting 30%. 666 billion Kenyan shilling is going to that. Yet, we're still talking of 1.2 million kids out of school. We are talking of 27% dropout in primary school. We're talking about 50% only continuing to secondary school. And then ukiangalia saizi household, this new formula, household contribution to the universities, I mean, those who have the figures, it's the government is actually reducing its share, and they're asking households, to even contribute more. So if we are looking at agriculture, tunasema kuna corruption agriculture, tunasema kuna corruption in IS, wase, look at education. There's a lot of things that are happening into education now. Na tumeona huyo deputy governor candidate ndiye anapewa hiyo kitu. Kwanza alishapewa mwa Kenya. He was already answering questions that he wasn't even asked. That docket has a lot of corruption. 66 billion can educate everybody to university, at least to get their first degree. Free of charge. Government should be able to fund that, free of charge. But what are we getting? We can't even fund primary education. So I would say anybody else who's interested in education, millennials and Gen Z, because Gen Z, mkona watoto na wengine tayari watoto wenu wameshaanza shule. We need to look at this keenly. When we're draining the swamp, we need to insist education needs to be looked at. Every other sector should be, but education is our key. Gen Z, wamekuja hapa hivi, they agitating for this change because of free education from Kibaki. That free education imetusaidia. So let us not sleep on this free education. That's all I wanted to say. Share for now, Afrocentric.
Asante sana. I'll pass the microphone to Miss Origi. Are you there? Thank you so much, David. Powerful points. Miss Origi, can you hear us? Yeah, Miss Origi, go ahead if you can hear us.
Yeah, I'm here.
Mike, is yours? Karibu kwenye space.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. Nashukuru sana. I'm excited about the conversations that are happening. Maze, si tumengoja kuongea this, all of these things that we're talking about. For me, I'm in the civil society space, so civic education has been a big one. But ikiwa kuna kitu nasikia, maze, we need to really talk about, we need to decide what the way forward is. Juu wasaliti ndio wengi. Kuna watu wengi yani tu wako tayari tu kukompromiziwa, and I think hiyo pia ndio unaona ina affect hata momentum ya what the Gen Zs are agitating for. Me ni millennial. Maze, kuna watu wengi tu wako tayari tu kulipwa pesa kidogo waharibu hii agenda, and yet zile vitu watu wanatetea, the conversations unapata zinaendelea kwa these spaces, kwa shows either kwa radio station ama kwa TV. The conversation is we need to fix this country. Hii country mali inaelekea atuendi poa. Jana nilikuwa nasikiza interview ya Spice FM ya Okia Mtata about this court of appeal. Mazi unasikia zile vitu gava imekuwa ikifanya, unasema this is serious. And yet tukiendelea kutetea hii story bado kuna wase unasikia either wanavuruga ama wana create propaganda, kuchafua. Kuna watu wanalipwa, yani mtu analipwa 500 na yet zile vitu tunatetea sisi ni stories za shule ambazo kuna shule saa hii watoi ukiona zile viti na desk wanakalia, ukiona classes zingine, shule zingine hazina stima na mtoi anarauka 6 kuingia class. Shule na iko tao hosi, kuna wamama wakienda kujifungua lazima wabebe wanunue zile vitu zote daktari atahitaji kutumia. Hizo ndizo vitu unasikia tukiagitate, but utasikia watu wakianza kusema ati hizo ni porojo, tunataka tu kuchafua hao wase, na wanajua ukweli hizo vitu, hizo issues zina affect pia. So I don't know how we are going to fix this issue of handouts na watu ambao wako kati yetu ambao wanachafua hii agenda, na hii agenda inajaribu kufix vile hii gava inaendelea. Number 2 for me ni, na imetajwa na bro alikuwa anaongea before me, civic education. Maze ikiwa kuna story imecome alive since June, niyo story ya civic education. Sahi wase wako informed, wase wanauliza maswali. Hii story si ati tunapiga mtu mmoja, tuna address issues. Tunasema mambo ya kukopa, gava imekuwa ikikopa na tuoni vile hiyo pesa inakam kutusaidia. Juu kama juzi mnakumbuka interview ya mkubwa akisema ati juu ya kudrop finance bill itabidi gava itafute mkopo ndivyo waweze kulipa mishahara. Since when do we borrow to pay salaries? Since when? You know, so the amount of civic education that is happening, oh my God, this is a great time to be alive. So wase tukuwe informed. Ikiwa kuna issues ambazo zina happen kwa mtaa yako, shule ambazo hazijajengwa poa, watoi hawaendi shule, classes ambazo ziko sawa, ndio kuna dispensaries barabara, development ambayo inasemekana kama sasa kuna hii fund. Do you know that kwa municipality, any mtaa ambayo constituency ambayo iko na municipality, kuna pesa World Bank inatoa every year 400 million, but ukiangalia hiyo municipality unashangaa, wapi hiyo 400 million? Ni wapi tunaifeel hiyo 400 million? Hizo ndizo issues tuna address. Tunasema mambo ya kuitagua public participation. Kama juzi kuna public participation zilikuwa zinaendelea during maandamano. Kwanza hiyo siku Parliament ilichomwa, kuna public participation zilikuwa zinaendelea za municipality. Instead ya kupatiana in fact kwanza hiyo iliitwa within 2 days. Public participation lazima zipeane notice ya 7 days. Walitoa notice Friday, ati ndivyo wase waanze kupatana from Monday. Alafu mkienda hakuna document mnapewa, information ni kuambiwa ati mnaambiwa ni priorities zipi, ni development zipi mnataka kupewa kama municipality. That is not how public participation should be. And I'm very excited about vile court of appeal inasema public participation siko hatupaki makeup. Lazima wananchi wahusike na wahusike vile inafaa, na lazima vile wananchi wanasema vile wana present kwa hizo submissions zao lazima iwe considered as priority. So we are addressing issues even as we prepare for August 8th. Lazima pia tuhusike, elimike pia. If you don't have a copy of a constitution, download. Ukisikiza hizi story na furahi sana kusikia vile sawa natajama articles. Mimi usimama na article 1. All sovereign power belongs to the people and they can exercise it directly Hiyo ndio ya kwanza, hata kabla tu exercise through democratically elected representatives. We have sovereign power allows us to exercise directly. So I'm excited. Lazima tujielimishe civic education. Ikiwa kuna information, napenda sana vile Law Society wanapeana information on Twitter, on TikTok. Ikiwa kuna information unahitaji, uliza, enda kwa spaces. Napenda website ya afrocave.com. Wako na hiyo information yote, how the government should work, what is the objects of devolution, what are the roles and responsibilities of our governors, senators, National Assembly. Wako na hiyo information yote. Soma uelewe, so that then when we agitate, tukiongea tunaongea story ambayo iko tunasema hapana, haiwezi kuwa tunakopa pesa ndivyo tulipe mishahara. Hiyo haifai. Napenda vile hata Matatu alikuwa anasema the reason why wanasema hizi finance bill na budget ziko unconstitutional ni kwa sababu kuna principles ya vile budget utengenezwa, na hizo principles zikikosa kumaanisha hiyo budget process haiko sawa na itatu affect sisi. So I'm excited. So civic education muhimu sana, make sure that tunaelimishana, tuambiane ukweli. Number 2, history ya usaliti. Hao wasi ambao wanalipwa pesa kidogo ndivyo wakamharibu hizi agenda. Wakumbuke pia wao wanateseka na hizi issues zitatu affect sisi wote. Mjue lazima tusimame pamoja. Ninaweza uliza pia, ikiwa kwa mtaa yako, ikiwa unaweza anza kuongea na wasee, uambie stories za vile gavana inapaswa kuwa inafanya kazi na uwapatie facts. Civic education lazima trickle down to mitaa zetu. Hata ninafurahi sana juu sasa at least tunaweza kufanya hizi conversations online, but mazee tukiweza trickle down hizi conversations mtaa. Nimefurahi kuona on Twitter kuna msee ako ground anaongea na wasee kwa mtaa, hata hakuna activity, watu wamepanga, watu wamesimama, anawaambia vile gavana inapaswa kuwa ina make decisions. Ikiwa tunaweza trickle down information, ndivyo ifikie hao wasee wetu kwa boda, watu wa soko, watu wa biashara. Tafadhali tufanye hivyo, to create spaces pia za professionals. Nafurahi sana story ya LSK, lawyers. Sahii tunaongea na surveyors, engineers, wale wasee wako na hiyo knowledge ya how do we fix where we are at. We must work together. We must address issues as they are. We must remain informed. Na nashukuru sana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Origi. Great submission. I'll pass the microphone to Kenyan lady. You ready?
Yeah, thank you sana Afrocentric for this space, and thank you for everybody who has spoken. So I have a few points, maybe about 3 or 4, but one of my points actually was about civic education. So ningetaka kuendelea penye nani umeongea, imekuwa Miss Origi?
Yes, Miss Origi.
Yeah, so Miss Origi, I want to piggyback on civic education because it was one of my points. So So as far as civic education, I really like what everybody is doing online, because watu wanajitolea kabisa. However, that trickling down into the mwananchi, akina mam, akina shosho, wenye wako ocha, you know what I'm saying? So that's what should concern us. So kuna space ambayo tulikuwa tunajadiliana, and this came up. How about our matatus? Waran zile clips. Unajua our matatus are with us, especially mahali kama Nairobi, Nakuru CBD. Most of the city centers wako na sisi in this fight. You know what I'm saying? Yes, kuna wenye wameradicaliziwa, but what most of us need to know is that they are not coming out in the open, if that makes sense. Wanaenda wanapatiwa pesa usiku, wanafanyiwa chenye wanafanyiwa, in the night, and then they show up for whatever mission. Ni kama Mombasa vile mliwaona. They show up for whatever mission, but I remember like when they went to Kilifi, they were actually drowned out by the Gen Zs. So that means even the organization of the counter protest or counter whatever you need to call it, it's not a counter protest, but the people that are countering the movement, they are not organized. They're not organized. Na it is very, very easy kuwafunika. But however, these are our people who are misinformed. Majority of them are misinformed. Kama huyo kijana mwenye amepandisha pressure hapa, sijui alikuwa anajiita nani, I cannot even repeat that name. He sounds very, very misinformed. He's coming from a space where, Raila atakufanyia hivi, atakufinya, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what waheshimiwas have been made. That's the notion ambayo nyumbani waheshimiwa tumepatiwa in our brains. You know what I'm saying? We have been brainwashed that these people are not serving us, but we are serving them. It's like hao ndio sisi tunafaa kuwahudumia, and that's why we call them waheshimiwa. These people used to be called wajumbe kitambo until they became demagogues and they created that space for themselves since independence. And then we had to give them all these uplifting names. We are not even supposed to be doing this. What walikuwa wajumbe? They are representatives of the people. So we have to decolonize our minds. And the way you do that is by civic education. But then kuna watu wengi ambao hawafikiwi na civic education. Mnaona kama kwa mfano matatu zikaanza kucheza hizi clips kama zile za these clips that are educative, people that are speaking the real stuff. Kama kunaweza kuwa na clip kidogo, a short clip about JKIA, there can be a short clip about the constitution and the right from the people, people having the right to come together. They have the primary right to inject directly and remove anybody that has been nominated in this government or elected in this government. So, and then the other thing I was thinking, nona hizi canvases zenye huwa tunaeka kwa ma3, instead of there was a suggestion about picha kuwekwa, those canvases to be put on billboards and whatnot. Let's tuzibandike kwa ma3. Me, I'm very, very ready to pay. Tubandike hizo, zile picha zetu za movement, the fallen soldiers, call them by name, whatnot. Tuzibandike kabisa kwa ma3, tuzibandike kwa nini, all the matatus, in every CBD and whatnot. So that ata mam akipanda hiyo ma3, aende ushago, whatever the clips are playing, whatever the visuals anapata from that ma3, it's about the kids that have died in this revolt. You know what I'm saying? So civic education can be anything. We can utilize anything and everything. And I'm telling you, if we start now, it's about, I don't know, now tuko na 7 days to go to Nanenane. That can work. I just don't know how to start. We have a way to mobilize for finances, lakini hatujui how to go about it. So watu wenye wako kwa ground, tafadhali to advise us on how to go about it. Kama uko na matatu yako and you want to donate, you can see me over there. Inbox me, and I'm very, very good at due diligence. So usije hapa sijui kuniambia sijui madhogodhanio gani, okay? Yeah. So that's one thing that I'm thinking about. Tubandike all those canvases in our matatu, hata zile zinaenda ushago, wherever they are going, and then those short clips advising people and talking to people instead of music in our vehicles. Tuna blast those clips. You know what I'm saying? That that's how you revolutionize, and then you repeatedly, talk about these things, and that's how our people, even the common mwananchi, juu tunatumia magari every time, every often, in the shops. We can give those clips for free. The supermarkets, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that was, something I wanted to expound on as far as the civic education. We need to decolonize our minds, and that fear for government needs to stop. We need to bring those clips that are talking about the government is there to serve you, not the other way around. You chose them to serve you, and you can remove them even directly. You don't have to wait for 2027. Today is when action is needed. Targeted messages. Most of us that have done marketing or are in marketing or somehow you do marketing, how messages can be done repeatedly and they stick. Okay. Yeah, so that's as far as civic education. So ningetaka sana tuongelee that, and this is in preparation for Nanenane. Chengine nilikuwa nataka kuongelea ni wakati mwingi I don't know where this confusion is coming from of Ruto must go and Nanenane and the basis of the movement. The basis of the movement is bad governance. So the direct penye tunatia pressure is this poor governance. We want to be governed better, and we know that is possible. Okay, and this government headed by Ruto haijakuwa ikitumikia wananchi for so many reasons. I will not even start, because we all know that. So how do we go about having good governance? You cannot sit down there and you tell me that right now, sijui akina Mandago, akina Ruto, akina sijui Raila, they will change your ways and they will become very smitten and they will start taking care of their people. It will never happen. We need to nip the bud. And the bud is the presidency. So Ruto must go with all his Rutoism, with all that whole political class. It needs to go. And I am telling you, you will be very, very surprised. Once they leave, you saw what happened in Venezuela. Somebody who has never even been a politician before. Aliona too how the country has been backed by the West, akina Syria, akina Russia, akina Nani. And then she was like, no, there's no way you're going the sixth time. Okay, so what happens in movement, what happens in revolt is that leaders are also made. As we continue with the revolt, as we continue with this movement, at the end of it, we will have leaders ambao hata sisi wenyewe hatutakuwa tukiwa doubt. They will be going on the citizen ticket, which is what we are doing right now. We are moving in as citizen. They will be going on citizen's ticket, and we will surely vote for them when that time comes. So I am telling you, with this revolt, Ruto has to go. They will never turn around. And the other important thing ambayo hatufai kusahau is that every single person, hata akina Ndi, sijui wanaitwa Ndi, sijui wanaitwa kina nani, all those CSs that were fired, I need you to remember this, ladies and gentlemen, that every single soul was invested in this leadership. They were all invested in Rutoism and Ruto leadership. Kila mtu kuna chenye alimpatia Ruto for them to be in his government, for them to be in his campaign trail, for them to be in his government. They were all invested in it. So mkiambiwa ati nani has been fired and now they don't have a job. Please, can we change that narrative? Those people are still making money. The only thing that they cannot do is raise a finger. So right now they are making money kama wamenyorosha miguu on their tables, on their kitchen tables. Saizi, they're just making money, while just sitting without having to do anything. You know what I'm saying? But when walinyamaza kidogo, Ruto akamwambia, no, you need to keep talking. Because they invested in his leadership and they are continuing to be paid from our taxes. I need you guys to know that. They did not go home. They are continuing to use our money. So that's why we need to remove this government. They were all invested in Ruto's leadership. So the other thing I need to mention as well is that those that are oncoming, they are also investing in Ruto's leadership. In other words, they are invested in this government and they have to sing his song. Yule kijana mwenye alikuwa anakuja kusema eti sijui anaitwaje Joho is in charge, I don't know of who, and controls this and this. No. Mwananchi can choose not to be controlled, but Joho will be 100% Ruto's puppet. So it's about us to educate each other and stand up. Take that money. Yes, it is your money, but do the opposite. Feed your family with it. Come and show up with it. Pay up and come to CBD. Pay up and come to Occupy State House with that money. Because everybody is invested in this leadership. My third point is that najua kuna, you know, we have mentioned that we can represent ourselves. Most of us have done that. I have done that. Okay. But the one thing I need you all to remember, much as you have that right, much as the Constitution has awarded you that right, you are dealing with a judiciary ambayo is compromised. That's why you are finding a case that was emergently filed 2022-2023 finance bill. That's a case that needs to be heard emergently, and it was filed emergently if you have read and looked at it. So why is it being ruled in 2024 while its essence is over? There are some cases which are taken to High Court or to the Supreme Court or whatever the court emergently, and they have to be listened to within a certain amount of time because they have repercussions. Kama sasa tumekuwa tukilipa nyumba, tumelipa sijui, what is it called, the housing levy? People have paid and paid and paid for the last almost 2 years, 20 months. What are they going to do right now? And it has been overturned. You understand? Because the judiciary has already been compromised. And because it is compromised, somebody can actually counter-sue and say, hey, the ruling was done late. This and this and this has happened. So it is not possible for that ruling to stand. You understand? So there's a reason the judiciary actually ruled it the way it ruled it. So let's open up our mind. Let's open up to being taught. Let's come to these spaces and educate ourselves. Okay? I think I'm on my last point. My last point that I need to make is that the movement, this kind of a movement has never happened in Kenya before. I was there in 1992. I was just a little girl, yes, but I saw the movement. We were just having pockets of people, wakiandamana. There were pockets and pockets and pockets. Ambazo, zilipush, Nyayo that time to have the whatever rule. Akina Matiba, you can remember very well. They were mostly centralized in Nairobi. But the movement that we have right now, the revolt that we have right now, that is widespread, that is all over Kenya, has never happened before. That's one thing you need to remember. We have exerted enormous amount of pressure, ambapo the president of Kenya does not even know how to handle us. Amejaribu kuwa watu wanaendelea kupanga Nanenane. Ameendelea kumasaka watu wanaendelea kukua kwa hizi spaces. And especially one thing that worries him is these spaces. People have continued to show up. They have continued to visit these spaces. They have stayed as long as they can, and they know that things have changed. There's no movement like this one that has happened before. So amejaribu so many things, and he's on the wall right now. So chenye kimebaki kwake is to map himself for 2027. And that's what we need to nip at the bud. We will not wait for 2027. And that's why Nanenane is very, very important. And Ruto must go as our sponsor for Nanenane needs to be loud and clear. Asante sana, Afrocentric. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me. Also, just the last thing I need to say, not really the last thing, but net worth. When it comes to net worth, just a reminder, when somebody tells you what their net worth is or what they are worth, it is all their expenses subtracted from their earnings. That's the net worth. So somebody was asking how much taxes that do these CSS pay. That at some point doesn't matter because this is their net worth. Taxes already zishaondolewa, we'll figure out how much they pay, but this is their actual net worth minus the taxes. Okay? Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Kenyan lady. Wow, that was a powerful submission. Thank you so much for that. And there's someone here who's requesting to come talk to you.
Centric, I'm sorry. I need to hear about the Matatus and the clips and what people think. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone have a take on the Matatus, the clips that you talked about? Does anyone have a take on that? Real Joe, Josie, Mebs?
Yes, Afrocentric.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Real Joe, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. For the Matatus, I think some of these things that are too strategic, we don't need to discuss them here. I can see some of the monkeys from other side are here also hearing, trying to listen in and gain information. But what I would have preferred, we needed to have had other private channels of communication, such as maybe Telegram and such things, so that such discussions can be channeled to those places, so that we can have proper organizations. Because the issue of Matatu, as like the Kenyan lady has said, it is a very crucial point. So many people travel on Matatu, so we need to have that message passed there like 100%. So we need to find a way, maybe private channels like Telegram, and have just people discuss those kinds of things there. Then we can strategize much more. I don't know what you think about that before I speak what I wanted to speak.
I agree with that. And watu wenye mnajijua mko kwa ground, if you can do your research, you know who to reach out to wenye mna trust. And then we start this, and it needs to happen like ASAP, and then I'm ready to join the group. Those of us that are here, I'm ready totally 100% to join the group. So when you wako kwa ground, please, can you do this as urgently as you can? And then we can figure out something.
Yeah. That's okay. I think Afrocentric, you guys can work on that. You can just DM and inbox a few people who know each other like that. Then we can organize that. That's something that we need to do ASAP. There are so many people we need to reach out within this very short time.
Afrocentric, can I?
Wanted David had something to say. Who was that?
It's Josephine.
Go after David. David wanted to say
I just
something
want
in
to
relation
respond to the Kenyan lady.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
David is also
small.
responding to Kenyan lady, but go ahead, respond.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that with also the sensitization clips, we can identify one person who is very fluent on what you want to say in both English and the Swahili, and then also we identify others from all the tribes in the country who can translate that whatever has been said in their mother tongues. So that once it goes in the ground, when it's played in the radio, maybe it's going into Ukambani, everybody will hear what I am trying to say in English, in Kiswahili, and in Kikamba. If it's Kikuyu the same way, that will work for us very ideal. And I think we need somebody with the proper materials on what exactly we have to say, and who have also good explanation in terms, whereby also the explanation, it really penetrates and eats the heart of the listener, such that they will feel the pain even when they are not participating in the pain. And then it's explained. If I remember very well, there was a gentleman in the first days when we were starting the movement, and you remember that guy was saying, yes, I'm leaving my house to Kawangware, I don't know whether I'll come back. And he was really explaining, and that touched so many people. Now I'm assuming if it went like that in our mother tongue, and everybody, even the smallest child, can understand that will be very ideal for us, and it will work very well for us, so that even the people in the Matatus, we can even put in flash discs so that we give that information for free to be played in the Matatus when the Matatus are going wherever they are going, or in the buses, so that people can listen. It will really help us. Thank you so much.
David?
How about canvases? Zile canvases zenye huwa tunaweka on the side of Ma3. I don't know where they are made. I don't know if somebody can like shed a light on it. Instead of putting kina Dr. Dre, we have a lot of fallen soldiers ambazo tunaweza bandika with other information on our Ma3s. Anybody has a lead on that? Just give a generalized something.
We need to have
don't really be specific.
And then we go to a particular printer. There is a particular material which is printed, and then it's just mounted on the walls of the Matatu with all the information regarding all these people, how they got killed and why it happened, and also try to add words which are painful words to ensure everybody who reads the words in their particular language, it really hurts them, so that everybody can stand firm and say, we are saying no, all of us, we are ready to go. Thank you.
Yeah, Afrocentric, I know niliitisha mic, just obviously a quick one. If I could just reiterate what the real Joe was sharing, we need some privacy on certain strategic matters. Hawa watu wako wengi hapa ndani. We know they're here, we know they're listening. Especially hiyo move ya civic education and ku engage Ma3 and all that. Let us find a way Afrocentric if there is, an initiative that we coalesce and, we discuss this on the side, because we need to be, to go to foolhardy with all these things. We need to be strategic on some of the things that we're sharing, because the enemy is always at work. Hawa watu walali, wako na meeting state house kila siku, Harambee Jogoo House kila siku. So they are listening. So I would appeal to like-minded. Let's add, I think Real Joe alisema Telegram. I'm not that conversant with Telegram, but let us find, a way that we can come together and initiate that. It can be very strategic, coordinated efforts, whether it's directed to the transport industry, Matatu industry, or whatever, the churches. But these are things that need to happen, and I agree they need to happen as in today, Jana, Kesho. These things need to happen because Nanenane is here, and it's rushing to us. So we need to meet it with the same effort and emphasis that we are sharing now. Back to Kenyan lady. Niliomba ruhusa tu ili I kind of just commend the things that you shared. You've spoken a million things that I think when nilipewa mic they were just sitting there and hiding there. Sometimes nakuja hapa even points that I want to share, but I echo everything that you said. Everything that you said resonates. And I would really, really, really appeal. What Kenya Lady is doing, what Afrocentric is doing, and everybody here. This is our space. Hata kama unatusikiza, but this is our space. And guess what? You can talk 100 things, but I will come out of it with one thing. And that one thing will make a change. That one thing will allow me to convince, a friend of mine maybe who is still very, very regime oriented, so to see nini waoga. Let's have that, emphatic voice that Kenyan lady, mine is just to, at least salute you for what you're doing. I'm hoping, now that we're identifying personalities here, I'm hoping that you can engage even further. We are leaderless, mind you, we are leaderless. We stick to that. We are very leaderless, but we need to find strategic ways of advancing, like what Josephine is saying. Have focal points that we can advance our narrative, we can advance our policies, or at least our demands, or whatever, because they already know some of these things, but certain parts of the population just need a little bit more articulation from us, or from the Gen Zs and millennials and Gen Xs and Gen Alphas, so that they can get it, So again, kudos to everybody who is here. Do not feel that, you're not part of it. And now Musiogope Afrocentric is actually very, very harmonious with Venyana share mic. Aki, I can attest to that. So Musiogope, itisha mic, speak your mind, share what your opinion is, please. Musikai tu hapa hivi, engage. This is your platform. Government unyema platform, Afrocentric and everybody else who is like-minded is here. There's some wengine wananyima mic, but I'll speak truth where truth is deserving. Afrocentric is very harmonious the way anashare mic. Tafadhali engage anybody else hapa, tuko wengi hapa hivi. Engage. Thank you.
Asante sana Daudi. Thank you so much, David. Mebs, you ready?
Oh yeah. Hi Afro. Can you guys hear me? Hey. Yeah, exactly. I agree with David. Take your flowers, man, you deserve them. Yeah. And of course, I agree with a lot of speakers who spoke before me. I've been here for over 1.5 hours right now, just listening. You guys, this is the spirit. I didn't listen to that guy, the professor, who said something about Odinga. Maybe he was pro Odinga or whatever. But I would just like to say this. Just to remind every Kenyan that Moi led for 24 years as a president. So you'd imagine that if every politician was good to their community, so Baringo should be like what city of the world? I'm in Paris right now. Like maybe let's say Baringo should be very big, yeah. And that's not the case, because politicians always just cover their butts and then leave the population naked, and then that's it. So people are poor, and then they come with handouts in their big cars, and then we see them as gods. Yeah, and this is what we're trying to achieve through civic education and saying, guys, we need to stop that. We need to stop every politician who thinks that they can go loot, like we've seen from all the CS who have been vetted. Yeah, someone please explain to me how genius these people are to have really increased their wealth within a span of 21 months with 150 million. Please tell me, because clearly I'm doing the wrong job. Yeah. And I think I and 50 the rest 54 million Kenyan people are also doing the wrong jobs. Yeah. Again, we say power belongs to the people. Yeah, we have power in our numbers, and that is why we say Nanenane, Ruto must go. We are speaking one language. We are not speaking our different languages that we have in Kenya. We do not care where you come from the greatest, the largest, to the tiniest. I don't know what people those are. I've forgotten the languages. I don't know if it's Oromo people, all that. We do not care. We speak one language. It's either the rich versus the poor. Yeah. And you think, okay, middle class, maybe you're okay. The middle class is just a sickness away to be poor. Someone just here in the space said that for that woman who needs to go give birth, you have to buy even gloves that the doctors will use on you. This is what we are fighting for. We are fighting for change. We do not want to go to hospitals and be told, oh, you have to go and buy a syringe, you have to go and buy gloves, because you have to go and get this because it's not in the hospital. We just want to walk in a hospital, any hospital, whenever you are. If you fall sick in Kisumu, Narok, or wherever, you can go in a hospital, just show your NHIS card and show it and say, this is me, I'm sick, can you please treat me? And you get the same treatment that you'll have in Nairobi or any in the big cities as well. This is what we're saying. I heard politicians ask the arrogant Sudi talk and say, oh, Moi led, they never saw something like this, Uhuru led, because they think this is a political problem. Why now? Why now? Because Punda imechoka. Yeah. Now is when we say enough is enough. Now is when they've met the woke people, yeah, population. Now is when they've met the educated people. Now is when we're saying we are using our voices. We're not like our parents or grandfathers who are like, oh yeah, you know what? Let them lead. They were chosen by God. God say our pastor says he's a good person. Let him try and lead Kenya. He will bring change. Our people will do this. No, we're not saying that. We are demanding change, and to demand change, we're not saying we have to be in the political realm. We do not want that, because I do not need to demand change as a Kenyan. I do not need to be a politician to demand change as a Kenyan. Yeah. So I do not. That is what we are saying. We are saying we want 100% accountability for our elected leaders. We're not calling them Waheshimiwa. I don't know why people even that name stuck. We need to, with this civic education that we're doing right now, we need to stop this, calling them Waheshimiwa. We need to tell them that you work for us, guys. We need to remind them each and every day. Yeah. Yeah. We need to continue pushing to deplatform these people. I do not know. We need to call out of even these celebrities for hosting them. You know? I agree that sometimes it's nice because it always injects more of our anger. But I think they need to stay somewhere where they don't talk. Like people like Sudi, you cannot come to national TV and then just really come there to brag about your watch. Please tell me, which prime minister of which nation can Sudi really have a conversation with to be gifted a watch worth 17 million? That doesn't work in any civilized world. So please, yeah. Remember, Afro, I heard you saying that Sakaja is planning to clean the city on the 8th. Yes, then we are going to. Then all of us, let's go clean the city. Then all of us are working on that day. Thank you, Sekaja. Actually, that is a very good plot because all of us will come with brooms. Let's clean the city. And remember, guys, you can eat their money. If Sakaja is dishing out 1,000 per person, eat their money. Go there, put down those brooms down, or throw them in the Land Rovers of the police or the lorries that they come with, and then we continue marching. Yeah. Remember, during the campaign time during Ruto, I remember there was a slogan like kula kwa Ruto, kura kwa baba. So you can kula because that is your money. Take the money, go use it as you want. Take the money, let's buy water for everybody who is coming to march. Take their money, let them. But we have power in numbers. It doesn't matter. They cannot pay they cannot pay 1 million people marching through Nairobi. So what they do is they'll try to find, let's find 50 people here to come and disrupt. When we march in numbers, we have powers over that, and we can overpower each and every goon. Yeah. So guys, we continue injecting. I agree 100% with a lot of sentiments that have been saying before. Kenyan lady, the Matatu thing, let's just do it undercover. We don't need to come and say it here. Let's just, if you want to really do it, take one Matatu, just do it. Then the movement will go on. This is what we do because also we put ourselves on so much limelight here, and we say, when I say, okay, maybe I'm gonna do this. I'm not in the city, of course. I'm not gonna come and march, but I will sponsor the doctors. I'm gonna send my money that if anything happens, I'm gonna buy water for this. So I just identify with one hotel in the CBD which says yes. We always throw water at people. I say, I am buying water for all these people. Here is my money. Make sure on that day they have bottles of water over there. Because sometimes if we come here and say, we identified this Matatu route number, they will start, they'll find every reason to get that Matatu out of the road. And these people are petty, yeah? That is when the law will start working. And remember, the law always works just for the poor man. Yeah, the rich people, like some speakers in front of me said, very well, people with graft cases over billions go out on a bond of very little, and somebody who stole chicken is punished really heavily. So remember, with some things, I understand it's a call for all of us, but let's try and do it chini ya maji kidogo tu, yeah, so that we are a step ahead of them. Because of course, right here, if we scroll down this space, there are a lot of government supporters listening to us. They're trying to identify, Mebs. I find a lot of inboxes saying, Mebs, since you said you can sponsor this, can you please sponsor me do this? I'm like, Afande, please. Yeah. You and your 2 followers, you just joined in Twitter 2 days ago, since the match started. You're telling me right now to sponsor you. Afande, please. Yeah. Okay. Guys, I leave it at that. Nanenane, Ruto must go. And I continue finyaing as I'm pushing the hashtag here. Thank you, Gary, guys, very much, guys. Thank you, Afro. Thank you, Ayom. Nice day, guys.
Lovely day. Thank you so much, Mebs. We are aligned with everything that you have said. Let me give the microphone to, let me see who. Guys, help me lift up your hands. African Center of Diplomatic Affairs. Jina kubwa. What organization is this?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Afrocentric. The Africa Center for Diplomatic Affairs is an organization that deals in 3 main areas: peace and peace building, and human security. Under human security, we deal with all the pillars that are attached to it. Having said that, you basically now understand that Africa Center for Diplomatic Affairs may not speak directly to what many would want to hear, but may speak to what is necessary. Good governance is what is best for any nation. Good governance is what drives countries to the best they would wish to achieve. No country wants to, or no people wants to have bad governance and get to be proud of it. it is obvious that Kenya, the state Kenya, has had its fair share of challenges since independence. And one of the major challenges is governance. And when it comes to governance, there are issues within that area that bedevils this country called Kenya. One of them is corruption. We all understand and know that corruption for sure is a menace to this nation. Just nearly 2 weeks ago, I was privileged to attend one of these conversations, and EACC was hosted by Mizani Africa. During that time, it was made, a revelation was made to all those who are in attendance that sometimes it's not that Kenyans don't want to fight corruption, but the laws and regulations that we have in many occasions tie those people who are supposed to fight corruption, tie their hands in their backs. Having said that, any good governance is driven by policies, and these policies are made by people in government. Sometimes the suggestions are made by people who are not in government, but the common citizenry. So even as people plan to march, which is the fundamental right, can also people plan on how to, let me use the term inject, to inject the necessary policies that will guide this country, not just under President Ruto's leadership, but for posterity. Because today, it is President Ruto. Tomorrow, it will be President Mebs. And if President Mebs turns to be more worse than any other leader Kenya has ever had, what will happen? Will people again still mobilize themselves to go to the streets? So the clearest way to ensure that this country moves forward for the better is to ensure that we inject necessary policies that will guide this country. How do we inject those necessary policies? There are various professionals, for example, in this platform. I want to believe there are various professionals who can fit in any cadre within the government. There are things that don't work for you right. There are things that you need to see work right. So how do you propose amendments, laws? How do you propose policies to either Parliament to make laws that will ensure that this country doesn't stop with the exit of President Ruto, or doesn't just start with the next president, but continues for posterity? And because the truth is, today it could be easier to go to the street. Tomorrow that might not be the case. Today, our democracy allows us to do so. Tomorrow, we could easily find a leader who doesn't even care about that democracy and will unleash more and deadly terror on people. So it is proper that we do what is necessary by proposing policies, by proposing laws that will ensure that this country is governed the way the people want. For example, EACC forwarded over 100 names to IEBC, advising IEBC to bar those individuals from contesting in the last general election. IEBC did not bar them. Why? There is no sufficient law that actually bars, that clearly tells IEBC you can bar this person because he is involved in such a corruption deals. So can people begin to propose laws to Parliament? And at this time, I can assure you, if you propose some amendments, some laws there in Parliament, they will have to act because they have seen that Kenyans actually need the change. they change they desire most.
Africa
Africa, as you're
CDA.
landing, as you're landing.
Africa CDA, I would like to engage you. I would like to engage you for a second. Afrocentric through the host. May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
But can we let him finish, please? This is not nice. Every time someone is speaking, we just cut him. Let him finish, then you can please chime in. Sorry, Afro, I'm taking over your space.
Thank you. So, for example, Africa Center for Diplomatic Affairs saw it that during the vetting of ambassadors and diplomatic appointees, there was something terribly wrong. What did we do? We've made a raft of proposals through Parliament that will be enacted, laws, a bill that will go through Parliament to ensure that there is specific qualification that must be met, and the channel through which someone has to go through to become an ambassador or a diplomat for that matter, so that we don't witness what we've witnessed in the past. That is how we chose to protest, which of course, the bill is now being drafted. We work with the parliamentarians and the parliament, the MP who we gave this to, bit by bit, to ensure at the end of it, nobody will see us in the streets, but we will bar any other person who is not qualified to be in those positions. I beg to land.
Kenyan lady? Kenyan lady, are you there?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. So I just wanted to engage, the gentleman a bit, and this is on the policy, because I was in that panel. I was in that space that this was being discussed, and what my question is, we don't have people that can actually implement the Constitution. So at what point are we going to come up with the policies? And then the second thing was, which I think was discussed in that space, was we have not implemented the Constitution 100% yet. Actually, it has never been implemented. So how do we trust the current people without removing them to actually enact the policies that we'll come up with in the next couple of days or whatever, And then the things that were being spoken about, all of them are enshrined in the Constitution. What is paramount is the Constitution, but what EACC was talking about is that they don't have this specific docket in their policy, in their policy manual, that these ministers should not be allowed to come back. However, we are all ruled by the Constitution that contains all this guidance, but it has never been implemented. And why hasn't it been implemented? Because we have the wrong people leading us, Ruto and his people. So for me, that's what I struggle with, and I do understand your point, but that's what I really struggle with, and I don't know what the timelines would look like. I don't know at what point we need to enact these policies, while at the same time the Constitution actually protects us, and it says if you have been involved in graft, actually the policy itself on hiring, if you have been fired as a cabinet minister, there's no way legal in whatever law that you should be rehired back. These people have been rehired and we know they will be appointed. So it's not working for us. That's the point I think I was trying to make. Would you please engage me on that for a bit, just for a second, sir, in all due respect? Can anybody hear him?
No, I can't hear him. He's
Okay.
even speaking. Is the mic on?
Or anybody else can respond to me. Anybody that resonates to what he said can, can respond. Thank you.
Oh, now his mic is on. Africa Center for Diplomatic Affairs. You able to respond? Africa City, are you there? Unmute your mic and speak to us if you can, please. Your mic is on unmute, but we can't hear you. Anyway.
Let him drop and come back.
It's all right.
Anybody that can respond to us so that isikue kwa space ya Afrocentric, some things are not allowed or what, you know what I'm saying? I just, if you heard what I said, what do you think?
I hope now I can be heard.
100%. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Now, it's possible to remove anyone from office. Unfortunately, there is no guarantee that whoever comes in will be better than that person. So what should the government do? The government should ensure that first, those who are hired in those offices are competent. Because one thing that we can't run away from is that some of the people we've had in offices, even these lower offices that are supposed to deal with issues affecting Kenyans, are either hired on the basis of nepotism, the basis of who know who. So they are not the best people to serve the Kenyan citizenry. It is important that we don't just go pull people out of their offices and bring in other people. It is proper that the right measures are put in place. Like I've just said.
Okay, I'm done. If you are responding to me, that's it. I'm good.
If, for example,
all right, thank you, Mr. Africa. Let me pass the microphone to James. James, welcome.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me. Yeah, my name is James, and keenly following the conversation, and for sure I can say it's a very rich conversation from the point where we said we need to have a clean and public participation, do civic education. I want to concur with the idea of the Matatu branding, where we need to have a continuous conversation in emphasizing on good governance. Personally, I do advocacy on good governance, and I recently opened a community radio where now we are doing civic education every day. Although I've not yet gotten the frequencies, we are trying to shape discussion every morning. Have a morning show that does leadership and governance, where we bring different people to try and educate our community. Because I understand, as much as we need good governance, when you engage with people, you quite understand that the level of information, the level of access to information is basically low. I'm glad the movement that has been brought up by the Gen Z and millennials about a finance bill. Most people actually never knew that this document has been existing. They thought it came with the regime of
Are you still speaking? Because we can't hear you. Ama ni mimi peke yangu? James.
We lost him.
Okay, then we can move on to the next speaker, and akirudi tutachukua points zake. The real Joe, how are you? You want to speak to us maybe?
Yes. Yeah, I first of all just wanted to say I thought maybe there's the Kenyan lady had talked about something that I thought maybe the Africa Center for Diplomatic Affairs would have responded to. I was also waiting eagerly for that response because it was something that I also I wanted to talk about. The dismissal of the cabinet secretaries, because it's something they were being vetted yesterday, and I personally, since we started this movement, I don't know if they can hear me.
Tunakusikia mzee, endelea tu.
Okay, sawa. Since we started this movement, I think I've taken the last 1 month. I've been off, and I've I don't know. It has really taken up my time, but for the good cause. So this issue of dismissal, and I've been discussing this on a daily basis with the lawyer friends and people. I really wanted to understand a lot, because from my understanding, when the president was actually dismissing the current cabinet secretaries, the CSS, he mentioned something, and I think you guys all heard the speech of the president. He talked about, and the grounds for dismissal was that after holistic performance appraisal, that was the word that he actually used. After holistic performance appraisal, he decided that he was going to dismiss his cabinet. So that means, for me, the president dismissed his cabinet on grounds of performance. That is what I understand. And therefore, he quoted Article 152, which gives him the power to dismiss. That means, based on a layman's language, for me, you guys, I have looked at my team, and I've looked at the performance of my team, and the performance was not good, and therefore, I'm sending everybody away. That is from me as a layman. And therefore, I get shocked when the team that I think did not perform, now I feel I can give them jobs again to perform. If I feel, the first reason why he dismissed them, non-performance, and also, I have heard you. That means he also recognized the fact that Kenyans also pointed out performance issues from the CSS. And when he said, I have heard you, and again said, on grounds of performance, this was done. Like, these people were gone. And therefore, the president was supposed to look for another different set of cabinet secretaries who would now perform. But he did not do that. And therefore, yesterday in one of the spaces, I personally questioned the mental capacity of our president. And let me tell you guys, I tried to talk about this yesterday evening. We were having conversations with a few lawyer friends of mine somewhere. Nilikuwa karibu kumezwa when I talked about the mental capacity of our president. Let me tell you guys, when we talk about mental capacity, according to me, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a politician, I'm actually in tech. But when you talk about mental capacity, we tend to think about mtu mwenye amechizi, wazimu, anatembea uchi. But we are talking about a president, first of all. So when I question the mental capacity of our president, what am I questioning? Does the president make decisions that are of best interest? That is what I am questioning. That is what I'm talking about, the mental capacity of my president. Does the president make wise decisions? Because it is different for me when I'm talking about mental capacity of a leader and mental capacity in another forum. I'm questioning the mental capacity of our leader. Is he able to make decisions that are of best interest to the country and to the people that he's leading? For me, no, he has not done that. And he has demonstrated that himself. He's fired people on grounds of performance, and he's brought them back in. And he's tried to confuse us by giving some of them different dockets. He's even given some of them same dockets where he felt they did not perform. If he was someone whose mental capacity is not questionable, he would have done this. those people whom he felt were supposed to retain the same dockets, he would have not fired them. He would have not fired them. If his mental capacity was okay, he would have not fired them. So that he retains them and only fires on grounds of performance those he felt had not performed. And therefore, for me, I feel that the mental capacity of a president is in question. Let me tell you again that we talked.
If you're still speaking, we lost you. Mute.
Oh, mute. Pole. Yeah, pole. The government.
Allah.
Can you hear me? Okay, the government agenda of 2023 was the Finance Act. The Finance Act of 2023, we had so many rhetorics from the president. Oh, I've given now people jobs through the housing project. Oh, I'm bringing in affordable housing. Affordable housing was a project that was started even before. He was in government when affordable housing was being done. He was deputy president. And that's why sometimes I get so agitated when I hear people tell me, why don't you give the president time to work? He cannot be given time. The guy has been deputy president 10 years. He is the cause of our problem. He cannot be given time. The 2 years he has been in office are more than enough. We have seen nothing from the 2 years. The agenda that he had in the first year of his government of 2023, the Finance Act of 2023, has done nothing, and it has even been declared unconstitutional. Even though, like the Kenyan lady had said, the court has just made people go through deduction, then later on, after 1 year, ndio wanaambia watu this is unconstitutional. That is also very bad from our judicial system. But their first agenda, null and void. The agenda of 2024, null and void. What other agenda are they going to present to us that we will feel that they are working? None. The guy needs to go yesterday. The guy needs to leave office yesterday. We don't have faith in him. He's making decisions that are not of best interest to us. And therefore, that is why we want him gone. And therefore, like I've mentioned before, Nanenane is not just Nanenane. It is our Independence Day. It is our day it is the day that we are going to get independence. Yes?
Kidogo tu.
Can y'all hear him?
Yeah, tunaweza msikia. Unless you drop urudi tena. Kama umsikie, you can drop and come back again. So the real Joe, let me engage you on something. Kuna point umesema hapo, and it's very important. Hiyo issue ya they brought up sijui hizo stuff zao za kudeduct what to do. Then later on, after tukishakuwa deducted from our salaries, from our hard earned money in form of taxes, tunakuwa deducted. Then later the court is declaring it unconstitutional. If it is unconstitutional, what does that mean to us who have been deducted? Wanaturudisha hiyo do ama hawaturudishi hiyo do? Because at the end of the day tunafaa kurudishiwa hiyo do, because hiyo ni kama tumekoniwa. And earlier on tulikuwa tumesema that this government is full of cons, and you see it is evident from your submission that all this is a con game. Wamekuwa kicheza na sisi, alafu later on wakuja kutuambia hapa ati ati koti imedeclare hii initiative yenu unconstitutional, but now what's the way forward? Yes, it's unconstitutional, fine, msha declare unconstitutional, but now what's the way forward? What do you do to the people you've been deducting all this money? Unaget, ni kama landlord wako amekuwa kikudeduct do, then later on inakuwa declared unconstitutional. It is only rightful for the court to tell the landlord to return you that money. And will the government return us that money? You see, that's the problem. So I completely agree with that point that ume submit hapo.
Yes, let me just mention that this part where the deduction has already been done, and it has been done from people for close to about a year. Actually, I resonate with what you're saying. I am personally an employer, and I've also been deducting that amount of money. So I'm actually here. I'm conflicted. I don't know what the court said about returning that money, I am actually conflicted because I am personally supporting this move, and me and my people always, we discuss these things on a daily basis. But I am conflicted. What do we need to do? We have been deducting this money, but if we look at the concept of the housing project, let me tell you guys, let me even make it worse, that this money that was being deducted from people in form of housing has been invested in bonds. Do you know the government did that? They were not, these guys invested this money in bonds. The money that is being deducted from salaries, Zawatu, government invested them in bonds. Imagine. So that is why yesterday, when I said I am questioning the mental capacity of our leader, I don't know. I don't know what more I need to say about that, because I don't think they are making decisions that are going to help us. And therefore, we want them gone. We want the guy gone ASAP. And therefore, that's the reason why on our march for Nanenane, we need to be categorically clear. I've heard yesterday, watu waliniuliza jana pia, on people I was trying to argue with jana, someone was trying to tell me, assuming on Nanenane we succeed and the president resign, what happens? I first of all, people have this notion whereby it is Ruto that we are talking about. No, Ruto is the leader of the government. We want him to dissolve this. We want the entire government. We want to go for fresh elections. That is our main target. So there's already provisions in the law, the vacancy of the office of the president, vacancy of the office of the deputy president, and therefore what we want, actually, we don't want those offices to be vacant in terms of on grounds of impeachment or on grounds of we want the president to do the honorable thing, just resign. I mean, hii ni kazi. Hata sisi kwa hizi makazi zenye watu wako nazo hapa nje, you unaweza kuresign, this is work. I mean, it's just like normal work. Unaweza resign. Unaweza resign. You are not glued to that office. There's no constitution that says that there's no law that says that no, I must serve my entire term. No, this is work given to you by Kenyans. Kenyans are demanding that you step aside so that we can look for someone else. And let me tell you, yesterday from the argument I was having with some lawyers, this constitution of Kenya is we have not even, like the Kenyan lady said, we have not even implemented it yet. We've not implemented it. Let us not start saying that, oh, the EACC wame front. No, we've not implemented this constitution. Nothing. If someone is corrupt, they are not supposed to hold public office. They are not supposed to hold public office. Hakuna kitu ingine ati no, we need to bring another law. That no, let us work with the constitution the way it is and implement it. This constitution was brought to us assuming that we had matured in terms of democracy. But I can see that we have, from the political class is making our democracy immature. And that is why we are having this government. If you look at the Uhuru and Ruto regime, most of the decisions they have been making, zikipelekwa court, they are being declared unconstitutional. Why? Wanafanya vitu na thorax. Wanafanya vitu na akili yao tu venye wanataka. That's why they are being declared unconstitutional. Jana nilisikia Kimani Chungwa anataka kukama up, and you will see this thing, they will push on with that agenda. Kimani Chungwa jana alisema kitu kwa vetting ya CS Kindiki, akasema ati, oh, you need to designate picketing areas. So imagine someone comes up with that idea. What does it, in fact, just from the basic, what does it mean to picket? What does it mean to picket? Sasa watuweke sections za kupicket. Imagine, what kind of stupidity is that? Sasa hiyo watatuwekea hata wanatuwekea. Sometimes I hear vitu zingine zinafanyika na kasirika vibaya, naweza piga hata TV teke manze, na ni hasara mimi nitaenda. So it is just for the best interest of our country, we need new leadership. We need new leadership. And guys, on Nanenane, that is our day for independence. Let's get out and fight for our independence. That is our Independence Day. Let us fight for our independence. Let us fight for our independence. And just as I conclude, let me push this responsibility also to the people who host the spaces. There are some points that people raise on these spaces that I feel that we raise, then we will re-raise them again in other spaces, and there's no follow-up. Like, for example, what the Kenyan lady has said, I also want to push the responsibility to the hosts and the co-hosts of the spaces, whereby if a point is very, very good and was raised in your space, try and follow up privately. Kama hiyo kitu ya Matatu, maybe try and follow up privately with people, DM, do this, and ensure it is implemented so that we know that, because this is our parliament, so that we know that from tukitoka hapa parliament leo, tunajua tulisema kitu hapa hivi, it is followed up, then tunafuatilia, it happens. Hivyo significantly polepole tu privately. We don't have to do some things. Naona watu wengine hapa, wenye najua wanakwanga the other side, naona wanasikia wanajifanya wako hapa, they are getting information, then they are going to use that information against us. Thank you very much, guys, for giving me the chance to speak to you.
Thank you so much for your strong points, and I really resonate with a lot of points that you've said personally, and I think what we need to, the conclusion I'll make after all these submissions is that the government we are with right now is just mad. The government we have right now is just out of their minds, and they think, and it's like a group. Ni kama wako na corona, wakainfektiana corona hapo kwa parliament. Sasa ni ujinga tu fulani, wameinfektiana tu ujinga fulani, if that makes sense. Because you tell me why ati unaleta hapa livestock bill, ati unataka kunicharge kwa livestock zangu per head zenye nimekuwa niki-own all my life before you even came to government. Tell me unataka kwanza kuniambia mimi nilizaliwa nikapata Maumau walishapigania nchi, Anakea 40 walishapigania nchi, alafu akina Tomboya wakapigania nchi wakauliwa, alafu mimi hapa unataka kuniambia, unataka kunidesignate ya point ya kwenda kupicket. Who the hell do you think you are? As in, nafikiria tu igava walienda wakachagua na tu watu wako thick headed, wasewa hawajasoma, masomo haikuwasaidia, wakaona si hatujasoma, wacha tu create government ya watu hawajasoma for once, tulete tu government ya ujinga. Juu hata watu wa class 8 wengine wana reason vizuri hata kushinda watu wako kwa government. Unaget, there are things that I always read online and I just get pissed off. Unasema, who the hell even came up with this? Kama hiyo rule ya hiyo idea ya Kimani Chungwa, chali akili yake iko poa kweli. Ati sasa pale tao tuseme tunaenda kupicket what designate, tunaweza picket nyuma ya I&M building. What the hell? Like, does it even make sense? I make hata sense at all. Like, hata hao wakisemanga hizo vitu, wakisimama kwa hizo mic za parliament hapo kwa hiyo house, wanajisikianga kweli. Like, unajua saa zingine mujiambia, before niambie watu hata kitu kwa space, let me sit down and nijisikize kwanza, am I making sense to myself first before I try making sense to almost 392, almost 400 people on a space. Unaget? So I really fail to understand these people. And that's why Musema, it's not only Ruto who has to go home. It's his entire blood system, because unajua ni kama hii hati yake ina pump damu kwa mwili yote, so lazima tukilizi ventricles na arteries so that ziwe tu mwili yote, because hii mwili haitusaidii. Inawamekia sense kweli. Juu tukiwa roho peke yake ni kama hata hizi ventricles na hizi arteries bado zitaweza kupata oxygen na pulmonary artery na veins ziweze kufanya hii mwili fanye kazi. Hii mwili lazima tu ikuwe beheaded tu yote so that tuibari tu iende tu kwa grao 6 feet. Tusi deal nayo, cause imagine tuna deal na Ruto na tunataka kuacha hizi mechanism zake ziendelee kufanya kazi, bado zitatupampia tu ujinga kwa system, unaget, na zitatu affect na hiyo toxicity. Like, the whole system is toxic. We need to drain the whole swamp and we just rebuild the whole thing. I make sense completely, by the way. That is what I think. But oh well. Kenyan lady, probably you want to give out the next the mic to the next speaker.
Yes, let's please have Ness speak to us. See, I'm going to be looking for chicks. So, yeah. Ness, please go ahead.
Hello, guys.
Dominic, it's Ness. Ness was supposed to be speaking. Ness, can you hear us? If you can, your mic is unmute, but we can't hear you speak. So let me mute you and then just unmute your mic. Probably tunaweza kusikia. Ness, go ahead. Probably hatuwezi kusikia. Drop urudi tena tutakupatia mic. We can't hear you completely. I think it's network issues. Just drop urudi tena. Let's get to hear from a lady. Maringa, Farouk nakuja kwako. Maringa D, can you hear us? Maringa? Okay. Farouk, your hand is up. Okay, Maringa is here. Maringa is here. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. It's afternoon, actually. Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you.
I am just following the conversation here, and I'm liking the discussions. I'm actually at work, so I can't talk much, but I'm following. Thank you.
So it's okay. Thank you so much. Farouk? Farouk, your hand is up. Go ahead. If Farouk is not ready, we'll go to Dominic, who had his mic open. Farouk? Probably not. Dominic, go ahead.
Okay, guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the mic and the opportunity at least to share what I have. Guys, actually, we are being controlled by a government that is not serious at work. So people are very sad, actually, the whole country. People are not happy, and maybe some few individuals that may be cooperating with the government, but majority, they are not with this government. So actually, before I continue, I just want you guys to at least share this space for so that we can get more people on board, so that come at least 7th. I don't know when we will be hosting another space, but at least we should be having large numbers of at least people or people on this space. So actually, you guys, you can also follow me. I follow you. Then we share the spaces so that when we host a space, come maybe next time, we have numbers, and when we speak one language. So guys, mimi sina mengi. I just want to say Kenya is very rich and Africa is rich. Kenya and Africa is rich. Actually, we guys are being tunachezewa sana juu. Unaona, how can we be going abroad to look for jobs, and yet we can create jobs within ourselves, within our country. So, because what we need just as a country and as a continent, we need industries. Guys, when we have industries or when you have investors, job creations will be high. Na watu tutapata kazi. Mambo ya kuhangaika tunataka passports juu uende wapi sijui kazi. Do you know there are some in these developed countries, kuna zile areas ziko tu reserved for workers kutoka Africa. Juu kuna some positions kama waitress, truck drivers, etc. Those are just African jobs. Those guys are huko west wanajua matu, they're African jobs. So guys, let's embrace our country, let's embrace our culture, let's create jobs. Actually, tunaishi kwa a different type of world ukilinganisha na our grandparents, etc. So what wamesoma in this space, najua we have a lot of people who are learned in this space. Most of you guys are comrades, najua. Na being a comrade, mtu napitia mambo mingi. When you come, maybe ukifika place fulani, you just have to reject na unakata anything that unaona haiendani na wewe. So guys, let's keep on fighting. Nanenane, sahau this guy must go. Hakuna otherwise, because you know when a finance bill is rejected on when a country rejects a finance bill, hiyo inamaanisha there's a vote of no confidence, and citizens hawana imani na rais. Hiyo ndio inakuanga. So let's keep on fighting. Tumeambiwa pia 2023 it was unconstitutional. 2023 bill was unconstitutional. Court of Appeal ishaamua, so ilikuwa ishaanza take effect. Imagine you guys, nyinyi watu ni kama mnaona kama miti. So okay guys, tuamke, let us wake up tufanye whatever is required because we are the one to come here, to come to take that part. So wakiharibu, it will be so hard. And remember, guys, Kenya has no debt. Kenya has no debt. Sisi hatuna madeni. Madeni yenye hao watu wanasema tuko na madeni ni hao.
We lost Dominic. Dominic ampotea.
I think tumempoteza, but Ness is back.
Yeah, Ness is back. So I think we'll go to Ness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me now?
I thought it was a lady. Go ahead, please.
Me too. Yeah. Ness, go ahead.
Oh, mnanisikia?
100%.
Kabisa, shwari.
Hi. So, thank you guys once again. Sijui nini ilifanyika hapa. Anyway, I'll just dive in really quick. I think I'll start with hii kitu ya Networth. Yenye naona watu wame increase Networth yao by, more than 100 million in a span of 20 months. Alafu inakama at a time where watu walikuwa wanakatwa, house levy and what not. So hizi biashara ideally these guys are saying walikuwa wanafanya na pesa yetu. Because after 20 months really mnaambiwa kitu ilikuwa unconstitutional. It's really sad because unaona kuna watu wamekatwa pesa, and kama kitu ilikuwa unconstitutional ni kama mtu alichukua pesa under false pretense. So in an ideal world where actually the law is followed, watu wanafaa kurudishiwa pesa yao, unafaa kurudishiwa lump sum yako uendelee na maisha yako as normal. But then again, hii pesa hatutaipata anyway. Itakuwa declared null and void, but then again pesa ya wananchi itarudishiwa because that is hii pesa yenye tulikuwa tunatoa mnakatwa every other month ndio net worth yao yenye wanaongelea sasa. Hakuna biashara hao watu wanafanya. Because if you could actually follow all those guys, uangalia wako na biashara gani making that amount of money, especially time tulikuwa na economical crisis. All of them are making a profit. Kwani hawa watu wengine wanafanya biashara, mbona hawaku make that much profit? Why is it that politicians pekee ndio walikuwa wana make profit? Walikuwa wanafanya biashara gani? What is this business that they actually do that we don't know of? So the other thing I'll go straight to is education. Time to time, politicians, especially watu kama kina Sudi, we have people in parliament who are actually not educated, people who can't read and write, and we actually expect these people to read the constitution and understand it. You see, sisi wa Kenya wenyewe tunapenda kujishoot kwa mguu, tuko na hiyo tabia. Like you can't just get someone to the parliament. A parliament that actually needs people to discuss real issues. A lot of reading it's needed there. A lot of understanding of basic English na Kiswahili is needed in parliament. Niliona pia Meru wako na jamaa fulani senator haizi construct an English sentence, hata Kiswahili yenyewe anaongeanga vitu fulani, unangoja alete point, anazunguka sijui anamuitanga aje. Some guy I saw him arguing in the Senate, and I'm like, how do you actually have these people represent you in Senate, where we actually we have people should be discussing real issues? And there was the other time where we had is it Aisha Juma akiwa CS, going to the UN to listen to actually people speak in English, which if you ask me, ukienda hizi countries kama US, uende UK, the kind of English wanaongea, wengine wanaongea kizungu ya ya mapua. How is Aisha gonna understand that kama hizi elewa kizungu yetu ya kawaida ya hapa Kenya ya nyumbani ya mtu wa mtu wa kawaida? Halafu namuona ako hapo na kalamu na na kitabu. Huyo msee aliandika nini? We are spending lots of money sending these people who are actually dimwits, people who are daft to go out there to enjoy themselves as a form of benchmarking. Huwezi peleka mtu mwenye hajasoma aende kubenchmark kitu yenye inahitaji kusoma. Hizo ni vitu mimi huwa sielewi. It's like sending me, I'm not trained in law. Sending me kuenda summit ya law most of the time yenye hata probably si understand. Niende kitu kama huko Colombia, niende kusikiza kitu yenye inakuwa told in Espanol, lugha sielewi. Alafu mnasema nimeenda kubenchmark. Nimebenchmark nini? Hiyo ni pesa ya citizens tuna waste every other time. Unaona watu wanaenda kubenchmark kitu yenye hawajui, which is really disappointing. And these same politicians, they will come tell you that you don't need education actually, to actually, perform in institutions. You see the same politicians, watu kama Sudi ama watu kama kina Sonko, wamepeleka watoto wao outside the country to go actually to school. If they believe education is not as important, hawangekuwa wanapeleka watoto wao shuleni. And they take them to the best of the schools. And yet pale nyumbani unaona mtu anakuambia, wewe hata usijisumbue na masomo. I think there's one thing we need to learn. We need to stop electing politicians to institutions. Kenya is an institution. Kenya ni biashara ya wananchi. EC self-employed. Self-employed hauhitaji any education. Uhitaji kukuwa educated on anything. Kama ni self-employed unaweza anza biashara ya kulima and you can do well without necessarily having to go to school because ni biashara yako. If you make losses, ni losses zako. But then again, an institution where we actually we are managing funds, billions and trillions of money. We need employees, and education trains people to be employees for starters. So we cannot have people who are not even educated to be employees of our country. I think that is where we have to start with. I can ask actually someone like Real Joe. Ulisema uko na biashara. Real Joe, when you are taking someone in, to be an employee, they have to meet minimum academic requirement. If they can't actually, really explain the academic requirement, hiyo ni vitu za kwanza za kuwatoa kwa hiyo, employment structure. Hakuna haja hata wa consider. It's the bare minimum. It's the same thing everyone else demands. But apparently when it gets to elections, sisi kama wa Kenya, tunaanzanga kujidanganya to be electing leaders. We are not electing leaders. In developed countries, name them, US, UK. Hautawahi pata mtu kama Rihanna amepewa kazi kwa serikali ati kwa sababu ako famous. Kenya tunataka kupea watu kazi kwa sababu wako famous ati kwa sababu sijui MCA Trick ni comedian so tumpe CS. MCA Trick hajaenda shule. Wacha afanye comedy. Kama mtu ni comedian wacha aendelee na comedy. Si ati kwa sababu amepiga comedy amekuwa famous kidogo kidogo tunataka kuanza kuconsider Bahati mtoto wa mama kozalilia kwa screen. Ati tunataka kumpea position that actually needs people who are learned, people who can read, people who can argue real issues. Ile si music, ile si kitu ya kwenda kusema ni bahati tena. That is not what we're going to do that. We need people who can actually go there argue real issues. We need to be very serious. Just kwa sababu mtu maybe hapa Twitter akona following mingi na probably ana postingi comedy tunacheka pale mahali ana postingi vitu fulani ya ufala at some time tunacheka. But then again, when we get to serious business where money is involved, trillions of money, futures of our children, health ya wazazi wetu, generations to generations. Because, the kind of decisions, the situation we are at now, ni kwa sababu our parents made very poor decisions in actually electing leaders. Because unaona watu wana recycle each other. They keep on recycling each other. Unasikia muda amefanya wash. Inakuja time ya election anaturushia handouts hapa kule. Then tuna dive in, tunaenda tunampigia kura, ati ni kijana, ati ni youth mwenzetu. Hata ukiwa youth mwenzetu, kama, you can't actually account for your wealth in a clear way, wezi tuambia umemeka aje hii pesa, na tunaona definitely qualification is hatujui mahali penye umetoka. We don't know you well. We don't know much about, your source of income. We shouldn't even be considering you in the first place. Because hawa ni watu wanaingia kwa serikali, wanatuibia. Mtu mwenye akuwa unaona watu wana budget for Networth ya wizi in maybe 4 years wanataka wamekuwa millionaire by 200 million plus in less than 2 years na hawana biashara. So we need to be really serious, going forward. I usually prefer looking at myself. I don't like pointing fingers sana before I start with myself. So I have to look at myself and say, well, why am I even, choosing this person? Am I choosing this person kwa sababu ananichekeshanga? Am I choosing this person kwa sababu alikuja rally akasema ati atupanguingi? That is a very stupid way of following, of actually voting someone. As I wind up, the constitution is not ideally the problem. What is the problem in our country is the implementation, phase, which is very much flawed. So tukona constitution ya hata hatuja implement even a quarter of it, but we want actually to change it again. That is what we keep on doing. That is what politicians keep on doing. They want to keep us busy with politics so that they don't actually end up doing anything for us in the country. And finally, there's something I'm seeing, especially with overreaching of taxation. I saw someone say about Ninia cows and whatnot. In other countries, you can do that, that taxation is done, but then again, it's accounted for. We can't always be bringing in new taxation kila time. Tunaleta taxation ingine na ile yenye iko already, we are not using it well. We need to start actually utilizing the taxation we have so far so good. Tuanze kuitumia vizuri before we even, bring another one. Kazi ni kukimbilia tu taxation. Hivi karibuni tutaanza kukua taxed kukuwa na girlfriend bwana ama kuwa na boyfriend. They will even start, taxing conjugal rights. Wanaenda sana. Anyway, that is my submission. Thank you.
Asante sana. There's something you said, I want to reiterate. Kuna hiyo story ya meritocracy, yes. That's how I can summarize it. Meritocracy. I'll tell you for a fact, our society is fucked up. Sorry for using that word, guys. Pole, I had no other word. But our society is fucked up. This is why. Even in different industries, like I'll give you an example. The media industry is messed up right now because someone won't be employed just because ati alienda media school akapata bachelor's degree yake safi ama akapata master's degree yake safi. Squeezy ni you gain followers on Twitter or rather TikTok or Instagram, and you have a huge following. Then you can make it on TV. See, we give you a show here, or we give you a show on radio, and you start that job, and you're paid big money. And that guy who went to school, sat in a journalism school for 4 years for a bachelor's and went for a master's degree for another 1 or 2 years, ako hapo nje jobless. Then mtu asema unajua siku hizi media haina kazi, employ, and that is what has fucked up our media industry right now. Go look at our screens. See what wamesoma. I'll tell you for a fact, I've been in the media industry for the last 11 years. I've seen them. Most of them hawajasoma. Those beautiful faces you see on TV or voices you hear on radio. As long as you have a voice, unaambiwa wewe unaweza kuwa kwa radio, wewe unaweza kuwa kwa, and that is the same thing with our government. So even our society is a true reflection of our government. Sometimes I blame ourselves because we've normalized bullshit, and now we want to draw the line when it comes to our politicians. Politicians wetu pia wameona sisi ni wajinga. Wacha mbona hao wasikwe wajinga. Unaget? So we need to start calling out this BS, and we need to get back to where our country used to be, whereby people like akina Tomboya walisoma or watu wenye walipigania nchi wamesoma, wameenda majuu, wamesoma, wamerudi, ni wanachapa kizungu, they have good policies and all that, and they could lead a country. Unaget? Most of these politicians, hata wewe umesoma kwa shinda. You've gone to school, you've struggled, gotten your bachelor's. People like akina Sudi, utapata hawakusoma. People like akina Sonko. That's why you'll see their children, most of them, wame embezzle funds kwa government, wakasema, watoto wetu wacha wakasome majuu. Because it's the only way they can give back to their children. Because hii kitu imewashtua, hawakuwa wanajua hii pesa inaweza kuja hivi mingi, wakasema wacha watoto wetu wakasome majuu. Wacha to create these illegal offices, office of the first lady, office of the second lady. We had Nini here inaitwaje, Mama Lucy Kibaki here. We never had her voice. Tulisikia tu voice yake once, sijui nini lifanyikanga during Kibaki's time. Let's tell each other the truth. The only time we had Nani's voice was during Margaret Kenyatta's voice. It was during his story Mata Hatran. That is when we could ushaiona wife ya Rigiji akienda kukimbia kwa Mata Hatran, ama nini naitwaje, wife ya Ruto. Ye kazi yake ni kuleta tu akina Benihin kutu swindle pesa hapa na story ya maombi. Akina Kibaki wali lead hapa, wakatujengea super highway at least, hata kama pesa iliibwa I don't know, but tunaweza ona super highway na tusaidia diwa leo. Unaget, tuliwailipia hiyo super highway, ati tunaambiwa ati mtalipa pesa kutumia barabara. Cut the crap. Unaget. And they did that job. Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital, hata kama ilinemiwa after wife yake, inasaidia watu hadi wa leo. People are getting health facilities. It was equipped back then. Until this punitive, nonsensical government came in, right now even doctors are not being paid. Right now even wanaitwaje, walimu hawalipwi. Right now, instead of building schools and promoting, Kibaki came up with a very good idea: free education. I benefited from that nonsense. Free education, saizi education, CBC. Let me ask you a question. What is CBC helping our kids with? Ama inafanya tu watu yoyote wakwe dimwits? Tuambiane ukweli. If you want to know that the government is your enemy, number one, they will make education expensive for you to access, so that mzidi kwa wajinga, mzidi kudepend on them. Number two, they will make healthcare so expensive. Someone is speaking.
The only thing was
So
I think Kenya host anafaa kumute nini yake.
Yeah. So, what we also need to understand, this government is also making healthcare expensive for us, and through that, they're trying to torture doctors, like our madaktari hawalipwi, healthcare workers hawalipwi, walimu hawalipwi. Unaget? So that we do not get those facilities, so that we tuanze kubeg government. Farmers saizi wanajaribu kumonopolize story ya seeds. If you guys understand what this government is doing, they're trying to monopolize history seeds, so that they try to contain history food sector. Ndio tusikie njaa tuanze kulilia government, so that they monopolize everything. Ndio to feel ni kama without this government we cannot exist. And that is what Ruto's government is doing to us. History sijui bottom up. I think bottom up ilikuwa umiza watu wako chini, so that watu wako juu enjoy. Umiza watu wako chini kabisa. That is what they meant with that bottom up nonsense. So that watu wako juu wanini kabisa, wa benefit kabisa. And that's why you see people like Akina Sudi can come on TV and floss with that, with the millions of money they spent on watches. Millions of money. Someone within 2 years amass wealth, millions of money. Now watu walimu hawalipwi, surely. Go to somewhere. I have family, for example, in the US, or rather in the UK. I ask them, do you guys follow your politics? Akanambia, we don't give a shit about politics, because the whatevers we pay taxes, and our taxes work for us. So they don't give a fuck about politicians. They don't even get to know sometimes these politicians. Politicians anatembea tu kwa streets. 69 Downing Street, mtu MP anatembea tu hapo kama politicians, anaendesha bicycle kama watu wengine, because policies are working for them. Unaget? But sisi huku, politician anaingia in power, the first year asha amass wealth, anaendesha the latest vehicles, anashikwa the luxurious houses, watoto wake wanaenda kwa luxurious schools yenye hata wewe kama taxpayer huwezi afford. Come on guys, we need to start keeping these people accountable. And me, I'm saying, if this government goes home, the next cohort of leaders that come in, we have to review their salaries. We have to know the wealth they have. We have to know where their children are going to school. We have to know all that, so that to keep accountable to the bits. Like tuko na kazi, and we have to keep the mtu mwenye anataka akona tama ya leadership. We have to make this leadership very sick, like kukua a leader very sick in the head. Ukifikiria kukua leader unafikiria twice, so that hii leadership ikuwe inatoka kwa Mungu. By the way, si ati unakapu juu wewe ni adwa nyumba or something, wewe ni beshte ya president ama ni nini. We make it so difficult, and your salary ukwe taxed, kama leader ukwe taxed kushinda watu wengine, so that build economy pia wewe. We need to put those measures, so that ukisikia mazee unataka kuwa leader, unasema ni kama ajia sex. Ukisikia unataka kuwa na hiyo ajia sex, you suppress it. Hauna nyege anymore, hauna nyege ya leadership anymore, if that makes sense. Let's go to the next speaker, Kathomi MR, please speak to us.
Let's have Kathomi. Yeah, just before Kathomi you go, I'm so sorry. So when you spoke about the first ladies, I actually remembered Lucy Kibaki. So Lucy Kibaki never ever spoke until side chick showed up. So I thought that was funny that you mentioned that, because I never
Exactly.
had her until there was a side chick, the one boy. That's the first time I ever had her voice. So yeah, that is incredibly amazing. But that doesn't mean that they were not doing anything. They never had their offices of first lady and whatever. But I do remember she was a champion for mental health those times. I don't know, whether it made so much sense in that generation. Nilikuwa mtoi. But yeah. Thank you. Go ahead, Kathomi.
Thank you so much, Afrocentric and your team. I support the guy who said that anaona kama
Kathomi, unatusikia?
Nakusikia. Nyinyi mnanisikia?
Mi namsikia. Mi namsikia. Wewe ndio ulikuwa umsikia.
Hata mimi nawasikia.
So it's me. Okay, let me go out and back.
Sawa.
Mse amesema huyu president kama ako normal. Hata mimi I've been doubting his mental yani mental status ya huyu jamaa hainimeki sense. Anyway, that said and done, I need to chanua you guys something. The president is the president because of IMF, World Bank, World Economic Forum, hizi bodies zote zile zina make up the globalist corporations. Those people thrive on PR. Wakipata PR mbaya tu kidogo, they go underground, wanajificha tena. They are the worst institutions in humanity. Hawa watu ndio walimake sure huyu jamaa ameingia presidency, because he was supposed to push their agenda, and their agenda is the globalization agenda, a takeover agenda. We pushed down the finance bill 2024, but guys, let me tell you, Afrocentric, you maybe need to do a space on these bills. Agriculture bill, livestock, professionals bill. There is another one that was an act of parliament in the Uhuru government, the Seeds and Varieties Act. These people want to take over our food sovereignty and food industry. Bill Gates ashachukua seeds zote ziko kwa banka sample, seeds zote za Kenya, original seeds have already been picked from our country. So they go there, they work on the genome of these seeds, alafu inapatentiwa. Ikisha patentiwa, inarudi ikiwa na terminator gene. So ukipanda haimei tena. You guys, most of you here must be pretty young. I am not a millennial. I'm a millennial, I'm not a Gen Z. Let me tell you, kitambo hukuanga maragwe inapeanga mtu gas. Siku hizi, how many people will eat beans anasema sitakula hii maragwe iko na gas? They've messed up with seeds in this country. And what Ichungwa is doing with this PS, the agriculture, they are pushing bills to control food in this country. Ujamaa lingia tu kwa ofisi mara moja hivi, GMO ikakuwa allowed. If you remember, if any lawyer on this forum cares even to help us, there was public participation in the Kibaki era. Kenyans spoke loudly to likata GMO out of public participation. President ameallow GMO aje bila hata public participation, bila hata kuongea na mtu yeyote. Someone needs to go to court to make GMOs illegal in Kenya. Number 2, I have told you about bills that are worse than the finance bill. So now they've taken our seeds. They want for you to plant seed, hata ile kufanya inaitangwa, I'm a farmer myself. Hata ile kugraft, na nikate hii mti, nishikanishe na hii mti kwa compound yangu, ni graft mti yangu. Lazima nipewe permission, sijui na board gani. You guys, these people are checking us in a slavery. Kenya is number 4 in cancer rates in Africa. Let me tell you guys. South Africa, Zimbabwe, I can't remember, and Malawi. Kenya is number 4 because of the kind of foods we are eating. I have traveled well in Kenya. I've gone to Turkana. Turkanas have a relationship with their goats that is very different with the way the Rendile and the Borana have a relationship with their camels and their sheep and their goat. That is so different from the Maasais. Ukienda kwa Maasai, kuna vile urelate na ngombe zao. kuja Central, kuja Meru kwetu, enda wapi na wapi. The way we relate with our chicken and our cows is very different. So as a country, every community has a diverse relationship with their domestic animals. For us Africans, domestic animals, nitasema nini? It's like in our DNA. Farming is in our DNA. Uko na ka kitchen garden hapo nyuma, unapanda mboga zako, unapanda maua zako. You can imagine people are trying to legislate on how we plant, what we plant. These people are checking us into slavery. Na huu president, wacha niwaambie, vitu anafanya sababu ya WHO, sababu ya IMF, ni wazimu tupu. Is checking us into slavery, literally into slavery. And I want you guys are very learned. Go and pull those documents and tell me why you should be registered in a board headed by, I don't know, a cabinet secretary, ati ndio ng'ombe yako, ndume yako ipandilie ng'ombe yako. What nonsense is that? Ama uko na mbwa yako, you cannot inbreed your own dogs. You have to register them. I think people haven't taken this issue seriously. But let me tell you why we should demonstrate forever. Tuta demonstrate mpaka dakika ya mwisho, because these people thrive on a good name. When we unmask them, everyone knows hawa ni wanyama, hawa ni wauaji. They just want us to stick in slavery. And this is what this president is doing. So the more we keep on the streets, the more we make the world know what is happening in this country. And the more the world knows, the more the IMF gets exposed, the more the World Bank gets exposed, the more the WHO gets exposed. Unajua kwa nini? Let me tell you guys, the WHO inafanya kazi hapa na hii serikali because they are on a depopulation agenda. Tuda watu wengine tunapeana huku ushago, ukienda ushago ndio utashangaa. Wanapitanga kwa mashule, wajaongeleshea wazazi sababu kwa watu ni maskini, unasikia watoto wamepewa tudawa twa deworming. I did a post on my TikTok about the deworming they were doing countrywide. You'll be shocked. I was collecting data from that post on TikTok. Parents came to my inbox telling me, mtoto wangu hata nikako paralyzed from a dewormer. Wanatoa rash ingine kwa mwili. Mtoto anagonjeka mpaka anakuwa admitted. A dewormer. So these people who are coming to deworm our children huko kwa village, awatupei chakula, awakununuli nguo. Hii dawa ina uzuri gani hivi mpaka uletewe kwa shule? Yeah? We have a lot of work to do. Gen Zs, we have to do. Amka asubuhi, dedicate 4 hours to rebuild this country. Na tusichoke. We have a lot of work to do. I saw that PS. I actually tagged him on Twitter. Anaitwaje? Uyu PS wa Mkamba uyu PS wa I'll pin it on the wall of Afrosen. I actually pinned him. Why are you passing this livestock bill? And you know what they have done? They've come up with like a civic education about the bill. Alafu kwa civic education kao wanaonyesha tu uzuri wa hiyo bill. Why the livestock bill? Alafu wanasema that's not the truth. That's not the truth. Pick that bill and see. They want to control animal production in Kenya. They want to make sure the population ya wanyama Kenya imeisha. Wanataka kuua as many animals as possible. That's why they have a plan to go out and vaccinate animals. Utasikia ng'ombe zimekufa sijui ugonjwa gani. They want to reduce the population. Then they control the breeding of animals. That's food chain. That's food security. Wacha nikwambie, afadhali ukuwe na chakula ukose pesa. Unaweza kuwa na pesa na una chakula ya kununua. Ndio utajua maana ya chakula ni nini. Ama chakula tu unapata ni ma-GMOs. Go to South Africa. South Africans are sick. South Africans, the biggest population is HIV and cancer. And why do they get sick that much? Sababu South Africans wanakulanga GMOs. Watu chapwa na AIDS style ingine hata utashanga. Why are we better in Kenya? Because we still have organic foods. We can still eat our arrowroots, our cassava, maragwe zetu zile za ushago, tunaweza kula mboga za kienyeji. That's what keeps us healthy. Na ndio hata hii corona hii kutuchapa sababu ya chakula zile si ukula. So umse anataka kutufanya maskini, education we can't manage. Chakula tunakula ma poison. Alafu tushindange hapo kugonjeka. Guys, we have every reason to be on Nanenane, to be on the streets mpaka dakika ya mwisho. We have to reconstruct this country. Thank you for the people doing these spaces. Endeleeni hivyo na Mungu awape nguvu, msiishe nguvu. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. I love the fact that you've explained that food security issue vizuri sana. You've done it even better than I would have. Hiyo story ya ku get keep chakula, gavana atake get keep chakula, get keep taxes. Lakini inaitwa aje, makazi hazifiki kwa mwananchi. But mimi tunashangaa ni gavana create crisis alafu our create solutions. Sisi ndio tunafaa ku create solutions. Unajua mimi nashanga sana na hii gava. What kind of government is this? Anyway, Billy Mijungu.
Gadoni, you had said the 3 bills we should look up to is Agricultural Bill, Seeds and Variety Act. Which one else? I missed the third one. Gadoni.
I'm here. There are 3 bills. One is the Seeds and Varieties Act.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a case in court already, in High Court on it.
Okay.
But they were just seeking removal of a few clauses. That bill needs to be looked into in its entirety. The second one is the Agriculture Bill. Is it Agriculture and Professionals Bill? I'll check the exact names. Then the third one ni hii sasa imepelekwa Parliament. Bado ijapitishwa, inaitwa Livestock and Professionals Bill. Imepelekwa na Kimani Ichung'wah juzi. I'll do the screenshots and I'll send them in your inbox. Then I think we need to look at these bills kabisa tuzielewe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Billy Mijungu maybe. If Billy Mijungu is not there. Are you there, Billy? Okay. I know Tribeless umeinua mkono, lakini there are people who came before you, so I'll come to you later kidogo. Alvance Washington. Are you there?
Yeah, he unmuted. Hatukusikia Alvance.
Alvance uko hii town? Acha ni kumute unmute tena tuone kama tutakusikia. Unmute tuongeleshe. We still can't hear you, sorry. Wale, probably drop urudi tena. Frederick?
Hello, Manisikia?
Vizuri sana, go ahead please.
I think mine will be based on those MPs that we voted for. Those MPs, they do not represent Kenyans. They do represent their own interests and their families. I think we are giving them the mileage so that they can loot from us, the public fund that we use to pay our taxes, our revenues. Alafu pia tukisema ama CS nyoko vetting sahi wala wamekuwa kiserve hapo for about 20 months. Mtu unapata make interest ya karibu ya 150 million, ukipata mshahara yake hata haiwezi fikia hapo. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha these people they are looking from us. I think it's our high time for us to chukua leadership by force. Tusikubali kuja kupanga. It is our time to take it by force. Hata wanasemanga ati viongozi wa kesho ni sisi youth, but sahi hapana. Sahi we should take it by force kwa sababu sisi watu huko chini ndio tunaumia. This government they walikuja na bottom up model, lakini I think ilikuwa inakuja kufinyilia watu hapa chini. They are just busy kutuibia, kila wakati wanatuibia. School fees wanapandisha, kila kitu tu. Tuseme tu sisi hatuna mtu wa kututetea, ni sisi wenyewe tujitetee. Tarehe 8 mwezi wa 8, wacha Kenya ijulikane pia sisi tuna sauti. Hata ndo watu wengine countries zingine zinaweza kufuata venye sisi tunafanya. Yeah, nimemalizia hapo.
Okay, so thank you so much, Frederick. Declan.
I have a question. Before Declan goes.
Go ahead.
Do we know whether we have like a salary scale for our members of parliament and like the ministers, the PSAs? Is that something that is there? Is that something that we have ever thought about? Sababu unaona kama law the lawyers who are here can actually agree or disagree with me. But for us, when I'm working with a lawyer, I ask for the legal remuneration. Alafu unakuuliza how much you are charging me. If it is far off the Remuneration Act, then I'm not gonna pick you. You know what I'm saying? You have to be probably the best. So do we have something like that for our CSs? Maybe wameificha huko, anything like that?
I think for every job, good question, Kenyan lady. For every job out here, there has always to be a salary scale. Like if it's a PS, or for example, forget about these government jobs, but normal company jobs. If it's a director, if it's an MD, this is the match, the salary scale probably from this much to this much, and every company has their own whatever. Have their own salary scales and all that. But you see, for government, it's always very, very, and I stand to be corrected, government jobs zinakuanga very, very constant. Ile design ya, kama mtu ni PS, ama kama mtu ni MP, ama kama mtu ni MCA, anafaa kulipwa hivi, na hizi ndio allowances zake, unaget, and so on and so forth. Na hizi ndio per diem, in case atoke nje, ameenda nje for out of the country, ama within the country for a job, work purposes, ndio per diem, anafaa kulipwa per day, ndio hotel rate yake, anafaa kulipa hoteli per day and all that. Fuel, gari ka allowance iko hivi na hivi, house allowance iko hivi. There should be a standard rate. Unaget? So I think, and these are information that should be public, by the way, because these are our employees. Unaget? Sindo tumwandika kazi. Unanipata?
Yeah, so we need to see that reference.
Yes.
We need to see, okay, so like an MP should make from here to here. These are the allowances. This is the per diem. This is the housing allowance. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to get a hold of that. I don't know how we will do that, but it's a high time we know how much we should actually be paying these CSs and PSs and MPs and whatnot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a good question. That was something worth pondering about. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Is Billy Mijungu around? If Billy Mijungu is not around, let's go to Tribeless. Tribeless, how are you? Talk to us.
I'm all right. Thank you so much, you. Thank you, Afro. Thank you, the Kenyan lady. Thank you. The speaker who has just spoken earlier, that was, I think, Kadomi, had a lot of insights into our country. And I can see Dr. Okurokot. I've been trying to go through the participants today. I can see Dr. Okurokot here. I'm not a legal jargon because I belong to a different profession, but I want to ask, I believe Okurokot will be, Dr. Okurokot will be one of the speakers, maybe at one point to also contribute. But I want to ask Daktari that if the president sacked his CSS, his cabinet ministers, and he gazetted them as sacked employees on the basis of incompetency, how then can he bring somebody back who he has sacked? Does the Constitution have provisions that when Hassan Joe, myself, have been sacked, I can still come back to the same position which I was sacked and gazetted? I believe, Dr. you will be able to respond, because that issue has been pondering in my head. How are we having CSS coming back who have been sacked and gazetted as incompetent? Coming back to what I wanted to say today, I'm happy we're having new speakers each day, and I can see, when I join this space, I know I try to look around to see if we have new speakers, because that is what is public. What is public? What is civic education? Civic education is being able to educate each other and reaching very many people deep in the villages. Because I can tell you, the way we are able to converge here in the X space and share ideas and enlighten each other, there's a large group of people here who are not able to get this information. What they experience, they just experience hiking food prices, they experience disease. And I can tell you that one of the worst things that ever happened to us as a country, and I want to tell you this, is the issue of, in agriculture, is the introduction of GMOs in Kenya. GMOs have been there for a long time in these first world countries. But why do you think the previous presidents have blocked it? Because it is not, we do not have the capacity. Some of us who live outside Kenya, like me and a few people I see here, will tell you that we do not have the capacity to counter the effects of GMO in our healthcare system. We lack that capacity. We lack the ability to treat our sick. We lack the ability to be able to detect infections, long, far-reaching diseases associated with GMOs. Those countries that consume GMOs, I am a good consumer of GMOs when I'm outside Kenya. But when you look at their healthcare system, they're able to detect cancers, for example, in stage 1 and stage 2. When you go to the hospital, you have done for a comprehensive assessment from head to toe and lots of variety of tests, which in Kenya would cost you millions of money. These tests are done for free, my dear people. So we cannot compare ourselves. We are not yet in the stage to consume GMOs because we can't be able to experience or counter the effects of GMO. Why are we having British military Matatu training in Kenya? And they have established themselves. Why do we have US forces in Lamu? Are we still being colonized? Why are we having, look at what Batuk did to the people of Laikipia. I was watching a 17-year-old girl saying that she doesn't have her father because her mom was raped, and as a result, she was born. Unfortunately, her mom also passed away. She's 17 years old. She doesn't have her father. She's living in a one-room house. A big shame. Shame on the president. Shame on us. Shame. We are learned people. We have to ensure that this education, we have to ensure that this information reaches the people. Because look at what is going on right in Kenya, my dear people. What is going on right? Nothing. Education is a crap. Kibaki gave us free primary education. Uhuru tried, but he still messed it. But he tried. At least he did not introduce funny funding models which have blocked poor children from accessing education. When you make education expensive, you open the doors of jail. That is what you are doing. Look at the healthcare system. We are in a charade of a system that we don't understand. We don't know if it is NHF, SHA. The High Court, the High Court invalidated all the laws, the 3 laws that out of the 4. So what do we have? Nothing. What are the drivers of an economy? Healthcare, that is down. Education, that is down now. Agriculture, that is down. So security, we are battling. We are not yet there. So what is Ruto doing good? In a country of 50 million Kenyans, you supply fake fertilizers. Shame. In the name of subsidy. Shame. My dear people, shame. We should feel ashamed of ourselves as a country. And that is why this is the disease which has been eating us Kenyans for a long time. People with progressive ideas are never elected to positions of power. They never access power. If we have a CEO, like now, look at what Ruto is doing. He is the chief architect of anarchy. Why do I say he's the chief architect of anarchy? This gentleman called Ruto knows very well he has got all the instruments of power. He knows that former governor Wycliffe Oparanya has a case with EACC, 1.3 billion case with EACC. What does he do? He goes ahead to appoint him as a CS. Shame, my people. Do you think Ruto does not know that Oparanya has a case with EACC? He knows. And then what happens yesterday? The DPP now wants to withdraw charges. Really? We have 50 million Kenyans. Must it be Oparanya? If you want regional balance, why don't you get another competent person from Kakamega? If it has to come from Kakamega. Must we have one person with court case who has been a governor for 10 years, has been an MP for Butere for over 20 years, has been a CS for lands? I mean, this man is not, even if you want to give him job, he is not poor. He has got many wives and girlfriends. I am not misquoting, I'm not saying things, I'm not accusing him. He came out to say he has got girlfriends. He has nothing to lose. Ayo, must we get these people who have questionable issues? Look at even the health now. One of the most sick departments in Kenya is the healthcare. What does Ruto do? I was watching yesterday the vetting of Deborah Mulongo. I can tell you for sure, the only difference between Deborah and Nahumicha is that Nahumicha had a fake pharmacy degree and Deborah is a qualified doctor of internal medicine. But that's really give her the qualifications to become a good CS? No. You could see it yesterday. She has no clue what she's going to do. To be honest, let us be, but why is she going to get the position? Because she's a relative of Wetangula. And Ruto told Wetangula to bring his person. And Mr. Wetangula, he is also bringing us every unqualified person. Wetangula, don't you have friends who can serve us if it has to be you? My good people, as I conclude, I am happy we are beginning to realize that politics control every aspect of our lives. As young people, we have always said, mimi yokura sichukui, mi hata sisijui, ni hao wanasiasa. No. It is high time we get involved into politics, because when I go out of the country, you see members of parliament boarding buses. You see, look at in Kenya, a Secretary General of UDA has got chase car. Jamaa anapita magari we chase car. Shame. 5-10 vehicles chasing after a Secretary General of a political party. Where did we go wrong? What is wrong with us? And then people come here to sanitize such issues. That is why we loaned out Malaysia. Jomo Kenyatta loaned out Malaysia money. Have you gone to Malaysia? Who has gone to Kuala Lumpur? I have gone to Kuala Lumpur. My good people, you would sit on an airport and ask yourself, is this the country that we loaned money? Is this the country? And then you look at JKIA. Now you are being auctioned. Have you read that deal between JKIA and that foreign company? My good people, you will cry. Even if they want to help developers. But the contents of that agreement have far-reaching consequences on the people of Kenya. Let me tell you, ukiona mtu anataka kuingia kwa deal, the contents of the deal must be to his benefit. How do you want to control an airport for 30 years? Shame. And Ruto comes to defend. Shame. I know we have been making losses, but really, can't we think better? Can't we put the interests of the country at heart? And we, Africa, we have been known for this kind of behavior, because we have also killed everybody who has been thinking right in Kenya. They killed Tom Mboya, they killed J.M. Kariuki, they killed Pastor Muge, they even killed Odhiambo Mbai, the chief architect of the 2010 Constitution. I believe Dr. Kukuru Okot was there. They killed Mbai as well. We have got a tendency of eliminating anybody who thinks right, because we want everything to remain wrong, so that our children can go, the children of politicians can go outside Kenya to study. You come to you go to the UK, you find them in the universities. You find Sudi displaying a 16 million watch live on camera. I mean, that is My goodness, 16 million you're putting on. Is that true? Also, this money? I can tell you, he was saying it is his money. Do you know how he got the money? He may have got the money. He may have not stolen it directly, but he may have stolen it through proxies, through companies associated with him, doing businesses with the Nairobi County government. That garbage collection company doing business with Nairobi County government paid millions of money. Shame.
Jaribu kuland.
So as I land, I want to remind everybody that if you are still feeling down, then you have got every reason to come out on 8th of August to defend the integrity and the morals of your country. Otherwise, I am done. Thank you.
Asante sana. Declan, could you kindly go ahead, and then we're gonna let Dr. Onge. Any direct questions to the doctor? Welcome. Go ahead, Declan.
Thank you so much. Nimekuwa nikiongea kwa spaces zingine and I get very upset, so I'll try not to get too upset today. I wasn't going to speak, but then Kadomi spoke to some things that I need to talk on, and also the previous speaker, Tribeless. Number one, maandamano kunayo Nanenane. I think it's been mentioned by many speakers before, to the people who are here, mtoke mwende Nanenane. Now that you who are here know that you are going for Nanenane, who have you told? Who are you going with? Usiende peke yako. Carry someone, bwana. Usiende peke yako. Go with someone. Tushawaambia hapa, mshaambiwa. You already know you're going. So I'm not here to speak to you. I'm here to speak to you speaking to someone else. Who have you told about Nanenane maandamano? Who are you going with? Make sure you're going with someone. There's been talk about the West and their agenda against us. Kadomi touched on it, and the IMF and the world economists. You know, everybody has something against Africa in the world. I don't know what it is with these people and us. We have so much potential and power within our own land. And that really scares them. That really scares them. Huwa inafanya wasilale usiku. It is in the best interests of the world economists and the West to make sure that we fail with this movement. You see, the thing that has been keeping Africa in its box is the leaders that we have. Every time get more information on issue, Adani and the airport, I'm almost going mad. Yani nakuwa mwenda wazimu. I think this 2 weeks break we are taking from maandamano is driving me up the wall. Mi nasikia tunafaa kuandamana hata kila siku. If you look at the terms of how the deal is negotiated, every deal is negotiated in aim to gain profit for your party or to gain something for your party. But there's also something called ethics and good faith, which is practiced in every business. There is not even a bit of ethics or good faith in the deal that Adani negotiated with the government of Kenya. Nothing. It is like the person who was on the table negotiating the deal did not even open their mouth to speak. It's like they just sat there and listened to Adani spew out nonsense. The fact that Adani could even spew out such nonsense and suggest such terms is ridiculous. Adani went as far as to find out that when the 2030 plan was made back in 2011, they went far as back as to find clauses that were in that 2030 clause, 2030 plan, and cover themselves from all corners. That's how far they went. And they said, for the next 30 years, including the plans that you had to develop airports for the 2030 plan, there shall be no airport which will challenge JKA. That is how thick our leaders are. Yani, that is how stupid Murko. And then I find that's the money that Murkomen was being given when he went to Dubai. You know, I didn't know what money that was Murkomen was being given in Dubai. Now I find out that the $2 million he was receiving in Dubai is that money for that deal for Adani. Hey, I almost exploded. One. That thing is pissing me off, among many other things. The West really want to keep us down. But the thing that is stopping them from stopping this movement is social media. Kadomi mentioned that these guys are so scared of getting their hands dirty. And I can tell you that is not just our Western thing. Iyo at the World Economist, iyo ni mzungu. I live in the United Kingdom. I see the way politics is played even in the office. Tusiende mbali, let us just go to the office. If there's anything mzungu anaogopa, ni kuonekana yeye ni mbaya. They fear that thing. Reputation. They fear their reputation going bad. That is why in the United Kingdom, before a scandal is released in the news, if you go and find out stories about Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew and all these other crazy things that go on, that these people get up to in their country, before it's released in the news, the first thing they do is they go and try and bribe or threaten the media. But the media here has a very firm hand. So if they know they can't bribe or threaten the media, which they usually find out they can't do, they then resign from the position they are in. Before that even story touches the news, they've already resigned. Washatoka. Wameenda. But Kenyan leaders, no. No, not Kenyan leaders, but them, it has become normal for us to see money getting lost. Eurobond, sijui pesa ya NYS, sijui pesa ya nani. It's just disappearing into thin air. And it's become so normal, nobody cares about it anymore. We need to take back our country, and I can tell you the fight is not Aishi Naruto. It goes as far as... Have you ever wondered why Kenyatta family is so rich? Have you ever wondered why Kenyatta family is so rich? Kenyatta family is so rich because they keep the evils that the royal family do in our country. There is so much... Somebody has asked, why do we have UK Army and US Army barracks in our country? It's a good question. Think to yourself, have you ever seen an American army barrack in the United Kingdom or in China? Have you ever seen a Chinese army barrack in the United Kingdom or in America? No. I don't understand what they're doing in our country. There is no peacekeeping mission they're keeping here. Those civil conflicts that we have, they're the ones who launch them. They find somebody, they incite something, and then they send us into civil unrest, and then they fly in and they say, we are here to help. Tumekuja kusaidia, allow us. Vile unaambiwa allow cookies kwa internet, allow us. Style up. If you're not doing everything that you can do to contribute to this movement, I want you to take a good look in the mirror today and ask yourself, am I doing everything I can do to contribute to this movement? Because I can tell you for free, if this issue has not touched you personally already, it will come and find you at your door. Hiyo ni kitu nimekuwa nikisema. It will come and find you at your door. Whether you're a farmer, my parents are farmers. I also aspire to be a farmer. Because who told you I want to be a businessman here in the United Kingdom? Or I want to be a manager or corporate? Those are not the things I want for my life. I want to live in my country in peace and farm my produce and mind my business. But I can't do it because the economy is so messed up. Sasa lazima nikuje hapa United Kingdom nitafute pesa hiyo ndio sasa capital nitarudi nayo kuanzisha shamba yangu. And while I try to start that shamba in Kenya, there's 1 million things frustrating me to make sure that I don't do those things. They are messing with seedlings. They are messing with the international market. They are messing with the money. These guys, they want to keep us down. Wake up, bwana. Wake up. Stop being a fool. Stop being a fool. You're not that stupid ndio utembelewe tu juu vile tunatembelewa juu hivi. Style up, bwana. Style up. It's driving me up the wall. Walai, we need this Nanenane needs to come fast. Kwa sababu kama tuendangi maandamano, as things continue happening, I just feel like we're not doing enough. If you're not doing something, find something and do it. Have you contested the appointment of the cabinet secretaries? If you have not, find a lawyer, find a template, fill the template and send your memorandum to contest the appointment of cabinet secretary. Please, if you don't have, DM me, I'll send you a template. And I'll even give you a lawyer who will commission it for you for free. Mmekuwa mkiuliza public participation, here is public participation. I'm telling you, if you don't know already, make sure that you have signed that memorandum and sent it through. Because the previous speaker, the previous speaker spoke to this issue of Deborah doing her interview. This is just one of many. Hey, but this one really touched me. Wetangula told Deborah, could you please, in 5 minutes, introduce yourself? Say your name, your professional background, and any other relevant information that may help support your case to this position. The first thing that came out of this stupid woman's mouth, the first thing, after she's been told to say her name, you know, in an exam, unaambiwa andika jina yako hapo juu. You know, you're even given at least 1% for writing your name. That is why your teacher never gives you a 0, because at least you wrote the name and the date right. This woman was so stupid, she couldn't even write the name and the date right on her interview to serve the people of Kenya. The first thing that came out of her mouth was, I'd like to thank Ruto for giving me this opportunity to come and... nobody asked her about Ruto. She was asked her name. She was asked her name, bwana. Aliambiwa aseme jina yake. She's already been bought. Her head is so far gone into Ruto's ass that she can't even think aseme jina yake. Those are the kind of people that Ruto is recruiting to be cabinet secretaries. Is that somebody you want to be a cabinet secretary for you? She can't even say her name. Akiambiwa aseme jina, anasema jina Ruto. God damn it. Chani siendelee. Daktari aendelee.
Thank you, Declan. You're just making me laugh, and it is not even. I'm not even laughing because it's funny, but it's just a nervous laughter. I'm gonna tell you, some of these things like hata havieleweki hivi vitu. So tufanye hivi. Dr. Ekuru, I think the questions that I have gathered from us, the number one we want to is the question of the cabinet secretaries and how legal it is to bring them on board. The second question that I have heard is about the GMOs and how can we stop that? I don't even know how can we actually stop that. And then I have a question for you about the salaries and your remunerations. I'm so sorry, we're going to get into your business, but you know we pay you. So so that's how we want to handle you as the, you know, as the person we have employed. So twataka kujua how people can amass so much wealth in no time, and they actually come out and they gracefully and graciously tell us about their wealth right now that they have accumulated 300 million over what they had 20 months ago. Make it make sense for us. And I have looked at the remuneration commission, whatever they have given out, especially for like MPs and CSs. The base pay is like 700,000, and then for MPs is 400,000. That is minus the the taxes. So how just make it make sense? And then we will go to Western, and then we'll go to Louise, and then we'll go to Josephine, and then we'll have the doctor talk to us. Asanteni.
Okay, so first of all, thank you so much, Kenyan lady, and thanks everybody, Afrocentric, for organizing this event. Okay, again, I just want to have a disclaimer that I've got very limited time because actually I'm on travel with family, but I thought let me take this opportunity to speak to a couple of issues that you have raised. First, Kenya lady, I've not seen the contract of employment where I'm being paid, but I'll follow that privately, I guess. Secondly, let's just deconstruct
sorry, it's a public information. I just pulled it from SRC and I have posted it on this space. I have posted it on the comment section. So I just was looking how much an MP would make, a CS, a chief whip, whatever. I just went through it real quick. So that's what's reflected there. So it's not that I have inside information.
No, not a problem. Okay, but first, let me say this. I want to look at the presidency of William Ruto from an opportunistic perspective. You remember for the longest time in Kenya, we've been dealing with the whole question of these so-called dynasties, political families. And I think William Ruto, in a way, has helped the country to bring that to an end. And I'm just saying this critically. So for every opportunity situation we find ourselves in, I think I want us to exploit the political opportunity in it. William Ruto's failings, lies, and lack of plan, lack of anything that he promised in 2022 should actually be taken as a political opportunity for Kenya. And that's why I am happy with the Genz mobilization, the fact that today we don't need political rallies, we just need to go to X spaces and express ourselves, and of course figure out what next for us as a country. So I see an opportunity here for us to be able to dislodge this man. And like I keep on saying, 2027 is too far. But you can see what he has done. For his own political survival, because William Ruto never really had a plan for Kenya, right from the very beginning. If you look at his political pedigree from 1997 to date, longest serving elected politician in the history of Kenya, no success story associated with him except scandals after scandals and the kind of government that he's putting in today. So to protect himself, he has roped back those so-called political dynasties, political families. And that's why he's brought in Raila Odinga, who, of course, by extension, is bringing in Uhuru Kenyatta as well, to some extent. So it's the continuation, because he's been a surrogate of these so-called political dynasties. At least one political family that we no longer want to talk about is the Moi family, with the demise of the old man. But Ruto, for his own survival and roping in, his cronies, and you can see actually the Pentagon is regrouping, except for the late Joseph Nyaga. You can see Najib Balala's case has been dropped. Ruto is now together with Raila, and of course, the other guy. So that is point number one. And I think I want us to not to relent, because this is an opportunity for us to be able to try and turn things in the history of our country. And of course, I'm also happy now some of the political followers, sycophants say of Raila are now accusing him as enemy number one. That for me is a development in the right direction in terms of where our country is headed. Now, let me go to the specific questions. On the cabinet, first of all, President William Ruto, don't be surprised, guys, that when he disrespects the Constitution, don't be surprised, because this is one man who mounted a no campaign against the Constitution of Kenya today, because he never believed in it. So we should not be surprised when he does not actually respect it. It is manifesting itself very clearly that he has no regard for the Constitution. For example, when he dissolves a cabinet, he fires a cabinet, he owes Kenyans an explanation as to the reason why he dissolves the cabinet. That he has not given. Now, he goes ahead to reappoint some members of that cabinet that he has dissolved. When dissolution of a cabinet basically means a firing of your employee. So when you fire your employee, you have to give reasons. There has to be some sort of a charge sheet or a show cause. Why are we firing you? Either incompetence, you have stolen, you have breached the terms of contracts and all that. But he has not given Kenyans that explanation as to why he fired the cabinet in the first place. Secondly, he also owes Kenyans an explanation to say why he has not reappointed the entire cabinet that he had. What is wrong with the Aisha Jumas and the rest? Not that I want them back, but because we know right from the very beginning it was a big mistake, the kind of people that he appointed. So what is the reason why he's bringing back Kindiki Kithure, Chirchir, and Soipantuya, and Muturi, and the others? So he owes Kenyans an explanation, but he will never give Kenyans an explanation, because Kenyan government is commerce, is an industry. That's why it keeps on attracting the same people all the time. Those who are not in government today and with the others who form the government, they somehow find a way of getting themselves back into government, because it's a cartel. It's a cartel regime. And that's why you can see Raila is lying to people that, his members were individually, contacted. We all know the character of Oparanya, Mbadi, and all the, I mean, Joho, these are Raila boys. I mean, Raila guys. They cannot do anything politically without Raila. So Raila is the one who actually gave the blessing for them to be appointed. So this lie they are treating us that it's not the party that is involved. First of all, even legally speaking, there is no coalition agreement between ODM, the party, or Azimio la Umoja coalition political party, and Kenya Kwanza, a coalition. There's none. So already there we are seeing a breach of the Political Parties Act. We are seeing an attempt to actually just devalue or water down the whole concept of opposition, killing democracy, killing the whole idea of oversight of government, passage of good legislation to the people. So that is as far as the cabinet is concerned. But secondly, related to the cabinet, if you look at the so-called vetting by Wetangula, I mean, Wetangula is my senior in the legal profession, and he ought to have interrogated those cabinet secretaries a little bit more. For example, just use the example of Kindiki. For the last 2 years, we've been treated to the narrative that our economy was dilapidated. We inherited empty coffers. There was no money. The economy was down. We are trying to stabilize the economy, but things are bad. Then we were told the war in Ukraine, the war in Russia-Ukraine war was affecting everything, fertilizers and all that. So the economy was bad. But somehow, you have got a cabinet secretary who has made 150 million in 22 months without knowing exactly what business is this person doing. And there's no justification for that money. Where is the money coming from? So he claims that it was from pending bills and some small businesses. But he ought to have been interrogated. What are these businesses? Because Chapter 6 disallows a public servant to engage in any other gainful employment. Now, if Kindiki says that he's actually a practicing advocate, of course, I've never seen him in the corridors of court. For the last 25 years, I've practiced law myself, and you can ask any lawyer here what case has he even argued. We saw him at the Hague, but we know the Hague was more political than anything else. And even then, when the judges actually declared a mistrial in all the cases, it means that actually the cases are still active. So they cannot say that there is any legal contribution as such that Kindiki has made in the practice of law to earn such amount of money. In any case, he couldn't have made money through legal practice when he was a cabinet secretary. So that vetting is very cosmetic, and it's a shame that yes, and I agree with the previous speaker, it's a shame. But we should not be ashamed ourselves as Kenyans. We should be ashamed that there's a government that's actually representative of us. But us as Kenyans should be proud of ourselves that now we are rising up and we are saying, hakuna ujinga anymore, wajinga waliisha. Now, on the question of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, just to take you back memory lane, when we were negotiating the 2010 Constitution, we actually deliberated on the issue of how do we come up with a human resource organization that will look at how do we compensate our public servants, and that was the intent, that was the spirit of the SRC as a commission, that it should now be able to look at. And we even suggested things like, if you have been a member of parliament for the last 20 years, then there is like a newcomer, who comes in the other day. Why should they earn the same salary? What are their competencies? What are their abilities even to legislate? We all know that some of them today don't even attend parliament. You've heard somebody like Oscar Sudi say that he doesn't have to go to parliament. His business is to go and make money. So do we really need such an employee as a member of parliament? We don't need such a parliament. And that's why for me, in 2019, as Third Way Alliance Kenya, we moved a motion, we made a proposal to actually drastically reduce the size of parliament to a maximum of 100, where we have one woman, one man elected from all the 47 counties of Kenya, and then we invoke Article 100 of the Constitution on the nomination, where you actually nominate also one man, one woman from the categories of persons living with disability, minority, and and all those other categories, so that you make the national parliament a maximum of 100. With Senate, we had said abolish all nomination, all these women rep and all that, so that you reduce the cost of running parliament from 35.5 billion at the time to at least 5 billion. And we put in the perspective, how is it that 416 individuals can gobble right now under the current budget? I think it's upwards of 40 billion per year. While, for example, the people of Nairobi, about 5 million of them are probably given about 12 billion, which is supposed to be for everything, development, water, road, Nini, and all those things. So in terms of equity, that's not fair. And we had tasked SRC to now look at the human resource of each and every public servant. What are they bringing on the table? But the problem we're now facing is that the appointing authority, which is the president, is actually appointing people lackluster, fakeless individuals who actually worship the presidency, worship the government. And the first thing they do is they increase their salaries of those commissioners. So they have no business opposing increment from parliament of their own salaries. So that is as far as the SRC is concerned. It is still in the works. And for me, we had even proposed that we now need to reduce those commissions, make them part-time. I mean, there be a secretariat, but even the secretariat, what is the secretariat of SRC actually doing? You know, we need just to make it as a board that even meet maybe twice a year to review salaries and go. You know, public universities are run through councils. I've served as chairman of JKUAT Council and the University of Nairobi Council. I mean, we are not fully employed. We only come, sit, have some small allowance of 20-something thousand, and after taxation, you go home and you made policy decision. So we actually do not need most of this commission, and that's why we had proposed to drastically reduce them. Minimum 3 commissioners, maximum 5, including IEBC. In other countries, you know, for example, that during election time, people actually they call for volunteers to just count the vote. You don't need commissioners. You don't need all these things. They are gobbling money that should go into health, into food security, into education, into infrastructure, and all that. So SRC was supposed to actually help the country towards that direction. But unfortunately, we end up with individuals who are just being tribally picked, politically picked, and that's where we are. Kenya Lady, is there another question?
Yeah. So
on the GMOs.
Yes, there was the GMO question. Yeah, go ahead with that.
Okay, so first of all, I mean, I'm a student of transnational corporations way back when I was doing law in development, and I know that transnational corporations actually are predators on our economies. And one of the things that I know my younger brother Steve Mbogo has been speaking eloquently about is the new world order and how the globalists and the imperialists are actually trying to control food security in our country using GMOs, taking away land, bringing about these digital currencies and all that. That's all worked together. So on GMOs, to be honest, it's about regulation. Yes, we do consume GMOs one way or the other. But I think like the previous speaker spoke about, it has to be linked to the healthcare system in a country. And that's a factor of regulation. So when you don't have a robust healthcare system that's able to detect some of the negatives that come with GMOs, then you are actually exposing the populace of your country to dangers. But honestly, if you ask me, we have no business actually going the GMO route as a country. We have plenty of land. We have not done mechanical agriculture in Kenya enough. We have a lot of water sources. We should actually be able to grow organic foods in our country and be able to feed our population. This GMO is just an excuse. I mean, for example, if you think about the whole idea of fertilizers, from 1965, many of you may probably recall the Kendren. Was it Kendren Fertilizer Factory? Way back in 1965. How is it that, for example, we had specialized universities like Egerton University? You even had JKUAT, specializing on matters, agriculture, and technology. Why is it that 60 years thereafter, we are still begging for fertilizers out there? And these fertilizers, of course, come with conditions. And for me, so I'm not an expert on matters GMO. I will only say that it lacks regulation from our own government. It lacks linkage to the healthcare system that will be able to say, okay, even if we do GMOs based on, say, disasters or emergencies, then is our healthcare system able to cater for any dangers that come with it? I think I'll leave it to that. Any other question, Kenya Lady?
So for the GMO, how do you suggest we fight that? Other than organizing that we are organizing, we still have these bills. I think anaitwaje huyo kijana mwenye alileta hiyo bill, anasponsor hiyo bill. I don't know. I don't remember his name. Is it Ishongo? I don't know. I mean, what do we do? Because the bill was already tabled. Is it yesterday or the day before? The agricultural something bill.
Yeah, so I must confess that I have not read the bill myself. I'm more than happy to look into it. But I think here, this is where we need to bring in our own scientists and food experts to actually look at that bill and advise which way forward. I must confess, I haven't read it, but I'm more than happy to look into it when I'm back.
All right. Afro, have I skipped any question? And Western, do you have a question for Daktari? I know he's squeezed for time.
No, I don't.
Okay. So I don't know if we've dealt with all the questions. We can continue with the discussion. If I remember something else raised, I if you're still here, I'm gonna go ahead and ask. So Western, please go ahead with the discussion.
Thank you, Kenyan lady. Thank you, Afrocentric. And my salute to people who are on this forum. First and foremost, I wish to state that there's something that education is supposed to do to an individual. Education is supposed to lead to refinement in thought and character. And if it doesn't do that, then what people are left with is credentialism. This person is a professor, this person has got a PhD, and therefore they are qualified. But in other societies where they, yes, are looking for people qualified in terms of scholarship, they also care about how you have conducted yourself on the metrics of integrity, of honesty. Yeah, you are a professor, but in your previous station, you stole money. You are not qualified for this job. You're a medical doctor, but in your previous station, you are involved in some malpractices. You don't qualify for this job. And that's why when you look at the vetting that's going on, and you see the likes of Kithure Kindiki, honestly speaking, it shows us that as a country, from the very beginning, there's been a persistent assault on intellectualism in Kenya. Persistent assault. Intellectualism is where society valorizes ideas. They have to think through their problems, and thinking through them, theorizing those problems, discussing robustly about those problems, then they resolve those problems. But not here, where a professor tells you, as the previous speaker said, I've made 150 million Kenya shillings. And the people are supposed to ask the searching questions. I mean, they just gloss over that. Like, how did you make that money within such a short period of time? Exactly what did you do? And you realize, no, it's not only that. Another one comes, Alice Wahome, says she's made 109,250,000 Kenya shillings within the same period. They gloss over that. They don't ask the hard questions. What exactly did you do? She says, one of my tenants paid me lump sum, 14 million in rent arrears. Who is this tenant of yours? They don't ask those. Why? Because the state in Kenya, the political elite, the Ruto and acolytes and those who came before him, they relate to the state as a site for primitive accumulation, as a site to amass wealth. You amass wealth and you're not accountable to anybody. And that's why in other societies, it will be scandalized just to state how much you're worth, and people don't ask you questions exactly. Did this money come through magic? Did you win lotto? Did you discover something, a vaccine or something that never existed before? How exactly did you make? We don't ask those questions. We don't. So you realize, until we come to the realization that the people who are now presiding over the Kenyan state, and in fact, they are part of the continuum, those who came before them behaved exactly the way they are doing. they're extremely hell-bent in their ways of deviancy, deviousness, of corruption, of impunity. And that's why they invoke large sums of money in a country that's reeling under poverty, just casually, flippantly. Large sums of money, flippantly. Because what are you going to do? No one will ask me to account for this. This is a charade. In any case, it's a distraction. The president has already nominated me. This is just running through the motions. I'll get this job regardless. You get. So once you understand that, it may lessen your pain, but it's not going to lessen your anger. You realize that those who are dismissed, so-called, they thanked Ruto, the appointing authority. None of them thanked the people of Kenya. None of them. All of them, without exception, they thanked Ruto, the appointing authority. No one said the Kenyan people for having accorded me this privilege to serve you. No. Why? Because it's what they call personal rule. Personal rule. That the state revolves around an individual and some acolytes and a group of people around them. These are the people who make decisions. They don't have to consult anybody. And as long as you owe allegiance to this person, you know, this neo-patrimonial leader, this big man, you're good to go. The rest of the Kenyans can go to hell. You're not accountable to them. You can insult them. You can call them names. You can speak to them in whichever way you want. They will take you nowhere. As long as the person who appointed you is at home with your behavior. And what behavior is this? You are in deviousness, in corruption. So this state has decayed. These individuals who constitute this institution we call the government have decayed. And I don't think they have anything in them to re-engineer the Kenyan state. We have to get that clearly. And that's why they fight against thinking. They fight against ideas. They fight against innovation. I've been listening yesterday, some young people saying, now I'm running my cyber, whatever I'm running, and they ask me for a fire license or something. Like if you're part of a building, you know, some small entity there, why should you have a license for, I don't know, fire, whatever that means? To extort money from even those who want to do things for themselves. Why? Because they don't want alternative centers of power. When people are empowered, they do their own things. They make their own money. They develop themselves. They uplift themselves because there's an enabling environment. Then there's no one you're going to lie to. You can't lie to anybody. Your propaganda will not fly. Your tribal politics will not fly. But what do? You pauperize them. You debase them. You dehumanize them. You make them look stupid. You completely show them the middle finger and say, go to hell. Because they are poor and they're increasingly becoming poorer. And there is fear that their children will even be poorer than them. Now, then you can be the only person in town. Your word becomes law. That is the challenge we have here. So the problem is about the base. The Kenyan economy, the base, how it is structured, who works, who makes money, who contributes to productivity, who loots from who plunders, who propagates and advances a nefarious external agenda that's meant to humiliate the Kenyan people, to impoverish them even more, and about the superstructure of the economy, the relations that are propagated through the education sector, through religious formations, through the media, through the practice of the law. All those things need to be reset, or if not overhauled. We cannot have a feudal state in 2024, a feudal state. One or two people can just wake up one morning and they make decisions which are so detrimental to millions of other people. We can't. We cannot. It can't. It's unsustainable. So I'm saying, Ruto, one of the visitors he invited was the Singaporean Prime Minister. I don't know what they discussed. I don't know. But if you care to follow what goes on in Singapore, they're not into mambo jumbo. You know, here we we like splitting hairs. What does the provision of this law say? What does Article 6 say? What does this and that? In Singapore, if you listen to them, listen to that prime minister and politicians there, they just invoke basic concepts. For instance, they say, we want a clean government. A clean government. And everybody understands what that means. No one will go to court to understand what does a clean government mean in the Kenyan context. We want straight politicians, both in government and in the opposition. No one goes to court to find what does the Constitution say, define what a straight politician is, or what kind of a politician is that. Very basic things. Honesty, integrity, those are the concepts they invoke. Why? Because they're invested in their collective destiny. But here, those concepts mean nothing. Why? Because the political elite in Kenya and their acolytes, they exist, they inhabit an alternative universe. It's an alternative universe. So that even when protests are going on, they think these people must be deranged. Why are they bothered about what's going on? We're doing well. We fall sick, we can go to the best hospitals in the world. Our children are getting, in quotes, the best education that money can buy. Why are these people on the streets? Because they exist, they inhabit, they have created for themselves an alternative universe. And therefore, they cannot relate to the problems, the aspirations, and the concerns of the majority of the people. So much so that even if you are to know how much salaries they are paid, what scales, it will not going to help. Why? Because the Salaries and Remuneration Commission was meant to regulate, as it were, that word. How much are people paid? And what was the intention? Equity. Equity. You don't have in an organization where the person at the top is earning millions and the person who is serving tea or the person who is cleaning is actually going home with nothing. That is scandalous. Those are inequalities. It's worse than poverty. Yeah? Worse than poverty. Millions, the person at the top. And these other people go with nothing at home, but they all buying basic goods at the same price, same economy. These people are not appreciative of that. Why? They are bought into neoliberal globalization without the requisite discipline. Discipline. And that's why they think that solutions to Kenyan's problems can be imported from elsewhere. Bill Gates can come and help us draft bills that will put farmers in check as far as crop and animal husbandry is concerned. We can come up with things that are completely irrational. Why? Because when you wage war against thinking, people who cannot think, they tend to mimic. Mimic. Oh, this thing, what are you doing with this ID? We're coming up with another ID that expires because Uganda has got such an ID. What a senseless thing to say. Are Kenyans the same as Ugandans? They can't justify why they are doing the things they are doing because it's only sycophancy that has paid, and it's an industry in Kenya. If you don't think, all that you do, you sing praises for the powers that be, you'll move from here, from IEBC, you'll go to Los Angeles as the consular general. From there, you'll come, you become, I don't know, a CS. From there, you go nowhere. Why? Because you're just a sycophant. You don't think. And when you think, you say, oh, okay, what are you telling us? You're against our peace. You're against unity. You're causing problems. But what problems are you causing? Societies that transform themselves embrace ideas, embrace debate, embrace thought, embrace theory. People are free to think and express themselves freely. Societies where thinking is suppressed, I can tell you for free, they become dead. They become dead. And once they become dead, they start betraying the problems that we are having in Kenya. People lose lives senselessly. People die of preventable diseases like cholera. People die of senselessly along the roads because roads are poorly constructed. Somebody just wakes up and erects a bump. You come at night, you hit the thing, you're gone. You go to hospitals, there are lots of botched operations, misdiagnosis of people, and just life continues. The police shoot people, life continues. That is it. Because we think that there are people whose lives don't matter. But there are these whose lives matter, the political elite. They need to be protected. They're the ones who own this country. These other ones are disposable. They are poor. They don't have the means. They don't get quality education. So they're disposable. In any case, as long as the Westerners are happy with what we're doing, Kenyans can go to hell. Mzungu is happy. London is happy. Washington is happy. The UN is happy with what we're doing. Kenyans can go to hell. That kind of thinking emanates from inability to organically think and dissect your problems vis-a-vis your unique cultural circumstances, your unique history, your unique people. Each society has got its own people, their own civilization, their own aspirations. No two countries are the same. Even Singapore, if you go there, they can tell you what they did, but they cannot give you a template which you can replicate in Kenya. Kenya must find its own template to address its own problems. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the problem we face here. And education will not solve that problem, at least as it is structured. Because as it is structured, it's about credentialism. So you tell an MP you don't have a degree, what do? They just cross the road and go and buy that degree from a school there. Of course, they'll find a headmaster or a principal or a vice chancellor there who is ready to do the bidding. And they sell them the degree. The person doesn't attend any school. That's why you see the likes of Joho there, the likes of Oparanya there. But they are not aberrations. These are normative.
If you could kindly summarize and land so we can let the people speak. Thank you so much.
Yes, so what I'm saying is that it's high time we reflected not so much on formal institutions like the Constitution. What does it say? What do these commissions say? What is the president saying? Focus on what they do. The government, to find out their character, you don't listen to them. You pay attention to what they do. You pay attention to the laws that they enact, not what they say. As far as education is concerned, don't say this person is not qualified because they didn't go to school. In Kenya, education is a privilege. So if you say you only reserve jobs for those who went to school, what about those who didn't have fees? And that's what we are fighting against. That a society that affords opportunities to all and sundry. Focus also on the morality and the ethics and the values that people exhibit besides just the papers that they carry. Thank you so much.
You are welcome. Thank you so much for your contribution. I don't see any hands up. Can I just call out the name? I really want a lady to speak. Hannah? Hannah, can you speak?
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Good, thank you. Mine is not that much, but just to sum up a problem that's in the food sector. I'm based in Europe, and we do these big shows whereby foods are people from SMEs and big enterprises come and showcase their foodstuffs so that other countries can buy, But there's a big problem that I came to realize about Kenya specifically, but most likely in all those African English-speaking countries, because that's where I'm based in. And most of them is Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya, Rwanda being a part of it, but Rwanda has actually managed to take the role in another direction. Whenever we want foodstuffs from Kenya specifically, they tend to refuse it. Why? It's because of those GMOs. And this was not the problem before, because there was a big market on African foodstuffs, specifically those rare foodstuffs, fruits, and mix them into powder form, and you package them. And most enterprises used to deal with US countries or specifically US people, Americans. And the problem came in when they started to label it as American. Then you come to those shows and you speak with them and you're like, okay, where do you bring them from? Because the European love the specific places. Once they see Kenyan stuff in a US a banner, they refuse to buy. Why? Because they know that the American already have made their soil they have toxified their food stuff. They don't taste food. They have to add sugar. They have to add some specific starch in it so that it can be eatable. Now here comes Kenya. You have put your banner on those labels and proven, they say it's coming from Kenya, but packaged in US, then brought back into Europe. Can you make sense out of it, please? Can somebody make sense out of it? You are trying as much as possible to bring products that are good, but we call them here bio, naturally organic. And now you've put it in the banner of America. Seriously, why? Why? For what reason? Just because you want to be relatable to the Americans? This is something Kenya needs to stop completely. Assume yourself as Kenyan. Stop being labeling yourself, wanting to do everything like the American. Do it yourself in your own way. It will sell. Why? Kenyans are known everywhere in the world for their own capabilities. But now the problem is you intersect, you put yourself in the American banner. Now everybody thinks that you're Americanized. Now they don't want your foodstuffs now. What do we do now? Anyway, go on. There is this dossier which was about the corruption. Watu wenye wanajiandikisha ati they earned 100 million within a year. You know, KRA really needs to be serious. KRA, they are following us even here in Europe. They want us to declare our riches. And they can tell when ngapi tuko nazo. But now when it comes to these people who are inside that parliament, they should have a specific dossier, a specific box for those people who are working in the government. Before you come in, normally you declare your wealth. Yes. The KRA should look, did you pay the taxes that is equivalent to what you are supposedly saying right now? If they are not, then they're lying. KRA should be taking this initiative right now instead of sitting down. I saw they were sitting down last week or this week, and they're trying to look how they are going to open their base so that we go get those money from those little people down there. Seriously, this is not your work. People should be bringing them the money to your every June here in Europe. Every June we usually go there and say, okay, I have a paper. I have filed it. My employer gives me this and this and this, and then they know how much it's already in a base where you just know I have to pay maybe 600 euros for the tax the whole year. Why? Because this is what I earned and this is what I have. The KRA needs to wake up. And if they had to also hold themselves with EACC, it would be much better instead of what the Shambulad, which we are being shown in the TV by Wetangula, who also is not independent. Anyway, going forward. The Networth, the Euro. Yes, I wanted to talk about the Europe. You know, we have this EU body that people do not know it is a business body. It is a business body. It is not, I want to do work with France so that I will just go to France. No, it has to be passed by the EU. For example, when I want to bring milk to Europe, maybe, let's say, I have a friend, a business partner in which country, like in Italy, they will say no. Because why? Because it's a business body which is controlling businesses in the European Union. They know, okay, Italy does not have milk, so they'll bring milk from Netherlands. We do not need milk from Africa. That's where you hear you cannot take even an apple in a country like Australia. Why? Because there is they will say it is because there's a problem with the diseases, but it has nothing to do with diseases. No, it's because they have their own business ideas in those body which they have put together, and they know what to bring here and what not to bring here. That doesn't happen in Kenya. Why? That's the reason as to why you see the East African body, the president of Uganda is doing his own thing, the president of Rwanda is doing his own thing, and now the Kenyan president is doing his own thing. Kenya is a pilot country. So if it doesn't work in Kenya, you will see the other countries will not take it in. But if it happens, it kind of works in Kenya, that's the time the other countries will. It's like we are there to just do the experience, and then afterwards, if it works, it doesn't work. We have to stop that right away. We have to take ourselves into a moral, cultural, historical value, and as a people, and just stop doing things and just to accept everything that comes from everywhere. It is not normal as a country. It's even the way Ruto traveling and then says, I travel because I have a reason to go. I'm selling Kenyan. No, don't, Mr. Ruto. No, don't. Kenyans are known in their own way. We don't take bullshit, sorry to say the word, but we do not take it. We are not like the West Africans where the European will come in. Yes, sir. Yes, madam. No. What are you bringing in? Yes. Are you bringing in this? No, I can give you this. If it works for us, good. If it doesn't work, no. But this is not what it seems to be working right now. I'm very sorry to say. And thank you for everybody. And I'm really sorry that Kenya is not going on the right path as far now. We have to do something.
We are fixing it. We are fixing it. We gotta be optimistic. We're fixing it, girl.
Yes.
Yeah. We will not stop. Karibu sana. Shikuku, please talk to us. Alafu kuna majamaa nimejaribu kuongeza hapa. So Edwin, Tracy, Daniel, Godwin, ninawatupia mic lakini amchukui, so I don't know. But you've requested. Go ahead, Shikuku.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, on my part, I'd like to address this issue that has been coming up in spaces and on the Twitter feed, on the X feed for a long time since this thing started. And it has been people wondering, are these guys mad? Are these guys not listening to us? They are. Politicians are not fools. These politicians are not fools. If they are fools, how come they are in charge of us? They came to us, they convinced us, and they gave them our vote. But here is the problem. We have to look into ourselves as the voters. Because 70% of the votes that these guys got, 70% of the votes that Ruto got, he bought those votes. So, for example, if you today go to Biashara Street and you go into a shop there, some Indian, maybe Shah Ramji Punja or some name, and you try on 3 suits, and when you go to pay, he tells you, "I'll give you one for free." You'll be very grateful, and you'll never forget. Even some years might pass, and you pass by with your friend, and you say, "That Muindi is a very nice guy. He gave me a suit for free. This suit I'm wearing, he gave me for free," because you remember what he did for you. But what makes our politicians arrogant and the way they are behaving right now is because they gave us money and we gave them the vote. Because when you go to a shop and you give them money, they give you the suit, you walk away. Mmemalizana.
So our politicians, once they have come to the voters, they give us the money, they go to get back their investments. So are they representing us? No, they are not representing us. But where our confusion is coming in as the populace is that we think they work for us, is that we think they represent us. They don't. They represent their interests, because once he has bought your vote, he goes in there, he wants to get back his money. So that's why they are not listening to what you're telling them. Yes, they are hearing it and they know exactly what you want, but they are not going to give you what you want because their interests supersede your interests. And that's why, and the interests of their masters also supersede yours. That's why you're seeing these GMOs, you're seeing these bills. These bills are coming courtesy of their masters. So they are there to serve themselves and their masters. They're not there to serve you. That's where the disconnect is coming. And that's why guys are banging their head on the walls, wondering, jamaa tusikizi, yani, are they mad or what is happening? No, it's their interest to supersede yours. And therefore, what we need to do is to organize ourselves, and we'll need to fill those positions. Some people are saying, oh, guys need to organize themselves. They need to go for those seats. You guys just want to be politicians. But how are we gonna effect the change we seek? We can't effect the change we seek by making noise outside, because the people we seek to make the change are the ones who have designed the dysfunction. They're the ones who have designed that system. And what you're telling them to do is basically to hang themselves with their own rope. Because, for example, if Ruto came today and said no corruption, said good governance, there'll be accountability to take. There'll be people who will be prosecuted for corruption. Who will be those people? The same people who are calling upon to implement what we want. So this is in my view, we are barking at the moon. These guys are the moon and we are the dogs at night barking at the moon, because they will not do it. Can't do it, won't do it. The thing is that when we go to Nanenane, we need to push for dissolution of parliament. And if Ruto goes, we need elections in 60 days. And in those 60 days, we need to be ready to offer ourselves, or whoever offers themselves will have to be vetted that he agrees with our movement's ideology of zero bad governance, zero corruption, no tribalism. You'll have to vet them, and vet them seriously, because that's the only way we will change our nation. These guys are not going to yield. They will never yield. And that's why they're ready to kill. People are asking, why are they killing these kids? They're killing these kids because these kids are saying something they don't want to hear. These kids are saying something, if they implement it, will be a risk to themselves. So that is what we need to do. This organization, this movement, we are now in a political fight. What many people are not connecting is that we are in a political fight. Most people are not aware of the politics. That's why you can see they have named the movement anarchists. When a politician can't solve a problem you have, they give you a bad name. So that's the bad name they have given us. They know exactly what we want, but since they can't do that, they're saying we are anarchists who are out to cause trouble. So we must continue, and we'll need to organize ourselves, whether we like it or not. This is something that has been forced upon us. How did we reach here? We reached here because the politics of kitu kidogo. We, the voters, also share the blame in this. Be it politics of kitu kidogo, when I come with the vids to campaign, you guys will laugh at me. You'll chase me away. You'll say, hata huyu jamaa hata na kitu bwana, sasa nataka kuwa mpunge bwana. Huyu jamaa bwana, yeye anacheza bwana. Sisi nataka. So you see, even we, the voters, have contributed to this. And that's why they know, even if we shout, they just come, get some few border guys. You can see the MP for Molo did this the other day. The road was full. He was being escorted with an entourage of very many people, because he knows you guys are poor. So even if you make noise, I'll just come give you something and you'll do what I want. So it has to reach a stage where we'll have to reject their money. Hata some people say, chukua ati alafu upige kura kwingine. No. We'll have to reach a stage where we'll have to reject the money, because that money is the one that has got us into the trouble we are. Thank you so much.
Asante sana for your contribution. We welcome, I think Samuel's hand was up, akifuatwa na Louise Derrick. So Samuel, talk to us tafadhali.
Thank you for the chance once more. I have a few ideas I want to share with you. Maybe they can help us later. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a Genz and I'm very young. But that is not the case. The most important thing is, what do you have in your brain? First and foremost, there is some documents I've been perusing all around about the Adani files, that they were from the Australian Parliament. The Australian Parliament, there was a deal they were supposed to conclude with the Adani files. And the report is not that much good. And Adani file being sold, that office is a threat to us. That's number one. Number two, about the Nanenane match, I think we should come up with a tactic and a matrix on how we'll do it. Because remember, as far as we are doing this thing, there are some people who will be mobilized by the government. And also, remember the media itself, I don't think it will be covering live coverage, because there was a deal that they were doing with the government, and the government decided to, will give you government tenders and whatnot, so don't air the maandamano on air, but you can host it at the news segment. So we need to be very much extra careful. Also remember, there are some machineries which have been deployed here, and I won't disclose so much about the machinery, but you just know there is. Okay, according to me, what I can say, all this issue where we started to get it wrong is when we gave a lot of powers and privilege to our members of parliament. Because as you can see today, there was a bill that I guess that was being voted at the Senate, and Okio Mutata said it's a scam. If you are in news, you can see. So there's some MPs, there's some senators who are very much genuine, but there are some who they only get there to feed their stomach, and they know I'm looting enough. When coming elections come, I'll just go to my constituency, bribe the people who are there, give them a small amount of shillings, like 200. Majority they give 200, and I'll be re-elected. But I guess it's high time we change this narrative and we come up with solutions. As long as Ruto goes, yeah, we know. As far as I'm concerned, I'm really tired of this government. I really need everybody to go home, from the cabinet secretary, from that president, deputy president, and those MPs. They're not good. I won't lie to you. Me, I would even wish that the Chief Justice can take the oath of office for 90 days. Then we go for another election, whether the IBC panel is constituted or not. But here comes another problem. As far as I guess the movement has started, this for Genz movement, I guess our parents are not supportive enough. If you can look on what has been happening to Molo, what happened to Didi Nyoro when he was in Kiharu, people were even carrying him. What happened the other day in Mombasa, of course people were paid and whatnot, but also there was some crowd. I guess we really need to change how we are approaching things. And if we need to do that, there is a time I was with who? We were with Gloria Uroba, Kenyan Prince, another boy. And the politicians were themselves were telling us live. The problem with Genz is that because you don't have leaders. And if you had leaders, Makium, even now you should be in those CS positions. But me, I told them, listen, there is no way we can come to a dialogue table with you guys to discuss about how we can come into leadership while majority of us are in the morgue. Majority of our people who were killed during protests, not even a single family has been compensated. Some are even in hospitals. No government official have even gone there to say, you know what, I stand with you, I'm here for you. And therefore, those are the major reasons you see we are not electing leaders. Another reason, if we put a leader right now, how sure are we that leader will reach on that government table? You know what happened to our chief of defense. And let me tell you, and I won't lie to you, Ruto has no good for this country. If a person can do that deal with Adani, and that Adani thing, it's so dirty, such a manner that even the Australian Parliament decided to cancel the deal that they were supposed to be having with. He mean no good for us. That's one. Secondly, you see these members of Parliament. I guess it's high time they put it's high time we put the sense in their brains that we are the people who employed them. Because the policy, like right now, there is the livestock bill. For those who have read it, it's not good. There is the appropriation bill, the one that's being used. It's not also good because it's just like a finance bill somehow being like imeletwa through a back door. But that's what I'm saying. This Nanenane match, if I was able to be asked, me, I'll be forefront, nitatokea. If I'll be able to be asked, we need to occupy those cities na hakuna kuenda home. We stay there. Na people join us. Afadhali our parents watuletee chakula while we're in those streets. Because I really feel pain. Somebody is earning 150 million in less than 2 years. Kwani, if you calculate the salary that this guy is earning, he's earning, let's say, 900,000. 900,000, even if you calculate it at a period of 2 years, 2 complete years, it comes almost to 20-something million. 150 million, where have you gotten it within a less of 2 years? What does that tell you? Yet, look at me. We have bachelors here, we have masters sleeping on our bed, we are jobless. Right now, as I'm talking, there is a job that we had applied about the Public Service Commission. Mind you, me, I'm telling you, it's not a joke. People have been shortlisted. The interview started 2 days ago. If you applied, there is no text messages coming, and if it's coming, or a call, you are receiving a call from the Public Service Commission, you must be known by one of the big guys there. So we don't have a country here until we change this narrative, and we really need to educate our parents. We really need to educate them because they are the other people who are letting us down. Tell me, I've applied that job at the PSC portal. I can't be contacted. So which formality are they using? The shortlisting itself, haijatoka. You can't say it. So-and-so was shortlisted, so-and-so was. In fact, your fellow colleagues who applied with them, they have their aunties and who working at the PSC are the ones who are telling you the interview is being done. The criteria being used, you don't know. So, to me, Aki, please, for those people who are listening to this, kindly, I'm asking you, if there is a way you can support us guys and we stay in the streets mpaka afadhali ikuwe kama Venezuela ama Bangladesh, 200, 500, 1 million will be healed, but tutakuwa tumesave in a big generation yenye inakam. Now this economic thing, this economic liberation, that because right now it's economic liberation that we are fighting for, and equality, and when you are coming on top of the table, you don't have to discriminate from which religion, which tribe. When you are trying to secure a job, like you hear there is an MP who have said there is somebody who was given a calling letter, who went to recruitment at the KDF, got a calling letter. When he went at the training college in RTS at Eldoret, when they were doing the medical, he was just back home. He was told that his testicles are not balancing, are not the same. So we need to know if this slaughter we are securing, how are we getting it? How transparent are we? Right now, as we are talking, the EACC and the ODPP are another useless institutions. They're just getting money. Tell me, which case of corruption has been concluded? Right now, one of the CS nominee has a graft case. He's a nominee. Then you hear the SGO and the ODPP manani coming saying that, oh, you know, the EACC and someone has no mandate to clear you of graft charges. Like, are we having a country where the poor are continuing being pure, or we are having a country whereby we need to have equality? All of us are on the same table with everybody, whether you are from Turkana. I've been in Turkana, I've been in Garissa, I've been in Tana River. Those guys are really suffering. The metabolic reaction cooling is very high. If you eat food, unaanza kusweat. And look at their roads, poor roads. Look at the MPs. The MPs, they come here, buy houses in Lavington, Runda, Kileleshwa. They forget they are coming from those places. So, me, as far as I'm asked, if it can happen, when we are going on that Nanenane march, let's stay on those streets until these people get out. It won't be easy. We will have to make hard choices in order for our generation, in order for our children to come and have a very nice country where they can enjoy their rights. Even as these rights we are enjoying right now, our grandfathers fought for it, and they are not alive today. So, this issue of governance, it's really hectic, and we really need to come up with the strategy and matrix of it. Like, even in Meru right now, you see the MCAs are fighting the governor because of what? Go and listen to the story so well. Money issues, tenders, highest bidders, what you're bringing on top of the table. So we need solutions. We need solutions. I guess we need to have experts like me. I've read the Constitution. I've read Article 144 about the power of mercy on what's supposed to be done to those cabinet secretaries who are fired. I've read about Article 74 and 75 and 76 about leadership and integrity, of how a public officer should conduct himself in those offices. And bear you not, that cabinet, all of it there, if you can be able to grade them, I guess 2 or 3 the people you can find they are correct. The others, they are not supposed to be occupying those offices. Yet, you want to tell me that Kenya can only recycle CS while we have graduate professors, big people who are learning nice English, who don't only have education, good certificate on the table, but they can work. Yet we are being told that, when you want to secure job abroad, you just have your passport in 7 days, you will be paid trip. This guy has started campaigning and giving us stories of Jabba again. I guess it's high time. I said, if I can be in that Rariaki, they can really hate me, because I can do something awkward. This guy, I'm fed up with this guy. I'm totally fed up. And my major reason why I'm saying that Ruto must go, kabisa. The only policy that a president can give you, it's the finance bill policy. And look at the finance bill policies that may implement. Both 2023 imekuwa unconstitutional. 2024 ndio watu walitokea on the street. Tell me, do you have the capability to be in that office as a president? So, to me, for our millennials who are our lead, who are, I won't say so, most of they are our leaders, but wameona light kutuliko, they need to come up with a strategy. Watuambie, guys, skizeni, when you're going to this Nanenane match, this and this and this is what you need to do. We need to know by tukishikwa, we have who and who to call. On top of that, we need to know tukienda sell, tutakuwa watu wangapi, na when tunatoka tukiwa wote, because things will be done. There was a boy who was from, I guess, University of Nairobi, mwenye alipatikana kwa choka amehangiwa. And even if you see that toilet, it's never been used in ages. So we millennials, for those who are listening to me, you need to come with a way on how tukienda kwa hii Nanenane match, itakuwa ni a win-win situation to all of us. So that's my thoughts. That's my take home. I'll be here listening to you, and thank you so much for your time listening to me and for this platform given. Thank you.
Asante sana, Samuel. We hear you. I want you to know that we acknowledge your feelings, we acknowledge your frustration, we acknowledge your anger, and tunasaidia. We're doing all we can to make sure that maandamano ya Nanenane actually happens, and it will be the biggest that we've ever had in Kenya. Hata mkijaribu kuseparatiwa, you know what I'm saying? You see, like what happened in Venezuela. There is no way. Hata hakuna polisi angeweza kuseparate hawa watu. So the whole thing is about watu watoke. Come out in large numbers. Know somebody, come in with someone. You know? Yeah. Louis Derrick, tuambie.
Right, thank you for the opportunity. I hope I'm audible enough. So I just have a question that I want to pose to all of us about what happened with the judiciary. They quashed all the 2 attempts of president to try to bring in the Finance Act, and still the finance bill was dropped. Now, if the judiciary is calling what the laws, I think the members of parliament are responsible for making laws. And so when they pass them, judiciary is finding these laws to be unconstitutional. So where is the problem? The problem is we are having members of parliament who have no idea about lawmaking. and they are there eating our taxes and consuming our resources, but they are making laws that are against the Constitution. And so when the judiciary stood on the ground of the Constitution, one member of parliament from Thika, that she spoke something very stupid, and that one tells us how our government is wrought with people that are very incompetent and they know nothing about governance. What I will say is knowledge is power. And what we should do as the movement, and this is not, for me, I don't see this as a Gen Z movement. I see this as a liberation that is involving not just the Gen Z, but all of us. I'm a millennial. And I just want to point out something. I work in a media industry, and I want to challenge all of
I
us.
can't
who are in
hear you,
space.
please.
I think I'm audible enough. Am I audible?
Yeah, tunakusikia.
Continue. All right. Thank you. So knowledge is power. I was just saying, I work in media, and I've realized some of us are very angry, which is true, and we are so much fed up with this government. But the thing is, we don't have facts. We are also riding on the same propaganda that the government is riding in. So my challenge is the people that are here. I've heard people talking and elaborating so well about the GMO, about what the law says, about what the Constitution says, and what we need to do at what time. People elaborating about what's happening at JKIA and all this. Can we have this information recorded in video formatted? We share on the X space, we share on our TikTok accounts, so that we tag each and every one of us, because we are giving out that information outside there, but some of us are contradicting each other. Someone is saying this, another one is quoting another thing. That is the kind of misinformation the government is having. And so when they see we are confused, it becomes a problem. I work from behind the scene, and some of the people that even these young people are coming on platforms in media, and when you listen to them and what they're saying, at times you have to tell them, no, that is not true. Try to say this because this is the fact. So can we have people that are going to give us facts, factual information? We have the power of social media. It is true what people have said here. The media has been gagged because, most of us are riding on government advertisements and all this. So when the government decides to threaten us and deny us those government ads, we will not have revenue. So we will not be paid at the end of the day. So what happens is we have to limit how much we are going to infiltrate and how much you're going to reveal to the crowd. And so I think let's use the power of social media to bring this up. Number two, Ruto is pulling a tribal card, and as much as we are going to blame Raila and blame everybody for siding with the government, it's not going to help because they have realized these people are one. And so when we come in and bring the truth, what will happen is we are going to expose how much they have stolen behind the scene. And so what is happening is they are regrouping themselves for survival mechanism. So why don't we just do away with all this lot of people and have new, fresh face that is going to come in? He's pulling a tribal card, so let us not fall into the tribal card. I want to talk about the border guys. And if you are here, please listen to this carefully. We are fighting for you. We are fighting with you. I don't see the reason why you will accept 1,000 shillings to fuel your border so that you go and hit a fellow comrade, you go and hit a fellow hustler, you go and hit a fellow youth who is also fighting for you. So if the border guys are here, it is time also you tell us, where do you stand? Are you standing with the government, with the wrath of the people, or you're standing with the rest of us who are trying to liberate this country for our sake and for the sake of everybody else? I don't know if it was Afrocentric or who said the wrath is not just in the government, but also in the parastatals. Some of us, we are working, we are having supervisors above us whom we have studied and we have knowledge more than them. But because they are sons of a specific member of parliament or they are sons of a specific politician, we have to submit and feed in their incompetence. And when you try to bring in better ideas, we are being fired, we are being suspended, we are being quashed because they feel threatened. So the rot is not just in the government. the rot is coming down even to our offices where we are working. So are we able to rise up and go beyond that? Because, okay, once we are done with the liberation after Nanenane, Ruto goes, then what happens next is let us go down into the spaces where we are serving in and bring sanity. The other part, let me talk about, is the church. I'm so much pissed off with the church as much as I'm a church person. This guy used the church and actually infiltrated through the church and has lied through the church. It is time also to stand up and tell the churches that are accepting him every Sunday and are allowing him to stand at the pulpit and speak and tell them, you know what, guys, I think it's time also you decide where you stand as specific denomination, because most of these churches have a specific line. We have their names and we know them. Let us have them. Let us speak not by abusing them, but telling them this is what we are fighting for. So when you invite this person and openly lie on the pulpit, what are you trying to tell us? It is time you stand also against the evil that are happening in the society. So the guy, for me, Ruto is someone who is trying to amass wealth because we have specific families. Since I was born, I know specific names. I know of the Kenyatta family that have been in power. I know of the Moi family. I know of Odinga family. So we are bringing someone called the Ruto family that is coming in to be a dynasty in this era. But it's time to stop this guy. Tell them it's not about you, it's about the whole Kenya. Let's have a Kenya where every leader is accepted and viewed according to how capable they are able to lead this nation. What someone said about what's happening at JKIA, I wish we go listen to Sam Gituku's take when he talked about the JKIA, because this company is coming in 3 months before even the cabinet has approved that kind of a deal. So someone can tag what Sam Gituku said and his take about the rot that is happening at JKIA. I just came here to say a specific thing is knowledge is power. Let us have this knowledge disseminated outside, devolved to people. Let us go outside. They are content creators. Let us create information that is about the road that is happening in government, and let us fight knowledge with knowledge. Right now, Kindiki is standing and is telling people the passport is being produced within 7 days. Can we have someone who can actually stand in and get a podcast or get a TikTok video or whatever it is and counter that information? Let's go there and tell them you are lying, and we put it on public. It is not 7 days. We have been there. We have seen the road the way it is. When he's standing and he's saying the police brutality, they acted on their own volition. Let's have someone in the police force or someone who knows anything about how police instructions are being taken. Can a police fire a gun without being given orders from above? Let's have that information outside there so that these people know we know exactly what is happening and we are aware. Our parents were being lied to because they didn't have information. The only radio they used to listen to was KBC, and KBC is government owned. So it was giving them what they wanted to hear. But right now we're having medias across the board. Even if they gag the rest of the media houses, we have spaces like this where we can speak the truth. So let the truth come out. Let us get angry, yes, but let us get facts right. Let us go to spaces and speak the truth and expose the truth the way it is. I love the guy who is standing on top of the vehicle and is speaking and is countering the lie that Ruto is telling people. And let us be brothers keeper. Nanenane lazima happen. We are behind the scenes. Some of us are pushing from behind, but we know it's going to work out for the rest of us. Thank you. That's the time that I had, and that's the much I had to say for this.
Hey, Louise, I need to engage you just some bit on two issues. So as far as information and factual information, I mean, I've been here even before the first Maandamano. If I can tell you, maybe there could be a problem with the way we are disseminating it and it's not reaching everybody for the obvious reasons, but I think the information has been factual majority of the time. Mtu kama story ya JKIA, I have not seen any other version other than the one we know. Kitu kama, the main things, the GMO, the salaries, the corruption, majority of it, as far as the issues, to be honest with you, I have not met anybody that has given us non-factual information where there has been a difference or penye pamekuwa na mkwaruzano amongst the Gen Zs imekuwa tu kwa personalities. Wajua, huyu anasema sijui nani anakula pesa, mwingine anakuja anasema sijui nani alinunuliwa na serikali, hivyo. But as far as the facts, the actual facts, the Gen Zs know 100% what they are fighting for. And they know it like the back of their hands. So if that I would like clarity on, maybe there's somewhere we are missing, but I have had all the facts, from the beginning. Swali la pili ni aje? Ningetaka utuongoze as far as so umetuambia chenye umetuambia about how the media is, and you guys have to stay afloat, and you have to strike a deal with whoever, right? So how would you advise us, other than our Gen Zs wakiwa na simu zao, they take as many videos as they can take and upload them on the TikToks and on the, anywhere in the social media, in the larger scale in which the media was doing to just cover this and reach a wider community or the wider Kenya. What would you suggest that we do? Do we have any local means that you could be knowing that maybe, some of us can sacrifice and hire so that they can cover the whole thing? Do we have independent media with good equipment? If you can speak on those two things kindly.
All right, thank you. Just to begin with the first question, I agree with you. The information has been factual, but you see, this is the government that thrives on propaganda. This is what they are doing. They are going to implant when we come up with a conversation and we want to bring people to come on board to talk about this. They will make sure they are bringing one or two people from their side, the bloggers, who will come and bring misinformation. And you see, we may know the information, but not everybody knows what is going on. So when I'm listening to two opinions and I don't know the facts, I will tend to side with one at the end of the day. So one of these, you see what government bloggers are doing, they are lauding specific information to counter the truth. And people who have zero information about it, they will end up believing the other side of the story. So they make it look to be so good, to be so true. It is the way people have tended to hate Raila before, especially in the central region, because of specific words that have been spoken, but they have not narrowed down. There are people who know the fact and they are speaking it out, but still they infiltrate other people in the same platforms so that they can speak a counter information. So it becomes like an argument. So when I'm listening to it, I don't know anyone, I don't know who to believe because I don't know where the facts lies. This one is saying this direction, the other one is speaking the other one. So if we imagine our mothers and our fathers who are back at home, they have no idea of what GMO is, they have no idea of what's happening at JKIA. Yes, we know, we are speaking, but at the same time, they are listening to the same other side of people speaking a different story. So for them to believe, we have to really pin the information down and populate it all over the place. Number two, according to about the second question that maybe you have asked me, this is what I'll give this as maybe a way we can do. When media we are gathering news, what we receive information. We receive over 40 to 50 news highlights across the country. And out of it, we will pick at most 10 that will go as main headlines. So the rest of the information, we put it down because probably we are picking it based on the priority and other factors to consider. But now, what happens is all this information is brought in through a specific channel. All of it is coming through a specific medium, a specific folder where we can see it and everybody is seeing it and we give our feedback. This one can go, this one cannot go. This is breaking news. This is this kind of information. We need to put it on there. So the Gen Zs and everybody who is here, we are having phones, we are having gadgets. There are people who have cameras in their own home. I will challenge, this is my personal view. When it comes to Nanenane, I know mainstream medias, we will not be doing this thing, but I'm going to challenge those of us who are outside there. the influencers who are having big social media platforms, can they hand over their platform so that we upload this information? Can we have maybe one social media platform that we are uploading all the information that is needed, that people are capturing and putting there? Police brutality, people being abducted, what is happening in what county, and all this. It is disseminated into a centralized platform. The government will try and close it or hack it or whatever it is. But if you are able to push and have it in a place, even when IPOA is asking that we don't have evidence, we can easily direct them to go to this page. This is where the evidence is. We saw the police shooting a person. We saw the police abducting these people. And this is the information we have. Because you see, when I'm capturing information, I might have a better angle of what is happening. Someone might not have a better angle of what is happening. But because I don't know where to post it, I post on my social media platform. I don't have a lot of following. And so what I've captured might not actually reach the masses because I'm not that visible. But there might be someone who is visible who can pick the same information and retweet and repost, and it gets outside there. So raw information can come. The other thing I can challenge is, let's get in touch with these guys who are in media, especially the videographers and mostly the editors. I'm in the editorial department. The editors who are getting this raw information, because they are young people in different sectors that can help. They can pull resources. So are we able to plug into them and have their contact information so that when they get this information, that which is not is being censored to go on air and that which is remaining to be trashed, can they expose it to someone else through a proxy and then they get outside there? That's what we need to be doing. So if we don't come up with a better strategy, we might fight, but we end up losing. So let us strengthen our strategy and our policy on how we are going to approach. We have guys in media, we have guys in law, we have guys in NIS who can leak this information of what the government is planning. We have young people in DCI who are supporting this movement. We have young policemen who are supporting this movement. So if we can centralize our network and be able to connect with all these people discreetly, we will be able to win. I don't know if I've answered you.
Yeah, but the second question just partially. So my concern was so we are able to take those snippets. We can get the people that we know that we already know you, and others, but those will be snippets of the whole thing. You understand? Watu watakuwa wakikuletea video kutoka upande huu, kutoka upande, which is important because that's what has been driving the movement majority of the time. It's people themselves, it's people's media. However, I was asking on the large scale, do you know of maybe of an independent media that can actually cover on the large scale? Like hizo manini kubwa kubwa, hatuna equipment. Waelewa, we just have our phones and we can only shoot the section, the scene that we are seeing at that time. So my question is, do you know of any independent media that we can fancy and maybe approach and cover the whole day, and then we don't have to worry about the mainstream media? Okay. That's a part.
All right. I think on this one we have several options to explore. Maybe I will inbox you a few options of media houses that I know they are willing to go all in. I know of one that is willing to risk everything for the sake of Nanenane, and I know of two private independent media that are not the mainstream that have whatever it takes. So on this one, I will inbox you the details, and then maybe one or two of you can follow up on that.
Thank you so much. So that we are having the event covered 24/7 on the large scale, or on the 1 week that we're gonna be out there, because we are not relenting, and then we'll go from there. So thank you. Inbox me. Nani anafuata? Thank you. Asante sana Louise. I think Daniel, mkono wako uko juu. Talk to us.
Kwanza wacha niwapee salamu zangu za saa 8 hizi. Wadau mnaongea sana, watu wako hapa wengi sana wanataka pia waongee hii maoni mbili. Kwanza mimi upande wa media sitabembelezana na media saa hii. Saa hii hatutabembelezana na media. After Nanenane tutaangalia media zenye zitakuwa zinabulika hizi news. Any media that ambayo inapenda wanasiasa wakitaka hata kutoa kainda kidogo wanakimbia huko. Lakini wananchi wakitaka kuongea mambo ambayo yanahusu nchi wanakataa kuangazia. Hiyo ndio itakuwa our next agenda, kuoccupy hizo media houses, kwa sababu hizi media ndio zinachangia uovu, zinatoanga information chache, lakini really information wanaficha, because most of them owners no corrupt, ndio wanaficha uovu mingi yenye inafanyika hapa Kenya. So our agenda next after this Nanenane ni kuoccupy media wenye watakuwa wanaangazia hii maandamano, which means these medias are the one who are hiding evil yenye inakomitiwa katika nchi yetu. If any media houses inaona it is not able to kuangazia mambo yenye nahusu wananchi, I think Uganda itakuwa mzuri. Wanaweza relocate waende Uganda, kwa sababu Uganda wanasikiza na rais mwenyewe. Kenya iko na katiba, na katiba uhuru wa media umepewa hiyo katiba. Kama wanakula kitu kidogo kwa sababu wanatishiwa vitu kidogo na wanakataa kuangazia masuala ya wananchi, relocate waende Uganda ama nchi zingine. That is my say. Hatutabembelezana na media wenye wametumia ukora katika nchi yetu. Hii nchi tunafuata katiba na tunaongelea kila siku mambo yenye bana, tulia, wacha niongee. Tulia, cool down.
Daniel, tafadhali control your crowd. Mtaongea nyinyi wote. You will speak, all of you.
Let them cool down. I'm talking. So mimi wacha tuongee. Sasa unajua mimi na hizi space tunaongeanga mambo wasiwasi. Hatuna kufichana hapa. Our media has failed kwa muda mwingi. So this time tunataka changes kuanzia hii tarehe 8. Tunataka changes, media sianze kusikiza wananchi. Sasa hii sikiza mbunge yote ama MP ama deputy president ama president ama Raila asema ako na interview, sasa hivi uone media wenye zitamwagika hapo. But wananchi ambao wananchi ni sauti kubwa 56 million, wakati wanataka kuzungumuza wao wanafichwa. So that is thing that hiyo ni mambo yenye tutaangazia kabisa after Nanenane. Na mambo mingi yanafaa irekebishwe. Okay, wacha ni nyamaza, naona kelele ni mingi, mtu mwingine aongee.
Nimemtoa kwa
mic. Sawa. Daniel, kama unanisikiza, sijui kama unanisikiza Daniel. So Louise amekuja na akasema, amejiongea mwenyewe, and he was honest that some deals were made, na that's why the situation is what it is. But sisi kama watu wa movement, sisi kama Genz, we have to figure out a way to disseminate that information, because wafaa kwanza ukumbuke kwamba we want to show the rot that is in our government. We want to show who Ruto is, 100% who he is. Now that is dependent on the media. That's why unaona nikiuliza kama kuna anybody independent mwenye can shoot the whole entire thing as it happens, because now we cannot rely on our media. And na Louis hajaficha, amesema what happened, and they've been curtailed, hawataweza kunini sababu deals were done, whatever it is. He's just an employee like probably you and I. Boss wako akienda afanye kitu, who are you? They're the ones who give you equipment, they're the ones who will provide you with whatever needs you to kwenda kutumikia wananchi. So my concern was, do we have somebody that can talk for a fearless media station that has all this equipment and can cover this whole maandamano from the beginning to the end, hata kama zitaenda for 1 month? So alitikia na akasema okay, go ahead. Yes.
When you are talking about independent media, as long as these many media houses zimecollide pamoja kuficha uovu, independent after that is anyang'anywa license. Kwa sababu gani? Watasema zilienda kinyume, zilivunja sheria. So kama independent kama hizi media houses kubwa zenye tunajua from Citizen, KTN, NTV, K24, hizi zote TV47 zimeungana mkono pamoja, na hii independent imeangazia, kumaanisha watachochea hii pia itanyang'anywa license. Cooperator itakuwa Kenya tena, watakuwa sasa wanaificha, wanaitupa nje. So lazima tuangazie uovu kama hii itafanyika, ili wakati itafanyika tunadili nao wote. Tunaanza na kila mahali. Sasa tutapanga maandamano ya 7 days ya occupy hizi media houses, ndio zijue kikatio katiba, hiyo space ya katiba haikupewa bure. kama ni hivyo tuitishe referendum, media zitolewe hapo kwa uhuru ya kwa katiba. So kwa sababu media zikianza kufinyiliwa kumaanisha uovu unarudi kabisa 100%. So we will not accept kama mambo kama hayo. Lazima tuungane na numbers ndio stamata. So, wacha tujazane, tumalizane na hiyo agenda ambapo sauti zetu zianze kusikizwa, alafu sasa after that tuanze kuangazia mambo yenye yamekuwa ikienda mbaya, kuanzia kanisa, media zote ambazo zimekuwa zikificha uovu. Pia wao wasikie uzito.
I agree.
Sawa. Mtu mwingine apewe mic.
Can I say something?
Yeah. I see your hand up, Catalyst Strategist, alafu Josephine.
Can I say something before he goes on?
Wazalendo? Is that Wazalendo or is it Louise?
Yes, this is Luis. I agree with what this guy is saying,
yes,
but I want also to say something is media, whether media will come together or not, at the end of the day, the government has power over media, including what we are using right now. And you have always seen in any liberation that happens across the world or across the board, there's always that position where the media will have to be gagged. And the media has done, I may not say a good job, but has at least tried to ensure that it's also giving these guys the same platform so that you can see how incompetent they are and how lying they are. Because if we had stopped and we have not given them an opportunity to speak, then we wouldn't tell that they are lying to the people. So at the end of the day, media has to be objective, both across the board. Because if media will side with the people 100%, then we will have to be in the dark on what the government is doing. So there are lots to consider when media is involved. There are medias I know that they are siding with the government, but there are medias that are trying to be as much as possible to be objective, because there are also bodies above that will also limit on how much you're going to do. So for me, I will go back to what I said before. Let us have knowledge, let us have facts, and let us use the facts to disseminate the information. Media is also a body on its own, and media can fight independently, but they have limitations. That's why spaces like this are coming in, and that's why you see most of the medias are coming to the spaces. They never used to come to the spaces, but they are coming to the spaces because this is where they can get a voice to speak. But when they are on the other side, information is controlled, information is monitored. So as much as we want to blame the media, there's little they can do to save. But if they can come on this other side and speak independently, like I am speaking as an individual, not as a media house, then that could be good. We could use our expertise, we could use our experience, we could use our network to empower the bloggers, to empower the people that are working from outside the media, so that they can do what we are not able to do. So instead of us blaming, let us try to reach out and say, is there something we can do outside here that you can help us do? Can you lend us equipment? Can you lend us your expertise? Can you lend us your network, so that we do what you're not able to do? Because then people outside are not going to be accountable to anybody, but we are accountable to the bodies that are running us. That's what I wanted just to point out.
Thank you so much, and asante sana for being honest with us.
Hello.
Tulikuwa tumesema Catalyst and then Josephine and then Wazalendo. Go ahead.
Hi everyone, I hope you are all well. So thank you for giving me the mic, Kenyan lady. So first of all, let me say this. As a Kenyan, I've never been more proud of us as the citizens of the country as I am right now. Reason for that is we have brought back faith that the citizens can actually take charge of matters in their own country. I think as a citizen of this country, I'm one of those guys who had lost hope. I had lost hope in the electoral system. I had lost hope in the leadership of this country. And I had resorted to just, running my life in such a way that government will not matter, right? Because I'd given up hope on our politicians and, these so-called leaders. ever doing things which are beneficial for all of us. However, right now, I'm really encouraged by what's been happening in the country. And I think I've never been involved. I've never been involved in politics and in political conversations publicly as much as I have right now. So I think let's keep at it. So now going to the specifics of what's been going on in the country and the push by Gen Z to have Ruto go home, I would say unequivocally that I 100% support that. Why? I think not just now, but for many years, even before he became president, he's had a bad track record, and the track record also includes corruption. And I usually say this: if let's say we can say that a lot of other things that he's been accused of are rumors when it comes to corruption, but there are some which are in the public records. So, for instance, I'll give the example of Weston Hotel. The matter about Weston Hotel is in the public records, and specifically, we know that about Weston Hotel, that land belonged to I think either Kenya Civil Aviation Authority or Kenya Airports Authority, and then the company, which is Ruto's company, of course, swapped that land with some land in an industrial area, only for Kenya Aviation Authority or whoever owns the land that is on Weston to discover that the land which they had been given as a swap land in industrial area belonged to Kenya Pipeline. So, and that one is in the public records, and it's been taken through the whole judicial process. So today, when I hear the president coming online and saying that he's going to put in place laws to fast track the prosecution of cases of corruption to 6 months, I'm wondering what is he talking about? Because how can you expect let's say a person who's corrupt to give you good laws against corruption? Because of course what that tells you is that he will these laws of corruption against corruption will only be applied to those who are politically not towing the line. So all in all, with even the changes that have been happening in cabinet and all that, I usually say all of these are just stories. I think the Kenyans need to really be focused, and the focus that the Kenyan people need to have right now is we need to work on having the president go home. So now again, we need to, however, be careful as Kenyans so that again we don't ban our country, because this country is ours at the end of the day. We don't want to push the president out in such a way that we ban the country. But it is important that we continue exercising the power that is in us as the citizens. Let's push for that IEBC to be put in place. And again, we publicly need to vet those officers who will be put in place for IEBC to ensure that we have people who are okay. And then after that, we begin the process. And I would say this process would be either we continue pushing for the president to dissolve parliament, in essentially taking us now to elections, or we start recalling these members of parliament one by one as we tell them to push to have an impeachment of the president. And then also, as we are doing this, let me just speak to anyone who's on this call who's from the security forces. And I know you're here in the security forces. Guys, remember, you're our brothers and our sisters. We love you and we are fighting for you. We need you guys to stand behind us. Of course, when there's this mandamano, people who are looting and destroying other people's properties, deal with those guys. But for the rest who are doing peaceful demonstrations, please do not maim people. Please do not kill people, because we are fighting for a new country. This, I think, is the closest Kenya has ever gotten to a full reset. So guys, please stand with us. You mean so much to us, and we need you in this. We cannot win this without you. And then also on a side note as well, I think someone needs to go and petition in the courts to ensure that even for the equipment that is being bought to quell riots, there needs to be a control of that. I don't know if you guys have noticed that this time round, that the tear gas canisters which are being used are almost like explosives, and it's taken out a couple of guys. So there's a cop whose hands were blown off, and then I think yesterday in the news I also saw someone who almost lost a leg as a result of a canister. You know, these canisters should not be like grenades. But anyway, that's on a side note. Guys, let's keep going. Don't relent on the pressure. This is the closest we have come as a country to resetting things. At the end of the day, we, the people, must be respected because power is in the hands of the people. Thank you. That was my time.
Asante sana. There's something that you have raised that is very, very important. I feel the need to piggyback on it. Sasa, wengi wetu, once upon a time, 1992, when we were little, we were just young little kiddos. Mnakumbuka huo wakati wa zilikuwa zaitwa tribal clashes, tribal cleansing, post-election violence, whatever we called it. I do remember one thing, and I think that's why what you have brought up is very important. I know 100% Gen Zs, this movement is not up to destroy anything. But what we know 100% is that the other side is ready to go to whatever lengths. And you have given me this throwback of 2007 and also 1992. Nini kili happen upande wa Ruto ulipokosa kuwin elections, and the other tribe, okay, which was the closest proximity, hao ndio walienda kuchomwa. Innocent civilians. That's where the anger was directed. So you have reminded me something very, very crucial that has happened in the past, that you have brought, the past. So the other side we need to remember is ready to cause destructions to whatever extent. But what I know is that will not be caused by this movement. That will not be from this movement. And I stand by this movement 100%. Let's go to the next speaker. Nafikiri ilikuwa Josephine, I think.
Oh, sorry, Kenyan lady. Before we move, maybe I can throw another last one. So also I have a suggestion. As Kenyans, maybe we need to consider. Let's put in place a law. I'm not too sure about the existence of certain laws in this country, but I wanted to suggest this. Since we're doing a reset, let's put in place a law for amnesty against corruption, which would open a window for guys who volunteer, who just recognize that they've done wrong in this country, they've stolen from us as the Kenyan people, for them to just take advantage of that law and give back to the Kenyan, to us as the Kenyan people, what they've taken from us. And, from that, I think let's start working together as a country.
Asante. Things will fall in place. I have a feeling things will fall in place. Once we get this guy out, go ahead, Josephine. Hatukuski, or can you guys hear?
Pana.
No, muted.
You can put me on.
Okay, so then let's go to Wazalendo.
Shukran wote
bado mko rada na bado mko chonjo. Nawambia revolution will not be televised but it will be digitalized. Ruto anadhanieni msmart, lakini utakubreak hiyo jina yake ya smart kidogo, si smart. Tumemsurveil, tumemmonitor, tumemanalyze, tumemrecord na tunataka kumtake out. Kwani nini? Ndio hiyo smart tumeshaivunja. Alafu bwana Munene, tuma ujumbe waambie juu hapa kitu wanadili na energy, wanadili na frequency na wanadili na vibration. Kitu mpya hawajaiona. Umesikia? Na bado sasa kuna kuja na ma elements zenye hata wajui zinatoka wapi. Na waambia Nanenane, Ruto must go. Hapa hii kitu yenye bwana Munene tume hii ujumbe ni sawa. Nakwambia zile damu zimemwagika saa hii. Nakwambia you kill one, we multiply. Hiyo bado hamjajua, si ndio? Nakwambia tunasukuma. Unasikia Gen Z? Sisi ni Gen Z. Na Gen Z wakisema ni leaderless, tunakuja ina collective. Yani tuko ina collective security. Tuko organized, tuko centralized, na ma-leader mnawatafuta mtawaona. Hamtawahi waona. Hadi time yenye hii barabara imefagiliwa. Hadi time yenye shamba. Kenya anasema sijui na anasema tusichome Kenya. Kenya inaungua saa hii. Si ndio maji tunakuja kufagia. Hiyo moto. Element yetu ni maji. Na sasa tunataka kutumia our element. We are humble and we are so powerful. Na tunakuja in peaceful.
Is anyone hearing anything, please?
Yeah, he's saying a shairi. He's saying like a poem.
Who is speaking?
Wazalendo.
Alikuwa yuaskika alafu then he went further from the mic. And then I think he is out. He's connecting. Who was the next person to speak? All right, Fan Papi. Go ahead. Is your hand is the only one that came up. Nilisahau who was to follow. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I want to salute everyone, Afrocentric, Kioti, Kenyan Lady, and Kenyan at large. This is Geoffrey. And guys, I've been following you from away. And I was not away, as I can say, outside the country. No, I was inside the country, but I was inside prison. And you guys have been following you. And as I've been following you, I have seen all the movement you have gotten up to this far. I'm very happy that you guys, you started this movement or this movement of Gen Z, and the way you guys have been carrying this movement is very applauding, because you people, you have been doing what a real Kenyan has to do. You guys have not been destroying. No. I know you guys, you want to build this Kenya, and this Kenya has a lot of corruption. And when I was inside prison, I realized that even in the prisons, in our prisons, that there is a lot of corruption issue inside there, that even the prisoners themselves, they are not getting what they are deserving to get. Even having a stronger meal does not survive, to survive. There is nothing like that in prison, meaning that